Wanda headed down to the laboratory inside the battleship, expecting to find Evans and Gwen arguing over some new upgrade. But the room was empty. No voices, no footsteps, only the low hum of machinery. She paused at the doorway, confused, scanning the equipment like the answer might be hiding between wires and screens. Then, right in front of her, the air flickered. A high-level phantom projection formed out of nothing, so realistic it almost looked alive. It was Evan's face, but the eyes were blank, like a recording with no soul behind it. The phantom looked at her and spoke in a flat, emotionless tone. When I was testing the portal to another world, I accidentally opened a door to a different universe. Gwen and I went in first to check the situation. We'll be back within a week. The moment it finished speaking, the phantom dissolved like smoke. Wanda stood there for a second, then her expression tightened. So, you two went on a fun adventure, and didn't even call me? She was genuinely annoyed. This new world wasn't just DC. It was a fusion, DC Cinematic Universe plus Arrowverse. Universe ID, Earth 38. Time point, Kara Zor-El had just joined Catco Media. Evans and Gwen arrived in National City, a coastal city by the sea. They appeared right on the shoreline. But the portal jump had drained them completely. The second their feet hit sand, their bodies gave out. They collapsed one after the other, half buried in cold beach grit, breathing hard like they'd just survived a storm. It was midnight. Winter wind cut across the empty shore. No people, no lights nearby, only waves and darkness. They lay there for a long time, letting their strength crawl back into their limbs. Gwen finally forced out a question between breaths. Where do we end up? Evan stared up at the sky, still too tired to move properly. Do you remember the DC film series my company made? Gwen frowned. Why are you bringing that up now? Because we might have just traveled into it, Evan said quietly. The DC world. Gwen's head snapped toward him. What? That's a movie. How can we enter a movie world? That's not scientific. Evans gave a tired, almost amused look. If you change how you look at it, it becomes scientific. Gwen narrowed her eyes. No way. You're just guessing. You don't actually know where we are. Evans sighed. Fine. I'll explain it in a way you can live with. All ears. He started slow, like someone teaching a hard concept to someone smart but stubborn. The universe isn't just one place. What we call reality may just be one layer of a much larger structure. He talked about dimensions, building it step by step. A point, a line, a plane, space, then time, then branching timelines, and finally the idea of countless parallel worlds stacked across higher dimensions. Then he brought it back to something Gwen could grasp. In a high enough perspective, every possibility exists somewhere. Every story that could happen happens in a different branch. Gwen stared at him. So you're saying DC is real somewhere? Not somewhere like a map, Evans corrected. Somewhere like a neighboring layer of reality. Gwen didn't look convinced, but she wasn't laughing anymore either. And we just crossed from our story into someone else's, Evans finished. That's all. Gwen exhaled slowly. I still can't believe it. And that theory, where did you even get it? Evans shrugged. I thought it through. They rested until they could stand. Then they left the beach and walked into the sleeping city. By morning, they found a restaurant and sat down for breakfast. They had no money, but Evans wasn't worried. For someone who could manipulate portals and reality, paying was just a problem for normal people. While they ate, Gwen pulled out her phone, connected to the free Wi-Fi, and started searching names. First, Batman. Result, he existed. Gotham knew him, but he'd been missing for years and was assumed dead. Next, Superman. Result, the Man of Steel incident had happened not long ago. Then she searched Flash, Cyborg, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Green Lantern. Nothing. No records. No sightings. No names. She looked up at Evans, confused. Evans answered calmly, like he'd been waiting for it. We're not on Earth 0, not the main timeline world. He tapped his temple. This is Earth 38. Supergirl's world. How do you know that for sure? Gwen asked. Evans didn't mention the system. He just said, call it confirmation. Gwen leaned back, processing. Okay, that explains why the roster feels empty. Then her eyes lit up with real interest. I know Supergirl exists, but I barely know her story. Tell me, what happens here? So Evans gave her a clean summary. Kara's arrival, the Danvers sisters, Catco, the early days of being Supergirl, and the shape of the threats this world attracted. When he finished, he added, Earth 38 doesn't have many major heroes. The big ones are Supergirl and Superman. If we want the real chaos, we'll eventually need to go to Earth Zero. Gwen nodded immediately. Yeah, let's do that later. Kara Danvers' apartment. Kara woke up, got ready, and ate breakfast with her sister Alex like it was any normal day. Then, mid-conversation, Kara's expression shifted. Her ears tilted slightly, like she'd just heard something sharp and wrong. Kara had super hearing, but she didn't keep it on all the time. If she did, even a Kryptonian mind would crack under the noise of an entire city. Her brain filtered most of it automatically. Only certain words broke through. Her name, and her cousins. Somewhere in National City, people were talking about her and Superman. Not as heroes, as the protagonists of this world. Kara's spoon stopped halfway to her mouth. Her eyes narrowed, because nobody should be saying that. Kara's super hearing was ridiculous. On a good day, she could pick out a whispered argument from blocks away, which is why the weird conversation she'd caught earlier wouldn't leave her head. Earth 38. They said Supergirl's story happens here, but Kara hadn't even become Supergirl yet. To her, it sounded like they were talking about someone else. And then there was that other part. There aren't many heroes here. We'll leave for Earth Zero soon. Earth Zero? Was that another parallel world? Another timeline? Kara's curiosity flared into something sharper, something personal. Because if other Earths were real, then maybe on one of them Krypton hadn't died. Maybe her parents were alive somewhere. Maybe she wasn't alone in every universe. She quickly finished breakfast, stood up, and told Alex, I'm heading out. Before Alex could ask questions, Kara was already gone. She followed the voices through the city like a compass locked onto a signal. Evans and Gwen stepped out of the restaurant, still talking, heading toward a quiet alley where they could open a portal without being seen. They didn't make it. A blonde woman stepped in front of them and blocked the way, calm, but clearly tense with questions she'd been holding back. Sorry to interrupt, she said, but I overheard you earlier. When you say Earth 38, do you mean this world? And who is Supergirl? Gwen blinked. She hadn't noticed anyone listening. In fact, she was sure nobody had been nearby. Then it clicked. Only one kind of person could hear a conversation from that far. Gwen studied the woman's face. Who are you? The blonde hesitated, then answered honestly. I'm Kara Danvers. Gwen frowned. That name meant nothing to her. The only Kara she knew from the films was Kara Zor-El. So she tested it. Do you know the name Kara Zor-El? Kara's eyes widened instantly, like Gwen had hit a hidden trigger. How do you know that name? Gwen's expression sharpened. So you are Kara Zor-El. Kara held her gaze, then nodded carefully. Yes, I am. Evans finally spoke, calm and direct. Evans Nelson. And I'm Gwen Stacy, Gwen added. Introductions done, Kara didn't waste time. What is Earth Zero? What is Earth 38? Are you saying there are parallel worlds? It wasn't just curiosity. There was hope under it. Raw and obvious. Evans understood immediately what she was really asking. He answered without being cruel, but without feeding her fantasies either. You exist on Earth Zero too, but we don't know what your life looks like there. Kara swallowed. Then can I go with you? Evans shook his head. Sorry. Kara's shoulders dropped, disappointment hitting hard. Then Evans added, but her head snapped up again. Evans stepped forward, put a hand on her shoulder, and quietly activated the system. He marked Kara as a player. Meeting you is fate, Evans said. We might cross paths again. Kara didn't fully understand what he'd done, but something about his words steadied her. A moment later, Evans and Gwen were gone. They arrived on Earth Zero, Gotham City, a skyline of sharp spires and darker corners. The kind of city that looked sick even in daylight. Not because of monsters or alien invasions, but because Gotham's real disease was human. In Gotham, raw power didn't debatingly matter as much as it should. You could be a god and still lose, because the criminals here didn't fight like normal criminals. They fought like people who'd been stress-tested against Batman for years. Every scheme was layered. Every trap had a trap inside it. People like Poison Ivy and Killer Frost had taken down stronger beings with timing and tricks. In some timelines, even the Joker had managed to break Superman. Gotham didn't reward strength. It rewarded brains. Even the criminals had their own twisted career path. Street thugs were the bottom. They might survive long enough to meet Robin or Batgirl. To become somebody, you graduated to Blackgate Prison. To become truly notorious, you aimed for Arkham Asylum. And if you wanted to be the kind of villain Batman actually feared, you needed a signature. An identity. A mind built for war. Two-Face, Scarecrow, Riddler, and above them all, the one name Gotham itself treated like a curse. The Joker. Gwen sighed. Okay, Gotham is exactly as awful as I expected. They ducked into a cafe to use the Wi-Fi and pull information. Gwen scrolled quickly. Wonder Woman, Superman, Batman, all confirmed, she said. No real trace of Green Lantern, Flash, or Cyborg yet. Aquaman is mostly rumors around a port city. Evans nodded. Probably means they haven't debuted. Or they're still hidden. Gwen leaned forward, interested now. Evans, I want to meet Wonder Woman. I want to study her gear. You know where she is? Evans asked. Not yet, Gwen said, already typing. But finding her won't be hard. A minute later, her phone chimed. Gwen looked up with a satisfied smile. Found her. Diana Prince. She's not in the U.S. right now. She's in France. Evans raised an eyebrow. She's working at the Louvre, Gwen said. Greek and Roman antiquities. Curator. Evans stared at her for a beat. That was fast. Gwen shrugged. AI does what it's told. And just like that, their next destination was set.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Gwen wants to find Wonder Woman, but Evans has other plans. After discussion, the two decided to split up and made an appointment to meet here again in 3 days. Gwen left the coffee shop first, walked to a nearby deserted alley, cast a spell to teleport, and teleported to the Louvre in romantic country. Evans is in no rush to leave the cafe. He plans to give his superhero game a major upgrade. For example, the DC world is disguised as a copy world, allowing players from the Marvel world to travel here by logging into the game. However, if you do this, the time flow rate in the game world will have to be adjusted. And the player's resurrection mechanism must also be adjusted. Fortunately, Evans' game development system encouraged him to do this and cooperated with him in changing the game settings. At the same time, all players in the Marvel world receive system announcements. The Marvel Superheroes game will undergo upgrade and maintenance. During this period, players will not be able to log into the game. This upgrade and maintenance will last for 3 days. The updates in this version are as follows. 1. Add a copy of DC Superheroes. 2. This dungeon is a special dungeon. There is no main mission. Time and historical processes will only move forward. Regardless of whether players form a team or not, they will only enter the unified process of this dungeon. All items obtained by players from this dungeon can be brought back. Reality. 3. Unlock a copy of Doctor Strange 1 for all players. 4. Fix some BUGs. Marvel Cinematic Universe. All gamers have received this announcement. After reading the announcement, everyone's expressions became very subtle. Many of them have watched the DC movie series. Because Evans wrote the script and Evans' company filmed it, and the plot is not bad, most of them have watched it. But isn't that a movie? Why does the movie plot appear as a copy? Is it a purely entertainment copy that allows players to experience the plot of the movie? No. The announcement said that the time flow rate of this dungeon is consistent with reality, and this dungeon will not generate a single process for different players, but all players will enter a unified dungeon world, which is conceptually closer to the public area. And the most important point is that everything players get in this dungeon world can be brought back to reality. This has to make some smart people come up with an incredible association. Could this copy be a real world? But how is this possible? Many people can't figure it out. But this does not prevent them from looking forward to the new version. Evans updated the game. According to tradition, the server needs to be maintained for 3 days, and a new version will only be launched after 3 days. After getting the new version of the game, Evans left the cafe and entered the game world. As the game's creator, Evans is naturally able to log into the game during maintenance periods. Because the game is under maintenance, there are no other players in the game world at this time. Evans teleported to the public area of Los Angeles, found a cafe here, ordered some drinks and desserts, and then used his GM authority to summon Kara Danvers from Earth 38 as a player into the game world. Before Kara was summoned, she was working at Kate Media Company in Nazanoshi. She had been absent-minded all day today, and all she could think about was things related to the two aliens in parallel time and space. She wanted to know whether her hometown of Krypton still existed in other parallel worlds. If it existed, she would really like to live there. Even if it was a hometown in parallel time and space, it would still be a familiar hometown. She was sitting at her desk, lost in thought, when she was suddenly summoned, causing her to disappear from where she was. Logically speaking, in a place like this where there are many people, if someone disappears out of thin air, it should attract the attention of many people in the office. But Evan's game has a protection mechanism for players. For example, if you log into the game in public and your body disappears, it will not attract the attention of the people around you. People around you will be interfered by the game system and will subconsciously ignore this matter. For example, now, the people around her didn't realize that Kara disappeared out of thin air. They only thought that she left on her own. Kara was confused. She suddenly found that she was no longer in the company, but in a strange coffee shop. She was a little confused and didn't know what was happening. It wasn't until she saw Evans opposite that she realized that the other party might have used some method to summon her here. "Evans, did you bring me here?" Kara asked while using her supervision to observe her surroundings. Her vision penetrated obstacles and saw the outside world very far away. She recognized that the city she was in was Los Angeles, but the places further away were blocked by unknown things. As a result, she could not see the environment outside the city. She asked uncertainly, "This is Los Angeles? This is the digital world I created, which belongs to the imaginary number space. It is between reality and illusion. With this kind of technology, you must be an alien from some advanced civilization, right? I don't believe that human beings' current technology can do such a thing. And what is this game panel-like thing in my field of vision? I'm not an alien, and the thing in your field of vision is just a game board. Now you're a player here." Evans paused here, then smiled and continued. "I summoned you here because I want to make a deal with you." "And me?" Kara was puzzled. "You are a Kryptonian. Your race's genetic technology is unique in the universe and unrivaled. I want to get your DNA sample for research. Why should I agree to such a thing? Besides, we are not familiar with each other." Kara showed resistance to this. "Don't refuse in a hurry. Listen to my conditions first. I can create a separate area in my game world to perfectly replicate your home planet Krypton, and even simulate people you are familiar with there, including your father Zor-El, your mother Alola, your aunt Astra, your uncle Norn, your uncle Jor-El, your aunt Laura. Wait, why do I feel like you know my family members and relatives very well? Are you for Krypton like me?" Kara stared at each other suspiciously. The more she looked at him, the more suspicious she felt. "I do know a lot about you and your family, so I can use my game world to simulate Krypton in an almost real way. Even the people in your hometown will not be any different from your perception. Everything, although it is not real, is also a sustenance that allows you to remember the past." Evans stated his conditions. Kara hesitated and was entangled, because what the other party said was so tempting that she couldn't help but want to agree. But she wanted to give her DNA to the other party for research. "I am really worried that the other party will make clones, artificial people, biochemical people, and the like for me, which will be bad. What are you going to study with my DNA?" Kara decided to ask first. If the other party really intends to use her DNA to create clones, biochemicals, artificial humans, etc., she must resolutely reject the other party and then scold the other party. I have a girlfriend who likes to study all kinds of things, including alien DNA. Can you look me in the eyes when you say this? Ahem. Okay, actually, I just want to see if I can give myself the talents of you Kryptonians through research. Then you may be disappointed. The genes of our Kryptonians have been encrypted by technology. Although I don't know the details of that technology, I also know that it is by no means something that can be deciphered casually. Since there is genetic encryption, you don't have to worry about me using your genes to do weird things, right? Evans followed suit. Kara struggled for a long time, but finally her desire to remember her hometown took over, and she decided to make this deal with Evans. Kara used a lot of strength to pull out one of her hairs, hand it to Evans. This is considered as giving the genetic sample to the other party. Evans took it politely and put it away. You wait a moment, I will copy the Kryptonian environment. After Evans finished speaking, he closed his eyes and used the game editor to generate a new area in the game world. This new area is not open to ordinary players, only to Kara. After a moment, Evans opened his eyes and stretched out his hand to Kara. Come, hold my hand, I will take you over. Kara did as she was told and held hand with Evans. Evans couldn't help but scratch her opponent's palm. Not to mention, the feeling of holding hands with Supergirl was not bad. Hey, are you trying to be a hooligan? Kara felt her palm being scratched, and her cheeks couldn't help but blush. Kara has never been held by a boy in her whole life, let alone this kind of experience of being teased. Evans changed the subject seriously. Let's go bar. The two disappeared out of thin air and arrived at the newly born area in the game world, the Kryptonian civilization area, Candor City, near Kara's home. As soon as they arrived here, Evans felt his body sink. The gravity of Krypton, it is 10 times that of the Earth. The high-gravity environment is not suitable for human survival. If Evans' life level was not high enough, and his body bones were strong enough, something would have happened if he suddenly came here. Kara let go of Evans' hand and was pleasantly surprised. She looked at this familiar place, but before she could take a closer look at the world, she suddenly felt that her body was becoming weaker. What's wrong with me? Kara's face gradually turned pale, and she looked at Evans in confusion. 8 years have passed since you came to Earth. It took you 8 years to adapt to the Earth's environment, but your adaptability to the environment in your hometown has declined. There's a very small amount of kryptonite dust in the atmosphere here, and that dust will degrade your cell activity to a certain extent. So you are not becoming weak, you are just losing your superpowers, but this is only temporary. After you leave here, you can recover by going outside to expose yourself to the sun. Is that so? Kara thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. She had been living on Krypton before she was 13 years old. At that time, she had never seen the Kryptonians in her hometown with superpowers. Her own superpowers also reached the Earth and illuminated the yellow sun. Only after the light came out, Kara, who was getting weaker and weaker, gradually became unsteady. Evans supported her and helped her to sit on the steps aside. Kara's face was pale and sweat was visible on her forehead. At this time, it must be very uncomfortable. However, her body is quickly adapting to the environment of Krypton, and I'm afraid it will take less than a few minutes to adapt. Soon, Kara's body regained its mobility. Although all her superpowers were temporarily lost, this can all be recovered. As soon as Kara regained her mobility, she couldn't wait to get up and ran to the home, not far away. She entered the home and saw her NPC father and mother. The two NPCs saw Kara, all showed surprised expressions. They could recognize Kara as their daughter, but shouldn't their daughter be only 13 years old? Why did she suddenly grow so big? Kara excitedly threw herself into their arms. Evans did not follow Kara through the door. He started wandering around in this virtual Kryptonian civilized world, exploring the scenery here. Half a day later, Kara added Evans as a friend through the game panel and said she wanted to chat with him. Evans learned that Kara, I wanted to see myself, so I teleported to the place I made an appointment with. This is an ecological park. Evans, please tell me they are all true. Unfortunately, no. But they looked exactly the same as I remembered them, and even I couldn't find anything that was inconsistent with them. There's also this world. Everything here is exactly the same as in my memory. I even saw the toys from my childhood in my room. Even the marks I left on the toys were exactly the same. How could such a world be possible? False. Evans, this must be 8 years ago, right? Kara looked hopeful. She hoped all this was true. This can only mean that I have perfectly recreated your hometown in the game world. So perfect that you, a Kryptonian girl, didn't notice any abnormalities. Evans shrugged. Kara's hopeful expression suddenly turned into disappointment. In fact, if you think about it, you know that going back to the past is not realistic. It's just that everything here is too real, which is why she was given this ridiculous thinking about it. Evans gave Kara a hug and comforted her. I have created this place as a game world. You can enter here anytime and anywhere in the future. Time flows very fast here. For one day in the outside world, time can pass 30 years here. You will have plenty of time to live here without worrying about delaying things outside. In fact, as long as we think about it carefully from a philosophical level, we can come up with a new answer. If everything is true, so true that you can't detect the falsehood, then you can treat everything here as true. Are you comforting me or taking advantage of me? You're hugging me too tightly. I just think that you may need a warm embrace at this time. Evans retracted the arm hugging the other party without any embarrassment and took a step back. He noticed that Kara's face was flushed at this time, obviously shy. Kara took a deep breath and suppressed her slightly turbulent heart. Evans, I'm going to stay here for a while. Do you need me to accompany you? Are you pursuing me? Perhaps. You already have a girlfriend, and you still come to pursue me. You are really a scumbag. Kara unceremoniously denounced someone's scumbag behavior. Those who start chaos and finally give up are the scumbags. I am just a philanthropist. Evans is so shameless. He spread his hands and said, with your extraordinary physique, ordinary men will not be able to tolerate it. If you don't want to live alone, I will probably be one of your few choices. Even if I live in a single life, I will never choose a guy who wants to ride on many boats. You will change your mind. Kara rolled her eyes at Evans. Evans accompanied Kara and temporarily stayed in this virtual world of Krypton. Anyway, the 30 years here will only pass by the outside world for one day, and it will not delay the time outside. Evans followed Kara to the latter's home here and met Kara's NPC parents. Hello, uncles and aunts. I am Carla's boyfriend, Evans Nelson, from Earth, Sector 2814 of the Milky Way galaxy. Evans introduces himself to Kara's NPC parents. Kara, when did you have a boyfriend? NPC Alora asked her daughter. Kara was about to explain, but Evans spoke first. Annie, you must be wondering why your daughter suddenly grew up so big from the age of 13, right? This was actually an accident. It was also an accident that Carla and I met. Evans made up a long story to fool Kara's NPC parents. The plot of this story has ups and downs and is constantly exciting. However, the story is self-consistent and scientifically based. It sounds very real as if it really happened. The NPCs Alola and Zor-El were stunned for a moment after hearing this. Even Kara almost believed that she had actually experienced that. NPC Zor-El and Alora believed this story and finally knew why their daughters suddenly grew up. The two NPCs were quite open to the fact that their daughter had found an Earthling as her boyfriend. They advocated freedom and had no intention of interfering in their daughter's love affair. The two NPCs even invited Evans to live in their home, and Evans decisively agreed. So the world in which only Kara was injured was achieved. Seeing Evans performing hard at her NPC parents, Kara showed a dead fish-eyed expression. Kara couldn't bear it anymore, took Evans's hand and left the house, and came to a deserted place outside. Evans, are you done yet? I already told you that I won't find a boyfriend like you, a philanderer. Can you stop being so narcissistic? But your parents have approved of me. Hard. Kara's fist is hard. At this moment, Kara wants to hit someone. Seeing this, Evans laughed and took the initiative to hold Kara's hand. Before the other party could break free, Evans spoke first, And before the outside world gets up tomorrow, we can still stay in this world for 21 years. As for my girlfriend Gwen, it will take more than 2 days from the outside world to come back. If we calculate based on the time here, we can stay here for more than 80 years. How about we just have an 80-year relationship? What do you think? Kara rolled her eyes fiercely. Aren't you afraid that I will tell Gwen about this? If you still plan to do this after this 80-year relationship is over, I won't stop you. Ignore you. Kara didn't know what to say, so she could only end with these words, broke away from Evan's hand, and walked towards home. Evans followed. Later, I will send a robot to pretend to be you and let it go to the outside world to work for you at Cape Media Company for 3 days. You don't have to worry about staying here and delaying your career. Thank you very much. Kara rolled her eyes again. Time passed. A year passed unknowingly in the virtual world of Krypton. Evan spent a whole year to successfully conquer Kara and make Kara agree to have a game with him. An 80-year love affair. Evans was confident that Kara would never be able to leave him 80 years later. 3 years later, Evans and Kara got married in the presence of NPCs Allura and Zor-El, and got a new house belonging to both of them. 5 years later, Kara became pregnant. Well, this pregnancy was real, not fictitious. Kara was really pregnant with Evan's child. Not only did this incident make Kara, it was unexpected, and even Evans was surprised. But after the accident, Evans accepted the incident calmly and expressed his expectations. When Kara learned that she was pregnant with Evan's child, she was troubled. After a while, they accepted the reality. A few months later, their daughter was born. They named their daughter Laura Nelson. Laura inherited Evan's fairy blood and Kara's Kryptonian blood. These two bloodlines, a very unscientific chemical reaction occurred in Laura Nelson, which allowed Laura Nelson to master an incredible ability since birth. The effect of this ability is a realistic modification of the rules of order. Ability, so Evans named it, Order Magic. Evans remembered that in the DC world of Earth 8, there was a very special being. The other person was the existence that DC editors used to spoof Marvel's Scarlet Witch, and the other person's name was also my name is Laura Nelson. Your Marvel Wanda is the Scarlet Witch, and my DC Laura is the Silver Witch. Your Marvel Wanda knows chaos magic, and my DC Laura knows order magic. Your Marvel Wanda Danone uses chaos magic to modify reality, and my DC Laura will use order magic to modify reality. Now, due to various coincidences, Evans and Kara's daughter is not only named Laura Nelson, but her ability is also order magic. It's hard to say whether this is a coincidence. It may also be inevitable under the law of cause and effect. As the daughter of two people, Laura Nelson has an advantage over the character of the same name on Earth 8. While she masters the magic of order, she also, with the dual bloodline of immortals and Kryptonians, with a little development, the strength can reach the atmosphere. Evans, who became a father for the first time, and Kara, who became a mother for the first time, are very interested in this person's qualifications and talents. The heaven-defying baby was invested with great affection. In the process of living with each other and taking care of the baby, Kara truly fell in love with Evans. Even though Kara knew that the other party was very caring, she stepped into the pit willingly and started consider waiting for this 80-year relationship to end before renewing the love contract with the other party. In order to allow the baby Laura Nelson to grow up smoothly, Evans deliberately changed the rules of the game world for Laura, allowing Laura the body can grow up normally. Time passed, and another 17 years passed. Laura Nelson was 18 years old. 18-year-old Laura, a slim and graceful girl, was a very beautiful girl, not to mention so beautiful that she would be the most beautiful girl in the world. But it's not much different. Laura's body also completely stopped growing this year, and she will maintain this youth forever. This day, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. Evans and Kara came to an uninhabited mountain wilderness outside the city and sat on the edge of a cliff. Kara leaned in Evans' arms and enjoyed the sunrise with him. Evans, I'm confused right now. What are you struggling with? You told me about you and Wanda Gwen. At that time, I was thinking anyway, we are just here together, and we can break up after we leave here. What now? I found that I couldn't live without you, so I was struggling. After I leave here, I have to face Gwen Wanda. I'm not sure if they will accept me. I have a way. Tell me, you can do this again. Can it still be like this? Kara was dumbfounded. What kind of bad idea did the other party come up with? But if you think about it carefully, it seems that this can indeed solve the problem, but it will definitely be very embarrassing. Ignoring this topic, Kara brought up Laura's matter. Laura still doesn't know that the world is false, and she even thinks that people will not grow old. She has grown up and her mind has matured. I think it is time to tell her the truth. Just decide. That evening, during the meal, Kara told her daughter Laura the truth that this world was not a real world but a virtual world. Kara thought Laura would be shocked and find it difficult to accept the reality, but the fact was that Laura was very calm. You don't seem surprised? Kara was confused. From the day I was born, I have known the truth of this world. Remember, my ability is order magic, which is magic that can act on reality. So I'm very sensitive to reality. Whether everything I see and hear is true or false is clear to me at a glance. Laura said proudly, "Since you already knew, why didn't you tell us, causing me to worry about it for so long?" Kara gritted her teeth. "This girl, I'll beat her if I see her. You didn't ask me." Laura spit out her sweet tongue and acted cute. Kara, who was so cute, decided not to teach her daughter a lesson. "Dad, Mom, when are we leaving here? I'm quite curious about the outside world." Laura asked Evans and Kara. Kara didn't want to leave here so soon, because she knew that once she left, she would have to share Evans with others. Although she knew that one day would come sooner or later, she hoped that this day would come later. So she said to Laura, "Let's wait 50 years. Let's leave again in 50 years. Okay, let's wait another 50 years. Laura was very sensible and did not clamor to leave. Since her mother said she would leave in 50 years, then she would leave in 50 years. Carla rubbed her daughter's head with a gentle expression. It is worth mentioning that Evan in these years, has not only been engaged in salty fish, but also enriched his scientific background. In his continuous learning, he has become a powerful scientist. Evans has his own laboratory here, used to study genetic engineering. All the science and technology here in the game world Krypton are virtualized by the game. This technology only looks like that and is not the real Krypton technology. Evan studied, and what he is learning is not the fake technology here, but learning relevant knowledge online through the internet that connects the two worlds of Marvel and DC in the game world. He used the knowledge he learned to study the bloodline of the Kryptonians. Trying to Kryptonian blood was transplanted into his own body. This research failed as expected. He could not simply and crudely turn humans into Kryptonians. But through research on cloning technology, Evans has been able to clone Kryptonians. Now, there was only Kara's DNA sample here, and Kara could be cloned, but he did not do so. Evans planned to go to Superman after leaving here to see if he could get the Kryptonian Gene Bank core book. With that thing, he could use it as a sample. Only through comparison can he take his genetic technology to a higher level and be more likely to achieve his goal. After dinner, Laura and Evans asked for permission to connect to the outside world network and ran to the bedroom to surf the internet. Kara, after washing the dishes, she sat down on the sofa, took off her shoes, and put her long legs on Evans' legs. Evans stretched out his hands to play with her legs in the name of massage. Feeling very good, Kara also enjoyed Evans' massage. The quiet and peaceful days passed day by day. Time passed like this for another 50 years. Outside, it was already early morning 3 days later. As Evans' thoughts moved slightly, all the players receive an announcement at the same time. The game maintenance is over and the new version is online. DC Plain, Romantic Country, Paris. Gwen Stacy, who was staying at Diana Prince's house, was awakened by the game announcement at midnight. I don't know if the DC world copy in the game is related to this world. Gwen was very curious about this, so she quickly dressed and got up and entered the game world. As soon as she entered the game, she couldn't wait to open the dungeon interface. In the dungeon interface, Doctor Strange 1, which was originally unselectable, became available. Selected state. In addition, There are two special dungeons in the dungeon list. The first is the DC Superhero Dungeon. The second is the DC Krypton Dungeon. Only the first one is available, and the second one prompts that it cannot be entered. Gwen clicked on the first one, the DC Superhero copy. The next moment, Gwen found that she appeared in the DC world again, in the same location as before, which was Diana's home. Sure enough, the so-called DC world copy is not a virtual game. It is a real world. Gwen came to this conclusion. No wonder the time flow rate of this dungeon is the same as that of reality, and the things in the dungeon can be brought back to reality. This is the reason. In the future, players in the Marvel world will be able to adventure in the real DC world by logging into the game. I just don't know if the player will really die after dying in the DC world. But since the game announcement didn't mention this, I guess not. Gwen's head was spinning very fast, and she gradually figured out a lot of things. The game didn't have a copy of the DC world before, but after Evans and I came to the DC world, there was one. There are only two explanations for this phenomenon. The first type is the person behind the scenes who created the game world. He and Evans positioned themselves in this world, which led to this version update. Second, the person who created this game was none other than Evans. Gwen, who is in the DC world, can easily verify whether the DC copy is in the virtual world or the real world, but other players do not have such conditions. If they want to verify this, they have to look at their own abilities. Players in the Marvel world have logged into the game one after another. Not counting Evans and Gwen, these people include Wanda, Tony, Pepper Potts, Fury, Hill, Natasha, Sharon, Coulson, Strange, Kristen, Captain America, Loki, Thor, Frigga. They were very curious about the newly appeared DC dungeon, so as soon as they logged into the game, they teamed up with familiar people and entered the dungeon. The location where they landed was in a park in Metropolis on Earth Zero in the DC world. When I arrived, I found that everyone was there and it was quite lively. Players who have speculated about this place have begun to verify the authenticity of this world. The first person to verify the answer was Frigga. She had the ability to see through illusions and could immediately discover that the DC copy was not an imaginary space, but a real world. The second person who knew the truth was Wanda. Wanda mastered chaos magic and was very sensitive to reality. She had noticed this within seconds of her arrival. Except for the two mentioned above, the verification process for others is not so simple and crude. It is worth mentioning that in Frigga used the transformation technique to change an image. So Thor and Loki, who were close at hand, did not realize that their mother 843 was here, and they did not even know that their mother was also a player. Loki didn't recognize Frigga, but the Avengers recognized Loki, and they all looked at this guy with evil eyes. Loki knew he was outmatched and decisively escaped from here by hiding. Wanda recognized Frigga's changed image, so she moved closer and asked in a low voice, "Teacher, what do you think of this place? This is not a simple game. It is a real world, and I think you should have discovered this." Frigga said. Wanda nodded. The two started to communicate on this topic. Several people from S.H.I.E.L.D. began to test the authenticity of this place. Their testing method was relatively simple and crude. That is, just find something from this world. Let's see if we can bring things back to the real world. After testing, everything in this copy can be brought back to reality. This seems to prove the authenticity of this world. This made Nick Fury think a little. Have you watched the DC series and the movie? He knows that there are many good things in the DC world. They are familiar with the plot and can take those things as their own to strengthen S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury, who is evil and has a dark heart, takes his subordinates left this park and prepared to find a place to use as a base. Once they have a base, they will slowly plan the resources of this world. Stark, Strange, Captain America, Thor, Pepper Potts, and Kristen, several people gathered together. They were discussing one thing. This game uses Evans' movie story as a copy. Does Evans know about this? Or is this matter related to Evans? They didn't see Evans here, so they could only call Evans' girlfriend Wanda and ask about him. Wanda didn't realize this and could only shake her head. Without discussing the reason, they decided to find a base here first. Frigga did not follow them, but followed Loki's footsteps when he left, looking for him. Kryptonian copy. As a player, Kara naturally heard the game announcement. She knew that this game was the work of Evans. When the announcement rang, she looked at Evans beside the bed. "It's time, isn't it?" The two got dressed and went to the next bedroom to wake up Laura, who was still sleeping. Laura seemed very excited when she learned that she could leave this virtual world soon. Soon, the family of 3 was ready to go. They left the game world, did not go to Earth 0, but to Earth 38 first. Kara planned to introduce Evans and Laura to her sister Alex Danvers, and then go to Earth 0. Earth 38, Nashi Nuwa City. The time zone here is still at midnight. In the past few days, Alex Danvers has noticed a problem. Since 3 days ago, his sister Kara seems to have changed. Not only has her personality changed, she seemed to have forgotten many past memories, which made her very worried. She suggested that Kara see a psychiatrist, but Kara said that she was fine. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. But in Alex's eyes, this is nothing. It's clearly something serious. This Kara only remembers that she is her sister and that she needs to go to work at Kate Sedge International Media during the day. Other than that, all the memories outside are blurred, which is obviously abnormal. Even Alex is suspecting that Kara may be suffering from severe schizophrenia and may have a legendary second personality. Otherwise, there's no way to explain this kind of phenomenon. At this time, she looked at Kara sitting on the sofa watching TV and felt that the other person was very strange. She was hesitating whether to force Kara to receive treatment. Just then, there was a knock on her door. Alex stood up and opened the door. When she saw the person outside the door, clearly, her eyes suddenly widened. The person knocking on the door was actually Kara? So who is Kara in the house? Also, who are the 2 young men following Kara? This unnatural scene made Alex a little disappointed and felt like he was in a horror movie. "Kara," Alex asked uncertainly. "I've only been away for 3 days and you don't recognize me?" Kara hasn't realized the problem yet. She is still wondering why Alex talks to her in this tone. "If you're Kara, who is Kara in the room?" "It's a stand-in robot I made for Kara." Evan spoke, and then he shouted to the stand-in robot in the room. The robot Kara, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, immediately got up and walked to Evans. Evans waved his hand and disappeared out of thin air. Alex was stunned. Kara also remembered that Evans had mentioned this to her and said that he wanted a robot to play him so that no one would worry about his disappearance. "What is going on? And who are these 2 beside you? Let's go in first and then talk." Kara walked in with Evans and Laura and then began to explain the situation to her sister Alex. Speaking of Alex, she was not Kara's biological sister, but Kara was adopted by Alex's parents. The 2 became sisters. Therefore, Alex, Kara's sister, is not a Kryptonian. She is a pure Earthling. If you have to say what makes her different, that is that Alex is a lesbian and is still a lesbian. She works for the Bureau of Paranormal Investigation and is an agent. Kara spent 10 minutes talking about her experiences during this period. Alex was dumbfounded the whole time when he listened to the story. "You mean you and Evans are married and have a kid this old?" Evans also created a virtual reality world called Krypton for you. You spent 3 days in the real world and lived there for more than 80 years. That's right. Alex took a deep breath. If it weren't for the fact that 2 Karas had just appeared, and the weirder one was disappeared by Evans, Alex would definitely not believe what Kara said, because it sounded too ridiculous. Alex looked at Evans and Laura. "Miss Alex, I am Carla's husband, Evans Nelson." Evans introduced himself. "Hello, Aunt. I am their daughter, Laura Nelson." Laura also said hello to this aunt very politely. "Alex, let me slow down for a moment. I need some time to digest this information." Alex didn't sleep that night. She communicated with Kayla's husband and daughter, and asked them many questions. Although it was all incredible, Alex accepted it all. After dawn, after breakfast, Kayla went to work at Kate Media Company. After all, she was still an employee there. Even as a Kryptonian, she needed to make money to support herself, otherwise she couldn't steal. After watching Kayla leave, Alex turned and looked at Kayla's husband and daughter. Evan saw that Alex wanted to talk to him alone, So he asked Laura to go out and play by herself. Laura said, oh, she used magic to control reality. Her whole figure seemed to have been erased with an eraser, and her body disappeared bit by bit. Seeing this scene, Alex's eyes jumped. Thought, Kayla's daughter is very unusual. Next came the interrogation time of Alex's brother-in-law, Evan. As an agent of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau, Alex is quite impressive when he is serious. She adopted the posture of an interrogator very well. Mr. Evan, I guess you who can create that game are not from Earth, right? Evan, who was being interrogated, crossed his legs and looked very relaxed. Like you, I'm also a human being, but not a human being from your world. What does it mean? I think you should know the concept of parallel universes. I am an Earthling from other parallel universes. With all due respect, this sounds hard to believe. Shallow knowledge limits your imagination. Evan's words sounded like a mockery to Alex's ears. Then I would like to ask the knowledgeable Mr. Evan, can you take me to have a long experience? Definitely. 867, come with me. Evan took Alex into the copy of the game world, Krypton. Even in the virtual world, the gravity here on Krypton is 10 times higher. In order to prevent Alex from being harmed by the high-gravity environment here, Evan used magic to temporarily reduce Alex's weight. This is the place where Kayla and I lived together for the past 80 years. It is also a virtual world created based on the Kryptonian civilization. The gravity here is about 10 times that of the Earth. But don't worry, I used ability to lighten it for you. After converting your weight, the gravity you can feel here will still be similar to that on the Earth. Learning that the environment here was Krypton, Alex became interested in it. Although she had heard Kayla mention Krypton more than once in the past years, it was not as straightforward as hearing it. This day was spent with Evan taking Alex to visit Xiaxingzhou. In the evening, Kayla came home from get off work, and Laura had also strolled back. When Kayla saw Evan and Alex chatting, she smiled and said, "You look like you're getting along very well. Your sister is a very easy person to get along with," Evan said with a smile. Alex felt that she was being ridiculed again, but in front of Kayla, she did not have an attack. Late at night, some discordant sounds came from Kayla's bedroom. Since the soundproofing of the room was not very good, it disturbed Alex next door. Alex, who was forced to listen in the corner, gritted his teeth and blushed, hesitating whether to remind the two guys to lower their voices. But in the end, he did not disturb their interest and planned to wait until tomorrow. The discordant sound lasted for 2 hours before it finally stopped. "Wait for tomorrow. Let your robot play me. Leave Laura to my sister take care of. Let's go to Earth Zero to meet Gwen and Wanda first. I want to get to know them," Kayla said. Evan nodded. After dawn, the robot Kayla was taken out by Evan and asked her to go to work instead of the real Kayla. Alex's eyes jumped when she saw this scene. She also wanted a robot that could replace her at work, but that kind of simulation robot was worth a lot of money at first sight, so she was too embarrassed to mention it. "Alex, I'm leaving Evan and I for a few days to visit Evan's hometown. I'll leave Laura under your care first." Okay. Alex didn't refuse. After all, Laura is her sister's daughter. She is happy to take care of her, and Laura seems very sensible. I guess you don't have to worry too much about taking care of her. After saying goodbye to Alex and Laura, Evan took Kayla through time and space, left Earth 38, and arrived in the metropolis of Earth. How to make Wanda and Gwen accept Kayla. Evan already has a plan, and Kayla is willing to cooperate. The first step of the plan is to let Kayla get to know Wanda and Gwen first and become friends without Evan being present, and then it will be easy to operate. So after arriving at Earth Zero, Kayla left alone and went to find Wanda and Gwen as a player. Players in the Marvel world who log in to the DC world will be assigned a reasonable identity by the game system, so everyone is not a shady person here. Tony asked Pepper to bring a lot of hard currency from the real-world network. He made a lot of money by selling the hard currency, and then bought a not particularly big building on the outskirts of the metropolis as revenge. The operator has a sub-base in the DC world to facilitate and better develop the resources of this world. Captain America, Thor, Pepper Potts, Kristen Palmer, Wanda, and others all stayed here. Even Nick Fury and others, who had already left, came to live here after learning that Stark had bought a building here, saving them the trouble of finding a base outside. Wanda used the friend function on the game panel to call Gwen, who was far away in the romantic country. After settling in, everyone went to explore the world separately. Wanda and Gwen left the Avengers Alliance DC branch and wandered out together. While wandering around, the two accidentally met Kayla, the Supergirl from Earth-38. Gwen was very surprised when she saw Kayla. "Kayla, are you a player too?" "Well, when Awakening came before, I appeared in another place inexplicably. I almost thought I was kidnapped. Only through the game panel did I know that I had been pulled into this game world." When Kayla lied, she felt a little guilty, but fortunately, she had 80 years of life experience in the gaming world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to lie with a straight face. "Evan must have marked you when we last met." Gwen was sure of this. By now, Gwen is basically certain that the Marvel superhero game is Evan's masterpiece. She has already told Wanda her guess before. The two planned to talk to Evan about this matter when they saw her. So that's it. Kayla pretended to be surprised. Next, Gwen introduced Kayla and to each other. "I still don't know a lot about this game. Can I form a team with you?" "Okay, we're also quite interested in Kryptonians. Let's go to the outskirts and find a place where no one is around and let us see your ability." Wanda became interested. Okay. The three women left the city together. After Kayla performed some Kryptonian super abilities for Wanda Gwen, she easily gained their friendship. After that, the three of them played around together. At noon, they contacted Evan using the friend function in the player interface, and they met at a restaurant. Evan pretended to be unfamiliar with Kayla and asked in surprise, "When did you get together?" "This morning," Wanda said. The three of them sat down and ordered. "Is there anything you want to tell us about the Marvel superhero game?" Gwen crossed her arms across her chest, staring at Evan in a gesture that highlighted her career line. "I knew I couldn't hide it for long. Well, actually, I made this game." Evan didn't intend to hide it from Wanda and Gwen forever. Since they asked, he took this opportunity to tell it. But regarding how he made this game, he lied. "I once met a man who claimed to be the god of technology. He was seriously injured. I tried to save him, but failed. He was approaching. Before he died, he gave me the game world and poured a lot of knowledge into my head. This is the cause and effect." Wanda and Gwen did not doubt Evan's words, because Evan's growth trajectory was traceable, and only similar adventures could explain why he was different. Kayla didn't doubt Evan's words either. She also believed them. Just listen to Evan continue. "The DC copy we are currently in is not a virtual world, but a real world. Some time ago, when Gwen and I were testing the portal to another world, we accidentally came to this world. It was also in at that time. I bound my game world to this place." After Evan's explanation, Wanda and Gwen's curiosity was finally satisfied. "Tell me about you, Gwen. Have you found Wonder Woman?" Evan was quite curious about this. "I met her in the ancient Greek and Roman pavilion of the Louvre and took the initiative to get to know her. When she learned that I knew magic, she wanted to compete with me. She was too bellicose. But my fighting ability is not bad, so I found a place to fight with her, and we became friends after that. During those days in romantic country, I stayed at Diana's house and borrowed some of her equipment to study with her." "What did you study?" "There is enchantment on it. It is an enchantment technology that I have never seen before. I heard from Diana that it was Olympus enchantment, but Diana only knew the concept and did not master the technology. Otherwise, I would really want to learn something. Olympus enchanting technology." Evan murmured to himself, wondering if there was any way for him to learn such a technology. It seems that in the DC movie universe, the ancient forces of the old gods have been killed by Ares. Those who master this technology are probably going to die soon. Unless they can travel through time and space and go back to the past, they should not think about it. Wait, travel through time and space? Evan remembered that he had seen similar products in the Systems Exchange Mall. I remember it seemed like a book of exercises. Evan immediately clicked on the portable system Exchange Mall, searched through the list of exercises, and found a cultivation method that could allow people to travel through time and space. The name of this skill is the fifth magic. It comes from the world of Xingyue and is one of the 5 magics of Xingyue. It is also a magic held by the Aozaki family. Its function is related to time. It can summon cells from different timelines to come at the same time, and can also be used to travel through time and space. The magic of Xingyue cannot be mastered simply by practicing. It also needs to inherit extremely complex related magic imprints. Otherwise, it will be difficult to master it in a lifetime just by knowing the knowledge of cultivation. Even if it takes a lot of time to master it, there is no relevant if magic engraving assists spellcasting. It will be extremely complicated to activate magic. The fifth magic practice method. The exchange price is 10,000 exchange points. When Evan used his game to open the bridge between Marvel and DC, the fate of many people was greatly changed, which brought Evan got a lot of redemption points. Today, Evan has exactly 10,000 redemption points. He exchanged the relevant knowledge of the fifth magic without any hesitation. This knowledge automatically comes to Evan's mind. The knowledge is not complicated, and it includes instructions on how to construct the fifth magic seal. This is a big project. If there is no external assistance, and you just work hard on your own, you may not be able to complete it even if it takes 500 years. But who is Evan? He is a cheater. He can completely leave the magic engraving work to the robots, and then transplant the fifth magic engraving to himself after it is completed. There is no need for Evan to do it himself. I'm busy. Just leave all the power to Miss Abigail. In terms of microcarving, robots have unique advantages. The same engraving microcarving project would take 500 years for humans to do, but it might only take a few days for robots to do it. What are you thinking about? Wanda asked Evan when he saw that he was distracted. I was wondering where I could learn Olympus enchantment. Have you thought about it? Not yet. After lunch, the three girls are going shopping. Evan is not very interested in things like going shopping with women. The main reason is that when women go shopping, they have a fighting attitude, and it is easy to get tired if they go shopping together. So he separated from the three women, went straight back to the villa on Malibu Beach in the game common area, and summoned Abigail. He transferred all the related technologies of magic engraving and the relevant knowledge of the fifth magic engraving to Abigail's database. Abigail, how long will it take to make the fifth magic seal? Evans asked it. After Abigail digested the knowledge, she calculated silently for a moment and then spoke. With the equipment we have here to assist in the production, it is expected to be completed in 16 hours. It will take 3 hours to transplant this engraving for you. Then go ahead and mark the Russian transplant tomorrow. Okay, Father. Abigail took the order and went to produce the magic seal. That night, Wanda and Gwen invited Kayla to their home in the game world, and Kayla readily agreed. To celebrate making a Kryptonian friend, they held a lively family dinner at home. Generally speaking, drinks are essential when hosting a banquet. In order to make the banquet more atmospheric, everyone consciously suppressed their digestive system so that they could feel drunk and make the banquet more atmospheric. Kayla said that she was a Kryptonian and couldn't get drunk, so Wanda used Alter Reality's ability to block Kayla's ability to digest alcohol. Evan hoped that Wanda and Gwen would get drunk so that her evil plan could be carried out, but in order not to make it too obvious and Wanda and Gwen would see it, Evan instead. I am advising everyone to drink less. Kayla, on the other hand, kept saying that I could still drink and invited everyone to drink together. In fact, Kayla doesn't like drinking, but when she thinks that doing so will help her integrate into the big family faster, she goes all out. In the end, everyone was drunk. When Wanda is drunk, she looks particularly domineering. It seems that she doesn't care about any strange things that happen, but she even instigates them. Gwen is simply confused when she is drunk and could do some strange things in a daze. In this case, some things happen naturally. Alex didn't sleep that night. She communicated with Kara's husband and daughter, and asked them many questions. Although it was all incredible, Alex accepted it all. After dawn, after breakfast, Kara went to work at Kate Media Company. After all, she was still an employee there. Even as a Kryptonian, she needed to make money to support herself, otherwise she couldn't steal. After watching Kara leave, Alex turned and looked at Kara's husband and daughter. Evan saw that Alex wanted to talk to him alone, so he asked Laura to go out and play by herself. Laura said, oh, she used magic to control reality. Her entire figure seemed to have been erased with an eraser, and her body disappeared bit by bit. Seeing this scene, Alex's eyes jumped. He thought to himself, this daughter of Carla is very unusual. Next came the interrogation time of Alex's brother-in-law, Evans. As an agent of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau, Alex is quite impressive when he is serious. She showed her interrogator attitude very well. Mr. Evans, I guess you who could make that game are not from Earth, right? Evans, who was being interrogated, crossed his legs and looked very relaxed. Like you, I am human, but not human in your world. What does it mean? I think you should know the concept of parallel universes. I am an Earthling from other parallel universes. With all due respect, this sounds hard to believe. Shallow knowledge limits your imagination. Evan's words sounded like a mockery to Alex's ears. So, I would like to ask the knowledgeable Mr. Evans, can you take me to have a long experience? Of course, 570, and I will do it. Evans took Alex into Krypton, a copy of the game world. Even the virtual world, the gravity here on Krypton is 10 times higher. In order to prevent Alex from being harmed by the high-gravity environment here, Evans used magic helped Alex temporarily lose weight. This is the place where Kara and I lived together during those 80 years. It is also a virtual world created based on the Kryptonian civilization as a template. The gravity here is about 10 times that of Earth. But don't worry, I've used my ability to reduce your weight. Calculated, the gravity you can feel here will still be about the same as on Earth. After learning that the environment here was Krypton, Alex became interested in it. Although she had heard Kara mention Krypton more than once in the past years, it was not as direct as it seemed. On this day, just spent in Evans taking Alex to visit the virtual Krypton. In the evening, Kara came home from work, and Laura had also strolled back. Seeing that Evans and Alex were chatting, Kara smiled and said, "It looks like you guys are having a great time together. Your sister is a very easy person to get along with," Evans said with a smile. Alex felt that she was being ridiculed again, but she did not have an attack in front of Kara. Late at night, some discordant sounds came from Kara's bedroom, because the soundproofing of the room was not very good. Okay, this disturbed Alex next door. Alex, who was forced to listen in the corner, gritted his teeth and blushed. He hesitated to remind the two guys to lower their voices, but in the end he didn't bother them. "I'm interested. I'm going to wait until tomorrow to talk about it." The discordant sound lasted for 2 hours before it finally stopped. "Wait until tomorrow. Let your robot play me and leave Laura to my sister to take care of. Let's go to Earth Zero to meet Gwen and Wanda first. I want to get to know them," Kara said. Evans nodded. After dawn, the robot Kara was taken out by Evans and asked her to go to work instead of real Kara. Alex's eyes jumped when she saw this scene. She also wanted someone who could replace her at work, and it's a working robot, but that kind of simulation robot is worth a lot of money at first glance, so she doesn't have the nerve to mention it. "Alex, I'm leaving Evans for a few days to visit Evans' hometown. Laura will be left to you to take care of first." "Can." Alex didn't refuse. After all, Laura is his sister's daughter. She is happy to take care of her. Moreover, Laura seems to be very sensible. She must not have to worry too much about taking care of her. Farewell to Alex and Laura. Evans took Kara through time and space, left Earth 38, and arrived in the metropolis of Earth Zero. How to make Wanda and Gwen accept Kara. Evans already had a plan, and Kara also expressed her willingness to cooperate. The first step of the plan was to let Kara get to know Wanda and Gwen without Evans being present, and then they would become friends, and then it would be easy to operate. So after arriving at Earth Zero, Kara left alone. I want to look for Wanda and Gwen as a player. Players in the Marvel world who log into the DC world will be assigned a reasonable identity by the game system, so everyone here is not a shady person. Tony asked Pepper to come from reality. The World Network brought a lot of hard currency here and made a lot of money by selling hard currency, and then bought a not particularly big building on the outskirts of the metropolis as the Avengers branch in the DC world, based to better develop the resources of this world. Captain America, Thor, Pepper Potts, Kristen Palmer, Wanda, and others all stayed here. Even Nick Fury and others who had already left, in knowing that Stark bought a building here and came to live here, Wanda saved the trouble of finding a base outside. Wanda used the friend function of the game panel to call Gwen, who was far away in the romantic country, to come here. After settling in, everyone went to explore the world separately. Wanda and Gwen left the Avengers DC branch and wandered out together. While wandering, the two-inch accidentally met the Supergirl Kara from Earth 38. Gwen watched when I arrived at Kara. I was very surprised. Kara, are you a player too? Well, when I woke up before, I appeared in another place inexplicably. I almost thought I was kidnapped. Only through the game panel did I realize that I had been pulled into this game world. Kara felt a little guilty when she lied. Fortunately, she has 80 years of life experience in the game world. Otherwise, she really wouldn't be able to lie with a straight face. Evans must have tagged you the last time we met. Gwen is very sure of this. By now, Gwen is basically certain that the Marvel Superheroes game is the masterpiece of Evans. She has already told Wanda her guess before. The two plan to wait until they meet. Evans, just talk to her about this. So that's it. Kara pretended to be surprised. Next, Gwen introduced Kara and Wanda to each other. I still don't know a lot about this game. Can I join a team with you? Okay, we're also quite interested in Kryptonians. Let's go to the outskirts and find a deserted place and let us see what you're capable of. Wanda became interested. Okay, the three girls left the city together. After Kara performed some Kryptonian superpowers for Wanda Gwen, they easily gained their friendship. After that, the three of them played together. At noon, they contacted Evans using the friend function in the player interface, and they met at a restaurant. Evans pretended not to be familiar with Kara and asked in surprise, "When did you get together?" "This morning." Wanda said, "To read exciting novels, go to Felu Novel Network." The three of them sat down and ordered. "Is there anything you want to tell us about the Marvel Superheroes game?" Gwen crossed her arms across her chest, staring at Evans in a posture that emphasized her career line. "I knew I couldn't hide it for long. Well, actually, I made this game." Evans didn't intend to keep it secret from Wanda and Gwen. Since they asked, he took the opportunity to tell it. However, he lied about how he made the game. I once met a man who claimed to be the god of technology. He was seriously injured. I tried to save him, but failed. Before he died, he gave me the game world and poured it into my head. A lot of knowledge. This is the cause and effect. Wanda and Gwen did not doubt what Evans said, because Evans's growth trajectory can be traced, and only similar adventures can explain why he is different. Kara did not express any doubts about Evan either. I had doubts about C's words, but I also believed them. Just listen to Evans continue. The DC copy we are currently in is not a virtual world, but a real world. Some time ago, when Gwen and I were testing the portal to another world, we accidentally came to this world. It was also at that time that I bound my game world to this place. After Evan's explanation, Wanda and Gwen's curiosity was finally satisfied. "Tell me about you, Gwen. Have you found Wonder Woman?" Evans is quite curious about this. "I met her in the ancient Greek and Roman pavilion of the Louvre and took the initiative to get to know her. When she learned that I knew magic, she wanted to compete with me. She was too bellicose. But my fighting ability is not bad, so I found a place to fight with her, and we became friends after that. During those days in romantic country, I stayed at Diana's house and borrowed some of her equipment to study it." "What did you research?" "There is enchantment on it, which is a kind of enchantment technology that I have never seen before. I heard from Diana that it was Olympus enchantment, but Diana only knew this concept and did not master this technology. Otherwise, I really want to learn." "Olympus enchantment technology?" Evans murmured to himself, wondering if there was any way for him to learn such a technique. It seems that in the DC movie universe, the ancient forces of the old gods have been killed by Ares. Those who master this technology are probably dead. Unless they can travel through time and space and go back to the past, it is better not to think about it. Wait, time travel? Evans remembered that he had seen similar products in the system's exchange mall. I remember it seemed like a book of exercises. Evans immediately clicked on the portable system exchange mall. searched through the list of exercises, and found a cultivation method that could allow people to travel through time and space. The name of this skill is the fifth magic. It comes from the world of Xingyue and is one of the 5 magics of Xingyue. It is also a magic held by the Aozaki family. Its function is related to time. It can summon cells from different timelines to come at the same time, and can also be used to travel through time and space. The magic of Xingyue cannot be mastered simply by practicing. It also needs to inherit extremely complex related magic imprints. Otherwise, it will be difficult to master it in a lifetime just by knowing the knowledge of cultivation. Even if it takes a lot of time to master it, there is no relevant if magic engraving assists spellcasting. It will be extremely complicated to activate magic. The fifth magic practice method. The exchange price is 10,000 exchange points. When Evans used his games to open the bridge between Marvel and DC, the fate of many people was greatly changed, which gave Evans a lot of redemption points. Today, Evans has exactly 10,000 exchange points. He exchanged the relevant knowledge of the fifth magic without hesitation. This knowledge automatically came to Evans' mind. The knowledge is not complicated, and there's an engraving on how to construct the fifth magic. This is a big project. If there is no external assistance, and you just work hard on your own, you may not be able to complete it even if it takes 500 years. But who is Evans? He's a cheater. He can completely leave the magic sealing work to the robots. And after it is completed, he can transplant the fifth magic seal to his body. Evans does not need to do anything on his own, and can just leave it to Miss Abigail. In terms of microcarving, robots have unique advantages. The same engraving microcarving project would take 500 years for humans to do, but it might only take a few days for robots to do it. What are you thinking about? Wanda saw that Evans was distracted and asked him, I was wondering where to go to learn Olympus enchantment. Have you thought about it? Not yet. After lunch, the 3 girls were going shopping. Evans was not very interested in going shopping with women. The main reason was that women had a fighting attitude when they went shopping, and it was easy to get tired if they were together. So, he separated from the 3 women and went straight back to the villa on Malibu Beach in the game public area and summoned Abigail. He passed on all the related technologies of magic marking and the knowledge about the fifth magic mark to Abigail. Heirs database. Abigail, how long will it take to complete the fifth magic seal? For 0.1 inch, Evans asked it. After digesting the knowledge, Abigail calculated silently for a moment and then spoke. Using the equipment we have here to assist in the production, it is expected to be completed in 16 hours. It will take 3 hours to transplant this engraving for you. Then go ahead and transplant the seal for me tomorrow. Okay, Father. Abigail took the order and went to produce the magic seal. That night, Wanda and Gwen invited Kara to visit their home in the game world, and Kara readily agreed. To celebrate making a Kryptonian friend, they held a party at their home, a lively family banquet. Generally speaking, wine is essential for a banquet. In order to make the banquet more atmospheric, everyone consciously suppresses their digestive system so that they can feel drunk and make the banquet more atmospheric. Kara said that she was a Kryptonian and couldn't get drunk, so Wanda used her ability to modify reality to block Kara's ability to digest alcohol. Evans hoped that Wanda and Gwen would get drunk so that her evil plan could be carried out. But in order not to be too obvious in Wanda, Gwen would see it. Evans was trying to persuade everyone to drink less. Kara, on the contrary, kept saying that I could still drink and pulled everyone to drink together. In fact, Kara, she didn't like drinking, but when she thought that doing so would help her integrate into the big family faster, she risked it. In the end, everyone got drunk. When Wanda was drunk, she looked particularly domineering, as if something strange had happened. She didn't care about anything and instead encouraged her. When Gwen was drunk, she was simply confused, and she could do some strange things in a daze. Under such circumstances, some things happen naturally. Game common area, Evans' villa. The next morning, Wanda rubbed her hungover head and sat up from the bed in a daze. But when she saw her surroundings clearly, she was startled, woke up immediately, and then was stunned. on this big bed, for people, including herself, were lying on the big bed at the moment. Everyone's body looked particularly cool. Wanda was sluggish. She couldn't help but recall what happened last night. Then she remembered. Last night, in order to celebrate making a new friend Kayla, she and Gwen proposed to hold a family dinner. During the family dinner, everyone started drinking. In order to feel tipsy and increase the atmosphere of the party, she and Gwen made their own alcoholic drinks. Her digestive system was suppressed to the level of an ordinary person, and she even used origin magic power on Kayla, allowing Kayla, a Kryptonian, to experience the feeling of being drunk. During this period, Evan kept urging them to drink less. Drinking too much can lead to accidents, but they didn't listen. As a result, everyone got drunk. When she was drunk, Kayla broke out and complained that she was a Kryptonian in 2008 and was too strong to find a boyfriend. She would be an orphan in the future. Kayla even cried as she said this. She was really a drama queen. At that time, I didn't know what to think, so I told Kayla, Evan's body bones are strong enough. Then Kayla actually gave it a try. Evan was resisting, but he couldn't resist. As a result, Evan was killed by Kayla. After that, several people even staged a full martial arts show. Wanda covered her face with her hands as she recalled everything. She felt that she must have had a brain twitch last night. Otherwise, how could she have done such a thing? Is Evan to blame? They're the innocent ones. Okay? Not long after, Kayla woke up. Because Kayla was under the influence of origin magic power, it was the first time she got drunk. She had no experience with drunkenness, so she obviously drank too much. After waking up, Kayla froze when she saw 4 people sleeping on a bed. What happened last night? She remembered that last night, she and Evan planned to implement the plan called integrating into the big family. Looking at the current situation, is it possible that the transfer was successful? Kayla saw Wanda looking at her with complicated eyes, so she asked, "What happened last night?" As you can see, Wanda said quietly. Gwen woke up at this time and was stunned by the scene. She gradually recalled what happened last night and fell silent. Evan woke up, sat up, and looked at the awkward atmosphere around him, then released his domineering spirit, hugging 1 with his left hand and 2 with his right hand, and said that you are all my wings. Because the copy of Doctor Strange 1 has been unlocked, players have already cleared this copy one after another and learned the story of Stephen Strange. At the same time, everyone was also surprised by the magic of magic. Whether it is mirror space, dimensional travel, or portals, these are things that are difficult to achieve with technology. This got many people interested in magic. For example, Nick Fury, who is always making trouble, feels that there is such a powerful organization as Kamar-Taj on the Earth, and the former SHIELD didn't know about it. It shouldn't be true. Fury wants to try to win over Kamar-Taj, and is also planning to send some SHIELD agents there to learn magic. However, considering that there are many foreign spies in SHIELD, it is hard to say who will benefit if we really send people there. When he thought about the fact that there were a large number of foreign spies with malicious intentions in the Bureau, but he still couldn't find them, Fury felt as if he had eaten a fly. Fortunately, he has people he can trust. Fury decided to send Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton to find Kamar-Taj and learn from him. After receiving the mission, Natasha Romanoff did not log into the game for the time being. She and Clint Barton teamed up to go to Kathmandu to find Kamar-Taj. It's a pity that magic is all about fate. When the Ancient One thinks that they have no fate, they can't hope to find the right place, even if they look for Patian in Kathmandu. Loki is jailbroken. His ability to escape from prison has something to do with her mother Frigga. That day, Loki logged into the game and entered the DC world. Seeing that he was about to be besieged by the Avengers, he decisively chose to leave. Later, Frigga found Loki and revealed her identity. Only then did Loki find out that his mother had also become a player of this game, and he was surprised at the time. Loki and Frigga said that they no longer wanted to stay in prison. Frigga couldn't bear her son to go to jail, so she used the game world as a medium to give Loki a treasure that could help him escape from prison. Loki took the treasure, exited the game, and successfully escaped from Asgard's prison. As a result, as soon as he got out of prison, he was blocked by his father Odin. He originally thought that Odin was here to arrest him and take him back to prison, but he found that Odin was a little abnormal and actually told him that he wanted to go to Midgard. Loki brought Odin to Midgard and then sent Odin to the Green Garden Sanatorium in New York. Then, Loki transformed into Odin and returned to Asgard. The plot has gone around in a circle and come back again. The only one who knew about this was Frigga, but Frigga just didn't say anything. Rather, when Odin was sent to Midgard by Loki, Frigga was the happiest one. In addition to playing Odin, Loki is also a player of the Marvel superhero game and has a deep understanding of the value of this game. In order to better understand the DC copy, he also took the time to go to Midgard and watch Evan's movies. DC movie series produced by the company. Knowing the plot of the DC world, Loki's expression became solemn. The water in the DC world is very deep. What is the Flash, which is so fast that it can travel through time? Batman, who has an incredible IQ and can defeat all the great gods as a human. Is he sure he's not cheating? Why does a small light ring feel like it has more technology than the most advanced spacecraft here? That guy Darkseid, are you sure he didn't get Thanos' character by mistake? The Justice League over there seems to be a superhero organization even more annoying than the Avengers. That DC copy world is no worse than the world here in terms of combat effectiveness. If you want to profit from that world, you have to plan carefully. Game Commons, Evan's Villa. The next morning, Wanda rubbed her hungover head and sat up from the bed in a daze. But when she saw her surroundings clearly, she was excited, woke up immediately, and then was stunned. There were 4 people, including herself, lying on this big bed. Everyone's body looked particularly cool. Wanda was sluggish. She couldn't help but recall what happened yesterday night. Then she remembered. Yesterday, in order to celebrate the new friend Carla, she and Gwen proposed to hold a family dinner. During the family dinner, everyone started drinking. In order to feel tipsy and increase the atmosphere of the party, she and Gwen combined their own feelings about alcohol. The digestive system was suppressed to the level of ordinary people, and she even used chaos magic on Kara, so that Kara, a Kryptonian, could experience the feeling of being drunk. During this period, Evans kept urging them to drink less. Drinking too much can lead to accidents, but they didn't listen. As a result, everyone got drunk. While drunk, Kara broke out and complained that her 24 Kryptonian body was too strong to find a boyfriend and that she would be an orphan in the future. Kara even cried as she said this. She was really a drama queen. At that time, I didn't know what to think, so I told Kara, Evan's body bones are strong enough. Then Kara actually gave it a try. Evans resisted, but failed to resist, and the result was that Evans was killed by Kara. After that, several people staged a full martial arts show. Wanda covered her face with her hands as she recalled everything. She felt that she must have had a brain twitch last night. Otherwise, how could she have done such a thing? Is Evans to blame? They are the innocent ones, okay? Not long after, Kara woke up. Kara was affected by chaos magic and got drunk for the first time. She had no experience with drunkenness and obviously drank too much. After waking up, Kara froze when she saw 4 people sleeping on a bed. What happened yesterday night? She remembered that yesterday night she and Evans planned to implement the plan called integration into the big family. Looking at the current situation, could it be that the plan was successful? Carla saw Wanda looking at her with complicated eyes, so she asked, "What happened yesterday night?" As you can see, Wanda spoke quietly. Gwen woke up at this time and was stunned by the scene. She gradually recalled what happened yesterday night and fell silent. Evans woke up, sat up, and looked at the awkward atmosphere around him. Then he released Fu Gang's domineering energy, hugged 1 with his left hand and 2 with his right hand, and said that you are all my wings. Because the copy of Doctor Strange 1 has been unlocked, players have already cleared this copy one after another and learned about Stephen Strange. Story. At the same time, everyone is also surprised by the magic of magic. Whether it's mirror space, dimensional travel, or portals, they're all things that are difficult to achieve with technology. This makes many people interested in magic. For example, Always Making Trouble Nick Fury thinks that there is such a powerful organization as Karmitage on the Earth, and the former shield didn't know about it. This is true. Fury wants to try to win over Carmitage, and he is also prepared to do so. Send some shield agents there to learn magic, but considering that there are many foreign spies in shield, it's hard to say who will benefit if we really send people there. Thinking about the fact that there are a lot of evil intentions in the Bureau of Foreign Spies, but he couldn't find them, and Fury felt as if he had eaten a fly. Fortunately, he had someone he could trust. Fury decided to send Natasha and Clint Barton to find Kamitai G. By the way, she learned the art from her teacher. Natasha, who received the mission, did not log into the game for the time being. She teamed up with Clint Barton to go to Kathmandu to look for Kamitaj. Unfortunately, magic is about one thing: fate. When Ancient One thought they were not destined, they couldn't hope to find the right place, even if they were looking for Patian in Kathmandu. Loki escaped from prison. His ability to escape from prison had something to do with her mother Frigga. That day, Loki logged in the game, enters the DC world, and is about to be besieged by the Avengers, so she decisively chooses to run away. Later, Frigga finds Loki and reveals her identity. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Only then did Loki know. It turned out that his mother also became a player of this game, and he was still surprised at the time. Loki and Frigga said that they did not want to stay in prison anymore. Frigga could not bear to have her son in jail, so she passed the game world was a transit point and gave Loki a treasure that could help him escape from prison. Loki took the treasure, exited the game, and successfully escaped from the prison in Asgard. As a result, as soon as he got out of prison, he was killed by his father. Odin is stuck in traffic. He originally thought that Odin was here to arrest him and take him back to prison, but he found that Odin was a little abnormal and actually told him that he wanted to go to the atrium. Loki took Odin to the atrium and then sent Odin to the Green Garden nursing home in New York. Then, Loki transformed into Odin and returned to Asgard. The plot goes around in a circle and comes back again. The only one who knew about 803 was Frigga, but Frigga just didn't say anything. Rather, Frigga was the happiest one when Odin was sent to the atrium by Loki. In addition to playing Odin, Loki is also a player of the Marvel superhero game and has deeply realized the value of this game. In order to better understand the DC copy, he also took the time to visit the atrium and look at the DC series of movies produced by Evans Film and Television Company. Knowing the plot of the DC world, Loki's expression became solemn. The water in the DC world is very deep. Who is the Flash who is so fast that he can travel through time? Batman, who has an incredible IQ and is able to defeat all the great gods as a human. Is he definitely not cheating? How come a small light ring seems to be more technologically advanced than the most advanced spacecraft here? That guy Darkseid, are you sure he didn't get Thanos' character by mistake? The Justice League over there seems to be a superhero organization even more annoying than the Avengers. That DC copy world is no worse than the world here in terms of combat effectiveness. If you want to profit from that world, you have to plan carefully. Kara has successfully joined this big family. If you want to say who is happiest, it must be someone. But Wanda and Gwen were not in a good mood and did not want to talk to Evans. The two of them planned to have a good chat with Kara. Evans was kicked out of the house by them. He came to the underground factory under the villa, found Miss Robot Abigail, and asked it, "How is the production of the 5th magic seal going?" "Return to Father. It has been completed and can be transplanted and engraved for you at any time." Abigail brought Evans to the front and pointed to something in front of her. It was something smaller than a QR code, but countless times more complicated. This thing is a magic engraving. Then let's get started. 3 hours later, the transplantation operation of the magic seal was successfully completed. The seal was transplanted to one of Evan's ribs. Evan stepped off the operating bed and tried to infuse magic into the 5th magic seal. The 5th magic entered the stage of gathering momentum. Ready to go. As mentioned in the introduction, this magic is time-related magic, which can be used to cause many time-based phenomena, such as time dilation, expanding time in an area, and accelerating the flow of time in the area. Time contraction, shrink time in an area and slow down the flow of time in the area. Past body summoning, summon one or more cells from the past timeline, so that they can come to the present in the form of projection and be controlled by the body. Future body summoning. Summon or multiple future possibilities themselves, allowing them to come to the present in the form of projection and be controlled by the ontology. Time travel. Traveling through time and space, going to the past or different possible futures. Time gear effect. Accelerating body time. Entering speedster mode. That's about it. The effect of the fifth magic made Evans nod with satisfaction. At the same time, he also realized one thing. The magic imprinting technology not only fits the moon system, but also simplifies the complex casting process. As long as it is given, just add the corresponding content to the magic engraving. So Evans found a computer and began to design engravings for all the magic he had learned. It took him 2 hours to design the engraving content, and he asked Abigail to produce this engraving. With this engraving, the steps for casting many of Evans' magics can be simplified, even instantaneous. This new engraving is not as complicated as the fifth magic, and it only took Abigail more than an hour. Finished making this new magic imprint, and spent another 3 hours transplanting it to Evans' body. The location was also on the rib, but it was just another rib. Evans tried it and found the effect. Fearing, many of his magics can be cast instantly, without complicated casting steps. Evans left the underground factory and returned to the villa above. Wanda, Gwen, and Kara, all three of them were there at this time. Three people. The atmosphere between us was no longer as awkward as it was in the early morning. Seeing that Evans was back, Wanda said, "Evans, give me and Gwen the permission to enter the Krypton copy. We want to visit Kara's hometown." "Look, then let's do it together." Evans gave Wanda and Gwen the permission to enter the dungeon, and then the four of them went to the Krypton dungeon together and spent a few days vacation there together. That night, Evans came to the DC world. Metropolis is going to find Superman, trying to get the central book of Kryptonian civilization from the other party. The central book is, to put it bluntly, the gene pool of the Kryptonians. It was integrated into Superman's genetic information by Superman's father, Jor-El. Theoretically speaking, as long as Superman's genes can be obtained, it is possible to reversely decipher all the genetic information in the central book. She used Kara's hair as a casting medium to locate the Kryptonian bloodline and easily located Superman's current location. At this moment, Superman Clark Kent was in a bar with his girlfriend Lois Lane. Evans walked into the bar and saw the two people sitting in the corner of the bar. He walked over and said hello to the two. "Read the novel. Just go to Felu Novel Network." "Good evening, Mr. Kent, Mississippi Lane. My name is Evans Nelson. I wonder why you are looking for us?" asked Lois Lane. "To be precise, I came to see Mr. Kent." After Evans finished speaking, he looked at Clark Kent and smiled. "Mr. Kent, your cousin Kara Zor-El asked me to take her to say hello to you." When Superman heard this, he stood up immediately. Although Superman was sent to the Earth when he was still a baby, but Superman carries a device equipped with his father's artificial intelligence program. Through that artificial intelligence, he knows many things about his hometown, including who his relatives are. He knew that he had a cousin named Kara, but he had never met him. He even thought that his cousin died when Krypton exploded. But now, someone told him that his cousin was still alive. How could he not be excited? "Excuse me, where is my cousin?" Clark Kent asked excitedly. "She is not on Earth right now, and it may take a while before you can see her." While Evans was talking, he sat down opposite the two of them. After he sat down, he quietly cast a small magic similar to a Muggle shielding spell, so that other people in the bar would not notice them. Sighed, so that the next topic can be started. A magic projection appeared in Evans's hand. A sunny and cheerful blonde girl appeared in the projection. She was the Earth 38 version of Kara, not the black short-hair version. "She is your cousin." "Well, Mr. Nelson, with all due respect, Clark's cousin looks even younger than Clark," Lois Lane complained. Before the explosion of Krypton, Mr. Kent's uncle Zor-El also sent Kara away from Krypton and asked her to come to Earth to protect her cousin. However, because she left too late at that time, the moment the spacecraft just flew out of Krypton, the star exploded, causing its spacecraft to be affected and thrown into the Phantom Zone. Time in the Phantom Zone is in a state of contraction. Kara only stayed there for a short time, but many years have passed in the outside world. This is why the cousin Carla is younger than her cousin. After Evan's explanation, the two of them suddenly understood. Clark and Lewis both knew about the Phantom Zone. When General Zod invaded the Earth last year, he told them that they and others were imprisoned in the Phantom Zone prison just because Krypton explodes and they escape from the Phantom Zone prison. "What is your relationship with my cousin?" Clark asked. Clark has supervision. He can see that the young man in front of him is a pure Earth human. He can know so many things about the Kryptonian civilization. It seems that Kara told the other party. Now he is very curious about the other party and Kara's cousin. Relationship. I am her husband. During the day, Gwen and Wanda went to Marvel Empire State University to attend school. Kayla also returned to work at Kate Media Company in DC Earth 38. Evan had just gotten up, washed up, and stood in front of the Malibu Beach Villa in the public area to do some stretching exercises. At this time, Sharon, who was running in the morning by the beach, passed by. Seeing that Evan was also doing morning exercises, she ran over to say hello. "Morning, Evan. Don't you have to go to work at SHILD today? Or are you agents so busy? My mission is right here. I will go to the DC copy later and start a company in my own name. Do you want to come with me?" Okay. Evan had nothing to do today, so he simply agreed. After morning practice, Evan went back to take a shower and then teamed up with Sharon Carter and descended into the metropolis of the DC world together. "Where are you going to open a company? Metropolis, Gotham, Midstar City, or Star City?" Evan asked her. "Let's go to Zhongxing City. In addition to opening a company, I'm also planning to get in touch with the Flash," Sharon said. As soon as Evan heard this, he knew that Sharon's contact with the Flash must be a task given by Nick Fury. The value of the Flash does not lie in how fast he is, but in his ability to travel through time and space. Someone with this kind of ability, Nick Fury would definitely want to win over. Okay. Evan casts a spell and opens any door. "Let's go." After passing through the portal, the two of them had arrived at Zhongxing City in Missouri from the metropolis of Delaware. Although I already know the existence of magic, I still find it magical no matter how many times I see it. "Evan, can I learn magic from you?" Sharon asked. Sharon also wanted to learn about this magical power. "I'm afraid my magic is not suitable for you. If you want to learn it, you could try to find Kamar Taj." Evan has no interest in being a teacher for SHILD agent. The two of them walk together toward a nearby coffee shop. This game uses your movie as a script and creates this copy. "What do you think about this?" "It's an honor. I thought you were going to say it was infringement." Evan shrugged and didn't answer the question. While talking, the two walked into the coffee shop. After sitting down, Sharon took out a laptop and put on the table and began to search for local office building information to facilitate leasing company space later. SHILD wants to open a company here. It seems that it plans to use the technology of the Marvel world to make profits in the DC world and earn money here to purchase various resources and fund activities here. After all, everything in modern society requires money. Sharon made inquiries while chatting with Evan. After chatting for a while, she seemed to suddenly think of something and asked, "By the way, Evan, I heard that when you clear the game dungeon, you may get an invitation letter from a new player, but other players in SHILD and I have cleared the dungeon many times, so why didn't we get an invitation letter?" "Maybe it's because the violence rate is too low. I've only gotten it twice," Evan said seriously and perfunctorily. Evan would not send out invitations casually, especially to Shield God knows who SHILD will invite once they have this thing. If HYDRA elements are invited in, wouldn't it destroy the game environment? Evan also asked Sharon a question. "Miss Sharon, are you Peggy Carter's niece? I want to know who Peggy Carter finally married." Evan asked. "Growing up, I have only seen Paige and not her husband. I only know that such a person exists." Sharon shook her head. After hearing this, Evan had some suspicions that Peggy's husband might be Steve Rogers, who returned from the future to the past. Probably to prevent history from being changed, Steve Rogers kept a low profile and did not show up. Even Sharon Carter did not know who Peggy Carter's husband was. Soon, Sharon found an office building for rent and he called the property management company to arrange a time to meet and visit. Sharon worked quickly and resolutely. She and Evan went to visit the office building and signed the contract directly after confirming that it was suitable. In the afternoon, Sharon had to go to the relevant department to register a company. Evan felt bored and stopped following. He said goodbye to Sharon and went back to the Marvel world. 0. Please give me flowers. Evan plans to go to Empire State University to see how Wanda and Gwen are doing on campus there and whether they are bothered by flies. He drove all the way to the Empire State University campus. Before he could find Wanda and Gwen, he met someone who surprised Evan. The other party is a college student, not tall, only 158 centimeters by visual inspection. She is wearing a red half-sleeve shirt and a pair of blue jeans, which is not fashionable, and her figure is also very petite, so she does not look that eye-catching. But the key is her looks. Is that Canadian actress Ellen Page? No, that's Shadowcat Katie. When did mutants appear in the Marvel movie universe? Or is it that the other party is just an ordinary person's variant of Shadowcat here? 0. Evan stopped the car, walked towards the girl who was sitting on the bench reading a book under the shade of the tree, and sat next to her. Kathleen Pride. Evan asked, "Do you know me?" The girl who looked like Shadowcat looked at Evan in confusion. Evan did not answer her question, but asked again, "Do you know Professor Charles Francis Xavier?" The girl who was suspected of being Shadowcat's pupil shrank, and she suddenly stood up, staring directly at Evan. Her breathing was rapid, and her pretty face was red with excitement. "You know Charles? Are you from there too? Then you must know how to go back, right?" Evan revealed that the other party was really Shadowcat Katie. From the other party's reaction, it was not difficult for Evan to guess that the other party should have accidentally traveled from other parallel worlds to the Marvel movie universe. Considering that Katie's ability allows the body to quantize and pass through obstacles, it can also send a person's consciousness to travel back in time and space. There is no guarantee that the other party will be able to travel through time and space during ability upgrade or change. Mutant's ability is easy to lose control of, perhaps because Katie accidentally traveled here when her ability was out of control and she can't go back. Don't worry. Tell me your story first. I'm quite curious about it. Okay, what do you want to know? Let's start with how you traveled through time. Clark was stunned when he learned that Evans was Kara's husband. It turns out that the person in front of me can be considered half of my relative. Clark suddenly became enthusiastic. During the communication with Clark Kent, Evans used borrowed magic, designated Wanda as the source of magic, and borrowed one-time chaos magic from the other party. Chaos magic was quietly activated by Evans. He tried to modify reality to obtain the central book from Superman's body, but perhaps due to a problem with the rules of the world, the magic failed to activate. Evans could only do the next best thing and borrow chaos magic again, this time only slightly modifying reality. In the new reality, a piece of Clark Kent's hair appears in Evans' hands. Clark himself was unaware of this. After completing the purpose of his trip, Evans was ready to say goodbye and leave. Before he left, Clark exchanged phone numbers with him for future contact. Evans returned to the factory below the villa in the game world, handed Superman's hair to Abigail Dorothy, and asked her to use the equipment here to see if she could parse the information from the central book. Abigail played the role of a tool very well and started the genetic analysis work. Evans released his senses and looked at the villa above the factory. He found that the three women were chatting about some private conversations between women, so he didn't bother them. He teleported directly out of the underground factory and came to the outside world. He was going to test the fifth magic of time travel to see how it would work. With the activation of magic, Evans' body slowly disappeared from the real world and came to the legendary River of Time. It is said that this river is a tributary of the Mother River of Time, and there are other tributaries on the tributary that branch out into parallel branches. Time and space. Evans flew upstream along the River of Time. After a moment, he returned to 1918. This was the end of the First World War. If Evans remembers correctly, this was the year Diana left Paradise Island. He felt the consumption of his body and found that time travel did not consume much magic power, but when he was in other eras, the consumption of magic power would continue. It seemed that this consumption would only stop when he returned to his original era. Evans was curious. In this case, what would happen if his magic power ran out? Evans guessed that some unexpected changes might occur, but it would definitely not be a good thing. So he didn't try. Evans took a deep breath, activated magic again, and traveled to the longer past. A moment later, he arrived in 1470 and randomly landed in a small town in Italy. Evans cast a spell to change his clothes into period styles. By asking the residents of these 513 miles, Evans learned the current location. This is the town of Vinci in Tuscany. If I remember correctly, Vinci Town is the hometown of Leonardo da Vinci. According to the DC setting, Leonardo da Vinci was a magician who mastered irony magic and seemed to have a close relationship with the Zatara family. The other party was born in 1452, and now it is 1470. The other party is 18 years old this year. During this period, he should be in Florence, murmured Evans. In the DC New 52 comics, the Greek gods Hephaestus and Aphrodite rarely live in heaven. They live in Florence all year round, but they don't know that in this DC world, they have not yet been exposed to all kinds of things. Now that the restart is underway, if the two Greek gods are in Florence, go look for them. If you find them, you will have the opportunity to learn Olympus enchantment. A random door appeared in front of Evans, and he walked into it and arrived directly in Florence. This is a city full of artistic beauty and the most famous art center in Europe at this point in time. With fine arts, crafts, and textiles are famous throughout Europe, and it is also the birthplace of the European Renaissance, which is extremely prosperous. In the comics, Vulcan opened an art store called Beauty and the Beast in this city. Let's find out. Evan started to inquire about the store here. After this inquiry, he actually found out. There really is a store called Beauty and the Beast in this city. He came to the address and looked at the plaque of the store in front of him. He complained in his heart. It is said that the god of fire Hephaestus is very ugly and has big fangs, which makes him look like a wild beast. Aphrodite, the wife of the god of fire, the goddess of love, is one of the most beautiful women in the Greek pantheon. She also won the title of the most beautiful in the Golden Apple incident and has the dual titles of love and beauty. When the god of love and the god of fire get married, aren't they like Beauty and the Beast? This description is so apartment. While complaining in his heart, Evans pushed open the door of the store and walked in. As you enter, you can see that most of the products sold in this store are handicrafts. The clerk in the store is a red-haired young beauty who is very friendly. He was sitting lazily behind the counter, showing no enthusiasm for the customers who came in and looking unmotivated. Beauty, are you afraid that this store will close down if you are so lazy? Evans couldn't help but complained. The red-haired beauty raised her head, glanced at Evans, and said with a lack of interest, "If it goes bankrupt, go bankrupt. I can't wait to do it. Have personality." Evans nodded and immediately looked at the goods in this store. There are no mysterious goods here. They're all very ordinary handicrafts. After a few glances, he lost interest. Evans walked to the counter, said to the red-haired beauty, "I want to become your husband's teacher and learn Olympus enchantment." The red-haired beauty was slightly surprised. She looked at Evans again and looked him up and down. Only then did she realize that the other person was not an ordinary human being, but a being whose life status was similar to her own. This red-haired beauty had already lived in hundreds of millions of dollars at least. Years old, she knows all the old gods of the pantheon and even knows a lot about the new gods, but she has never met the one in front of her. Could he be a god who was born in the past tens of thousands of years? If you go in through the door at the back and go all the way down, you'll see my husband. Thanks. Evans walked to the back, where there was a door with a line of words written on it. Door of Nothingness. When he opened the door, he could see a stone staircase spiraling downward. It took about half an hour to walk down and finally reach the end. As you can see, it is a very majestic underground city. There are many shirtless, muscular men in this city. They work and live here, and they all have good force values, but their personalities look like girls. Angry and not at all masculine as a man. Evans stopped a muscular brother and asked him where the god of fire was. the brother said weakly. He is forging weapons in the divine furnace over there. Evans had a strange expression and asked the other party, "Are all your people here so feminine in character?" Brother Gay nodded hesitantly. "We are the other side of the Amazons." "Oh, I get it." Evans nodded. The brothers here were all born on Paradise Island. Originally, according to tradition, baby boys born on Paradise Island would be thrown into the sea and drowned. Later, the god of fire, Hephaestus, couldn't stand it. Took the initiative to adopt those Amazon baby boys who should have been drowned, and this is how the brothers in this dungeon came into existence. In essence, this dungeon was an orphan created by Hephaestus for these Amazon men. The Amazons also have a characteristic, that is, girls have personalities like men, and boys have personalities like women, which is very magical. Evans went all the way to the Divine Forge, where he met the god of fire, Hephaestus. The other person is not tall, but has a very strong build. He looks like a short but plump man. He looks very stocky at first glance. The other person is not good-looking either. It reminds people of the feeling of a human being who has been genetically mutated. "Lord Vulcan, I am Evans. I am here to become your apprentice and learn Olympus enchantment technology." Evans got straight to the point and explained his purpose. Vulcan's vision is obviously better than that of Cupid. What Cupid didn't see, Vulcan could see at a glance. "You are not from this time and space, are you?" "I'm a person from the future." Now that it was seen, Evans did not hide it. The Vulcans are no strangers to time travelers. In fact, the old gods are capable of time travel, although they rarely do so. Let me give you a warning, don't try to play with time, otherwise you will find that you have been played with by time. Thank you for your reminder. Just like the legend says, Vulcan is indeed a breath of fresh air among the male gods in the Olympus god system. Other male gods are scheming all day long, but Vulcan is the most honest guy, even if he is often beaten. He can maintain a good attitude even if his wife is a cuckold or even gives birth to a child for someone else. The god of fire did not make any demands. Since Evans wants to learn Olympus enchantment, and the other person's life is also a god, he is qualified. Appearing here, he agreed to teach. In the next 6 months, Evans stayed with the god of fire Hephaestus, giving him while taking action. He learned the Olympus enchantment technique mastered by the other party. Although the other party did not teach him everything, he also passed on a lot of useful knowledge to Evans, including not only Olympus enchantment, but also blacksmithing. Don't think that your blacksmithing skills are very low. You must know that Vulcan is the master of forging artifacts in the Olympus pantheon. Wonder Woman's set of equipment was basically made by this god of fire. Vulcan's blacksmithing skills are more advanced than Shinji Balian. Others who want to learn it have not had the chance to learn it. Being able to learn this is definitely an additional gain. After half a year of study, Evans mastered many blacksmithing and enchanting skills. He borrowed the divine furnace in Hephaestus and used the newly learned technology to create several pieces of equipment. To read Bao Shuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. The first one is the Crystal Sword, which is a multifunctional artifact that can be enlarged or reduced, can fly at high speed according to the owner's wishes, and can also be stepped on to fly. It is sturdy. It is also characterized by its sharpness and sharpness. The most important thing is that this sword is very beautiful, shiny, and artistically beautiful. The second piece, the magic wand, has many magical little magics built into it, but it requires magic charging. One charge can last for a long time. As long as there is energy in the magic wand, even ordinary people can use it. The third piece is a copycat sacred garment based on Athena's sacred garment in a certain anime. This sword sacred garment is a female model. It is golden in color and covers the whole body. It also has a pair of metal wings on the back. It looks extremely sexy. Wind. These 3 pieces of equipment were built and given away by Evans. Magic wand for Kara. The crystal sword and sacred clothing were given to Wanda and Gwen. Fire god Hephaestus stood next to Evans and looked at the 3 pieces of equipment created by Evans. The crystal sword and magic wand seemed ordinary to him, but that set of sacred clothes, even from the perspective of the god of fire, was attractive enough. He felt that his sister and younger sisters would definitely like this style of battle clothes. I'm thinking about whether I should learn this style of painting and create a few similar ones so that I don't have to worry about running out of things to give as gifts in the future. Lord Vulcan, what do you think of these pieces of equipment I created? It's okay, you can start training now. Vulcan gave a pertinent evaluation. After putting away these 3 pieces of equipment, Evans once again expressed his gratitude to Vulcan. Thank you for your teaching during this time. After bidding farewell to the god of fire, Evans followed the stone stairs of the Gate of Nothingness and left the dungeon, once again arriving at the Beauty and the Beast store. Today, half a year later, the red-haired beauty is still sitting there bored. Here, it's hard not to wonder if she would have been sitting here motionless for the past 6 months. But it probably wouldn't be possible. Hey kid, are you leaving now? Yes, your majesty, I am going home. Bon voyage. The red-haired goddess waved her hand with a smile. Evans crossed time and space and returned to the day when he left. To the people in this time and space, it was as if he had never left. Evans returned to his home in the game world. At this moment, Wanda, Gwen, and Kara were still sitting together chatting. Evans greeted the 3 of them. I just went out and met the legendary Vulcan god Hephaestus. I learned Olympus enchantment from him and built 3 pieces of equipment. Evans took out the crystal sword first and handed it to Wanda. Here, this is your gift. Wanda took it, looked at it carefully, and quickly figured out how to use it, and immediately fell in love with it. Thanks, I love it. Evans took out a second gift, the sacred garment. When it is not worn, it is folded into one piece. At first glance, it looks like a gold brick. This is an armor I created based on Athena's sacred clothing. Not only does it have amazing defensive power, it can also increase the wearer's strength and speed, and also allow the wearer to fly. Evans handed this golden brick-like sacred garment to Gwen. Gwen took it and complained. It's obviously a gold brick. You can tell by dripping blood on it. Evans reminded. Gwen endured the pain, bit her fingertips, and dripped blood on the gold brick. Under the curious gaze of Wanda and Kara, something magical happened. The gold brick suddenly burst into golden light and integrated into Gwen's body. Gwen felt something. She followed that feeling, and with a slight movement of thought, the golden sacred clothes automatically appeared on her body. The sacred clothes only have a thin layer, which perfectly outlines Gwen's good figure. With the golden wings on the back of the sacred clothes, she looks as cool as she is. Wow! Gwen was shocked. She hurriedly ran to the mirror nearby, looked at the extremely stunning herself in the mirror, and immediately burst into laughter. She obviously liked this gift very much. This is so cool. Wanda looked at Gwen's sacred clothing, and then at the crystal sword in her hand. It was hard to tell which of the 2 pieces of equipment was more powerful. But to say which one is more attractive, it must be the sacred clothing. As for me, you must have prepared a gift for me, right? Kara began to look forward to. Certainly. Evans took out the magic wand. It was very Harry Potter style. It looked inconspicuous at first glance, but it was very magical. This is a magic wand, specially prepared for people who don't know magic. As long as you hold it, you can perform many magical little magics. Kara took the magic wand and asked, how should I use it? A drop of blood will make it recognize you as its master. From now on, it can only be used by you. Even if it is lost, you can still sense its whereabouts. Oh. Kara tried to bite her fingertips, but the steel body couldn't bite through it. She could only look at Evans pitifully. Evans did not let her down. With the permission of the GM, Evans simulated the appearance in the room. He picked up a piece of kryptonite. Under the radiation of kryptonite, Kara's body quickly became weak. Taking this opportunity, Kara bit her finger and dripped blood on the wand. Evans also made the kryptonite disappear. The magic wand recognized its owner. Kara naturally knew what she could do with this magic wand. As Evans said, there are many small magics built into this magic wand. These magics may not be very powerful, but they have a great influence on life. It can be of great help in all aspects, such as the ability to expand space seamlessly, any door that can instantly reach distant places, the Muggle shielding spell that can prevent others from noticing you, etc. Carla likes this gift very much. As soon as I got it, I couldn't wait to use it and had a lot of fun. Katie and Evan talked about their time travel experiences. Shadowcat, whose real name is Kathleen and Pride, nicknamed Katie. At that time, Katie was 12 years old. After experiencing some things in the town of Deerfield, Illinois, she was invited to join Professor. In her second year of school, when she was 13 years old, humans' rejection of mutants became more and more serious. Many parents were affected by the mutant threat theory, and some of Katie's family members were one of them. Katie's parents were okay, and their attitude toward Katie had not changed significantly. But Katie's other relatives gradually distanced themselves from Katie and even spoke harshly to her face. This stimulated Katie, who was still young at the time, and caused her ability to lose control. Katie's super ability is the quantization of her body. In this state, her body can pass through obstacles with 0.37. Ability related to the quantum realm is not simple. Out of control, Katie's ability went berserk. While her body was quantized, she also traveled through time and space. When she calmed down, she found that she was no longer where she was. Later, she learned that she had traveled to a parallel world, a world without mutants. Katie, who had just traveled to this world, was lonely and helpless, but she was lucky enough to meet kind-hearted people who took her in so that she could go to school and grow up healthily here. At first, Katie thought about going home, but she did not have enough control over her ability. Even if she worked hard, she could never travel through time. Gradually, she gave up the idea of going home and lived peacefully in this world. At least the couple who took her and treated her quite well. Katie lived in the Marvel movie universe for nearly 5 years and was admitted to Empire State University. Then today, I met Evan by chance. Katie finished telling her story and looked at Evan expectantly. Since the other party can recognize me and knows Charles, he must have been to his original world, so he can probably send him home. I already know your story. Do you want to go home? Evan asked her. Katie subconsciously wanted to say, I think, but as she spoke, she thought of the 5 years she had lived in this world, of her adoptive parents who treated her as her own, and of her friends here. It's true that I really want to go home, but if I leave here, can I come back again in the future? You are here because your ability is out of control. As long as you can control your ability, you may be able to travel freely between the two sides. I've tried, but I still can't travel through parallel time and space. If you don't mind, can you let me check your body? Only by determining how your ability works can I help you arrange a better training plan. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Why are you helping me? Maybe you want to use me as a guinea pig to study in slices. Katie was very wary. Not yet, but I admit that I really want to study your ability. Evan told the truth. Shadowcat's ability is of great research value. Her ability to quantumize time travel is a very unsolvable ability. When that state is turned on, it is like a Beto turning on Kimui and Hollow, which can almost immune to all physical attacks. It would be a shame if Evan didn't encounter such an ability that can survive. Now that he has encountered it, it would be a pity not to study it. Katie hesitated for a moment and nodded. I can cooperate with your research, but if I feel that your research will cause harm to me, I will withdraw at any time. No problem. Evan nodded, and she stopped looking for Wanda and Gwen. Instead, she stretched out her hand to Katie and said to her, "Come on, grab me, and I'll take you to my house." Katie obediently grabbed Evan's hand. The next moment, the two disappeared from the place and arrived at Evan's villa in the public area of the game world. When Katie saw the surrounding environment change, she realized that she had been taken to another place. When Katie came here, she didn't see the game panel in her field of vision. She was not brought in as a player, but was brought in forcibly by Evan. It's actually a mansion. You must be very rich. It's okay. My laboratory is just below the villa. Come with me. Evan led the way, walked down the stairs, and took Katie to his laboratory. It is said to be a laboratory, but the style here is that of a factory, but there is not a lot of equipment required. Katie came to someone else's laboratory and seemed very nervous to let others study her. At the same time, she became curious about this particularly spacious laboratory. Such a large laboratory is not too small even to put a spaceship in it, right? What exactly is it used for research? Next, Evan used the equipment here to perform a physical examination on Katie. Katie was very cooperative. Your body is very healthy and you don't have any genetic diseases, but compared to ordinary people, there's an X gene chain in your body. It is perfectly nested with your human side genes, and the structure is very tight and self-consistent. I definitely know that I am healthy, so what did you study? Katie asked him, blinking her big, curious eyes. Humans who possess the X gene and have this part of the gene activated are called mutants by people in your world. The source of mutant super ability is related to the X gene, but the way the X gene works on different people will also be subtle. The difference is like your X gene, which is related to quantum. I know this. Before I traveled through time, Professor Hank came to the same conclusion when he examined me. I don't think Hank McCoy gave you any constructive suggestions on the direction of your ability development. How about you? In the quantum realm, various results are in a superposition state, such as you who are dead, you who are alive, you in New York, you in England, you on Earth, you on an alien planet, you who are hungry at 0.7, and you who are full. You, the injured you, and the intact you. As long as there is a probability of happening, it must exist in the quantum superposition state of your body. If you can freely reset the state of your body to the desired result, you can obtain a power zone more powerful than the gods. For example, by resetting your position, you can instantly appear anywhere in the universe. Another example is to reset your physical state so that all negative states on your body, including injuries, disappear. Another example is resetting your age status, allowing you to stay young forever, or even return to youth. Evan's words shocked Katie. Does your ability really have that much potential? If he could really do what the other party said, he would really be comparable to a god. Katie suddenly became excited about her ability. During the day, Gwen and Wanda went to school at Marvel Empire State University. Kara also returned to work at Cape Media Company in DC Earth 38. Evans had just gotten up, washed up, and stood in the public area in front of the Malibu beach house to do some stretching exercises. At this time, Sharon, who was jogging by the beach in the morning, passed by. Seeing that Evans was also doing his morning exercise, she ran over to say hello. Good morning, Evans. Don't you have to go to work at S.H.I.E.L.D. today? Or are you agents so idle? My mission is here. I'll go to the DC copy later and start a company in my own name. Do you want to come with me? Okay. Evans didn't have much to do today, so he simply agreed. After the morning practice, Evans went back to take a shower and then teamed up with Sharon Carter to descend on the DC World Metropolis. Where are you going to open your company, Metropolis, Gotham, Midland, or Star City? Evans asked her. Let's go to Zhongxing City. In addition to opening a company, I'm also going to get in touch with the Flash. Sharon said. When Evans heard this, he knew that Sharon's contact with the Flash must be a task given by Nick Fury. The value of the Flash does not lie in how fast he is, but in his ability to travel through time and space. Having this Nick Fury would definitely want to win over a capable person. Okay. Evans cast a spell and opened any door. Let's go. After passing through the portal, the two of them had arrived at Zhongxing City in Missouri from the metropolis of Delaware. Although I already knew about the existence of magic, I still find it magical no matter how many times I see it. Evans, can I learn magic with you? Sharon asked. Sharon also wanted to learn about this magical power. I'm afraid my magic is not suitable for you. If you want to learn it, you could try to find Comatage. Evans has no interest in being a teacher for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The two of them walked together towards a nearby coffee shop. What do you think about the game using your movie as a script and creating a copy of it? It's an honor. I thought you were going to say it was infringement. Evans shrugged and did not answer the question. While talking, the two of them walked into the coffee shop. After sitting down, Sharon took out a laptop and put it on the table and began to search for local office building information for future leasing. Company site. S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to open a company here. It seems that it plans to use the technology of the Marvel world to make profits in the DC world. The money here can be used to purchase various resources and fund activities here. After all, Everything in modern society requires money. While making inquiries, Sharon chatted with Evans. After chatting for a while, she seemed to suddenly think of something and asked, "By the way, Evans, I heard that when you clear the dungeon of the game, you may get an invitation letter as a new player, but I and other players in S.H.I.E.L.D. have cleared the dungeon many times, so why didn't I get an invitation letter? Maybe it's because the explosion rate is too low. I've only gotten that kind of thing twice." Evans said in a serious and perfunctory manner. Evans would not give out invitations casually, especially to S.H.I.E.L.D. God knows who S.H.I.E.L.D. will invite after they have this thing, in case they find a Hydra element. If the invitation comes in, doesn't it ruin the game environment? Evans also asked Sharon a question. "Miss Sharon, are you Peggy Carter's niece? I want to know, who did Peggy Carter marry in the end?" Evans asked. "Growing up, I had only seen Peggy and never her husband. I only knew that such a person existed." Sharon shook her head. After hearing this, Evans had some conjectures. Peggy's husband might be Steve Rogers, who returned from the future to the past, probably in order to prevent history from being changed. That Steve Rogers, she kept a low profile and didn't show up. Even Sharon Carter didn't know who Peggy Carter's husband was. Soon, Sharon found an office building for rent. He called the property manager and made an appointment to meet and visit. Time to read exciting novels. Go to Felu Novel Network. Sharon worked vigorously and resolutely. She and Evans went to visit the office building and signed the contract directly after confirming that it was suitable. In the afternoon, Sharon went to the relevant department. The department registered the company. Evans felt bored and stopped following. He said goodbye to Sharon and returned to the Marvel world. Evans planned to go to Empire State University to see Wanda and Gwen's campus life there. How was he doing, and were he bothered by flies? He drove all the way to the Empire State University campus. Before he could find Wanda and Gwen, he met someone who surprised Evans. The other person was a college student, not tall. She is tall, only 158 centimeters by visual inspection. She is wearing a red half-sleeve shirt and a pair of blue jeans. It is not fashionable, and her figure is very petite, so she does not look that eye-catching. But the key is her appearance. Is that the Canadian actress Ellen Page? No, that is Phantom Cat Kitty. Since when have there been mutants in the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Or is it that the other person is just a mutant of the ordinary people here with Phantom Cat? Evan stopped the car and walked towards the person sitting in the shade of the tree. The girl who was reading on the bench below walked over and sat next to her. "Kathleen Pride?" asked Evans. "You know me?" The girl who was suspected of being a Phantom Cat looked at Evans in confusion. Evans did not answer her question, but asked again, "Do you know Professor Charles Francis Xavier?" The girl who was suspected of being a Phantom Cat had her pupils shrunken. She suddenly stood up and stared directly at Evans. Her breathing was rapid, and her pretty face was red with excitement. "Do you know Professor Charles? Are you from there too? Then you must know how to go back, right?" It became clear to Evans that the other party was really Kitty the Phantom Cat. From the other party's reaction, it was not difficult for Evans to guess that the other party should have accidentally traveled to the Marvel Cinematic Universe from other parallel worlds. Considering that Katie's ability is to quantize the body and cross obstacles, it can also send people's consciousness to travel back in time and space. It is difficult to guarantee whether the other party can travel through time and space when their abilities are upgraded or changed. Mutants' abilities can easily get out of control. Maybe it's because Katie accidentally traveled here when she lost control of her abilities, and she still can't go back. Don't worry. Tell me your story first. I'm quite curious about it. Well, what do you want to know? Let's start with how you traveled through time. Katie and Evans talk about their time travel experiences. Phantom Cat, whose real name is Kathleen and Pride, nicknamed Katie. At that time, Katie was 12 years old. After she experienced some things in the town of Deerfield, Illinois, she was invited to join Professor. In her second year of school, when she was 13 years old, mankind's rejection of mutants became more and more serious. Many parents were affected by the theory of mutant threat, and some of Katie's family members were one of them. Katie's parents were okay, and their attitude towards Katie did not change significantly. But Katie's other relatives gradually distanced themselves from Katie and even spoke harshly to her face. This stimulated Katie, who was still young at the time, and caused Katie to lose control of her abilities. Katie's superpower is to quantize her body. In this state, her body 410 can pass through obstacles. There are no simple abilities related to the quantum realm. Katie, who is out of control, has the ability to go berserk. While her body was quantized, she also traveled through time and space. When she calmed down, she found that she was no longer where she was. Later, she learned that she had traveled to a parallel world, a world without mutants. Katie, who had just traveled to this world, was lonely and helpless, but she was lucky enough to meet kind-hearted people who took her in so that she could go to school and grow up healthily here. At first, Katie thought about going home, but she did not have enough control over her abilities. Even if she worked hard, she could never travel through time. Gradually, she gave up the idea of going home and lived peacefully in this world. At least the couple who took her and treated her quite well. Katie lived in the Marvel Cinematic Universe for nearly 5 years and was admitted to Empire State University. Then today, I met Evans by chance. Katie finished telling her story and looked at Evans expectantly. Since the other party can recognize me and knows Professor Charles, he probably has been to his original world and can probably send him home. I already know your story. Do you want to go home? Evans asked her. Katie subconsciously wanted to say it, but as she spoke, she thought of the 5 years she had lived in this world, her adoptive parents who treated her as her own, and her friends here. Them. It's true that I really want to go home, but if I leave here, can I come back again in the future? You are here because you have lost control of your abilities. As long as you can control your abilities, you may be able to travel freely between the two sides. I've tried, but I still can't travel through parallel time and space. If you don't mind, could you let me check your body? Only by determining how your abilities work can I help you arrange a better training plan. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Why are you helping me? Maybe you want to use me as a guinea pig to study in slices. Katie is wary. Not quite yet, but I admit that I do want to study your abilities. Evans told the truth. Phantom Cat's ability is of great research value. As for her ability to quantumize time travel, it is a very unsolvable ability. When that state is turned on, it is like a Beto turning on with the aberration of divine power. He is immune to almost all physical attacks. With such an ability to survive, it would be fine if Evans had not encountered it. Now that he has encountered it, it would be a pity not to study it. Katie hesitated for a moment, nodding. I can cooperate with your research, but if I feel that your research will cause harm to me, I will withdraw at any time. No problem. Evans nodded. She stopped looking for Wanda and Gwen. Instead, she stretched out her hand to Katie and said to her, "Come, grab me, and I will take you to my house." Katie obediently grabbed Evans' hand. The next moment, the two of them disappeared from the spot and arrived at Evans' villa in the public area of the game world. Seeing the changes in the surrounding environment, Katie realized that she was taken to other places. Katie, who came here, did not see the game panel in her field of vision. She was not brought in as a player, but was forcibly brought in by Evans. Read the novel. Just go to Falun Novel Network. It's actually a mansion. You must be very rich. Okay, my laboratory is just below the villa. Come with me. Evans led the way, took the stairs down, and took Katie to his laboratory. It was said to be a laboratory, but the style here was that of a factory, but there was no shortage of equipment. Katie, I felt very nervous when I came to someone else's laboratory and asked others to study me. At the same time, I also became curious about this particularly spacious laboratory. Such a large laboratory is not too small even to put a spaceship in it, right? What exactly is it used for research? Next, Evans used the equipment here to perform a physical examination on Katie. Katie is very cooperative. Your body is very healthy and you don't have any genetic diseases. But compared to ordinary people, you have an X-factor chain in your body. It is perfectly nested with your human genes, and the structure is very tight and self-consistent. Of course, I know I'm healthy. So what did you study? Katie asked him, blinking her big, curious eyes. Humans who possess X gene and have this part of the gene activated are called mutants by people in your world. The source of mutant superpowers is related to X Factor, but the way X Factor works on different people will be subtly different. For example, your X Factor is related to quantum. I know this. Before I traveled through time, Professor Hank came to the same conclusion when he examined me. I don't think Hank McCoy gave you any constructive suggestions on how to develop your abilities. How about you? In the quantum realm, various results are in a superposition state, such as you who are dead, you who are alive, you who are in New York, you who are in England, you who are on Earth, you who are on other planets, you who are hungry, and you who are full, injured you, and intact you. As long as there is a probability of 0.1 happening, it must exist in the quantum superposition state of your body. If you can freely reset the state of your body to the desired result, you can gain more power than gods. For example, by resetting your position, you can instantly appear anywhere in the universe. Another example is to reset your physical state so that all negative states on your body, including injuries, disappear. For example, resetting your age status will keep you young forever or even return to youth. Evan's words shocked Katie. Does her ability really have that much potential? If she could really do what the other party said, it would really be comparable to a god. Katie suddenly felt confident about her ability. Become looking forward to it. What do I need to do to achieve the level you mentioned? Asked Katie. Do you know the observer effect? Evans asked back. As you know, the observer effect is a controversial concept in quantum physics. It shows that the existence and consciousness of the observer will affect the state and behavior of the physical system. The most famous experiment related to this is Schrödinger's cat. As a top student, Katie has certainly heard of the observer effect in quantum physics. Yes, based on this theory, we could try to make you your own observer and use your own observations of yourself to artificially reset the result of your body's superposition state in order to achieve the purpose of reshaping your own reality. It may be difficult for you to complete this aspect by yourself, so we need to use equipment to assist. Evans waved to the robot lady Abigail, who was separating the central book from Superman's hair not far away, and gave her a few instructions to produce a robot that could be used to observe itself from a higher dimension. Props. This kind of props is difficult to achieve with the technology here alone, but Miss Abigail knows a lot of magic knowledge, which was taught by Evans, which allows her to independently produce Magic 24 equipment with that effect. Abigail took the order and went to make equipment. Who is that sister? Katie asked Evans. Her name is Abigail, and she is my robot assistant, Evans said as he walked to another instrument and began to study the DNA separated from Katie's blood and extract the X factor from it. Evans has strong attainments in genetic engineering. He used to know results were found when studying Kryptonian genes. That was because the Kryptonians used technology to encrypt their genes. But the genes of mutants were not encrypted. For unencrypted genes, Evans could quickly develop the first version. The X Factor potion is a potion that can turn ordinary people into mutants and gain superpowers after injection. Of course, the first version of the potion will definitely have problems of one kind or another, but that will have to wait until more precise data is obtained after clinical trials. The research continued. When Katie learned that the beautiful sister was actually a robot, she was very surprised. The robot can be made to be indistinguishable from human beings, and it has such smart artificial intelligence. The technology here is really somewhat beyond Katie's expectation, but this also gave Katie greater confidence. Evans, what are you doing? Katie saw that Evans was tinkering with an instrument with his own blood, and she felt something strange. You'll find out later. An hour later, the first version of the Phantom Cat potion was freshly baked in the hands of Evans. She pointed to the liquid in the glass container and said to Katie, "This is the X Factor potion. Its function is to turn ordinary people into mutants and have the same abilities as you." Katie was dumbfounded after hearing this. Is it true that a potion that can turn humans into mutants has been developed in such a simple way? Evans summoned a projection of his own time history and injected the potion into the projection's body. Through the projection, Evans felt the physical changes of the projection. About a quarter of an hour later, this historical projection really turned into a mutant and mastered Katie's quantum travel ability. However, the acquisition of the ability was not complete. Evans, after doing some tests on it, he dispersed the projection and began to improve the Phantom Cat genetic potion. Not long after, the second version of the potion was released. Evans continued to use the projection to test the potion. This went back and forth 7 times. Perfect. The Phantom Cat potion was finally released. Evans injected it into himself and began to feel the changes in his body. Katie looked at this scene in a daze, dumbfounded. This mysterious Evans, not only with the ability to teleport and clone and such strong scientific research ability, he actually developed the X-Factor potion and used this potion to obtain the same abilities as himself. This level of genetic engineering scientific research ability is far inferior to that of Hank Mai. Professor Cowie is N times more powerful. Could it be that the other party is an alien? If so, wouldn't I become the unlucky guy who was abducted by aliens for research in the legend? Or was it the kind that came to my door by myself? Evan's body perfectly adapted to the transformation of his own genes by the Phantom Cat potion, and he became a mutant. He has the same abilities as the Phantom Cat, and the potential of the abilities is also the same. He has the opportunity to evolve into an Omega mutant. To the extent, to read exciting novels, go to Felu Novel Network. Evans tried to activate the quantum time travel ability. His body seemed unchanged, but it was already quantized. In this state, Evans is not affected by gravity and appears to be standing on the ground, but is actually floating in mid-air. Evans materializes his feet and shoes, then steps forward, trying to penetrate the table in front of him with his upper body. The experiment was very successful. It really penetrated the obstacles in front of me. Is it impossible to breathe while maintaining quantization? Evans murmured to himself, then looked at Katie. You can't breathe when you're quantized? Katie nodded. Yes, so my ability cannot be maintained normally. Once I can't hold my breath, I have to release my ability to breathe. Have you ever tried wearing a respirator and quantizing it together? Tried, but quantized oxygen cannot be used to breathe. At this time, Abigail came over, holding something in the shape of a helmet in her hand. She handed it to Evans's hand and turned away to go about her own business. This helmet is Abigail's. The magic device produced by Gale allows the wearer to examine himself from a higher dimension. Evans put it on and activated the system of the helmet. The next moment, Evans felt that his vision was being blocked. By zooming in, you can observe yourself from a higher dimension. Under high-dimensional observation, Evans' body is like a walking, irregular geometry. Even the internal organs and 140 blood in the body can be seen extremely clearly. Clear. Evans took a deep breath and then activated his quantization ability. From a high-dimensional perspective, the quantized Evans had infinite possibilities. He also found that he could act as an observer from a higher dimension. Angle collapses his body towards those possibilities and explores himself to a specific result. Among the possibilities of Evans' body, one possibility is that he is not here at this time, but on Xander. Evans, the body in the quantum superposition state, collapsed towards this result. In the next moment, Evans disappeared from the place and appeared at the base camp of the Xander Interstellar Core, Xander Planet. It works. Well, this ability is called Quantum Reset. Evans quantized again and collapsed his position again. The next moment, he returned to the laboratory under the villa in the public area of the game world. Evans continued to test. He used projection magic to project a sharp knife on his right hand. With Itachi, and under Katie's horrified look, he raised the knife and chopped off his left arm. Then, Evans launched a quantum reset. He reset his injured self back to his uninjured self. The broken arm on the ground disappeared, and Evans' left arm also recovered at the same time. Katie watched from the sidelines as Evans tested his quantum reset abilities. But to be honest, it's easy to get disillusioned when watching this kind of experiment, because Evans' experiment is so scary. I saw Evans mutilating himself there for a while, turning into a tentacle monster for a while, turning into a swarm of insects for a while, changing from a man to a woman, from a woman to a Shimon, and from a Shimon to a Cthulhu painting. The wind finally changed back to its original appearance. This needs to be paired with a more gloomy scene, which might scare people crazy. But Katie has also seen that Evan's experiment was successful. The quantization ability can really artificially collapse its own superposition state. After the test, Evans took off the helmet and handed it to Katie. Come and try it. Okay, Katie couldn't wait to take over the helmet and began to experiment with new uses of her abilities under the guidance of Evans. Katie quickly became familiar with the quantum reset skill. Evans on the side began to try different methods. Under the premise of using the helmet, perform a quantum reset. It is difficult to do this with human ability alone, so it must be combined with dimensional magic. Evans knows similar magic, so he only practiced it for a moment. It can be done to the extent of activating quantum reset without wearing any auxiliary equipment. On the side, Katie, who was enjoying playing with the new ability, saw that Evans could quantum reset without any equipment. So she asked him, "Can I do it too? What I can do is that I can observe myself from a higher dimension. You can't. Can you give me this helmet?" That is just a test machine used to test capabilities, and it is a laboratory product. I will later make devices with the same effect, but more portable, such as a hairpin-style observer or a glasses-style observer. Can you give me one? Katie is looking forward to it. This device, called the high-dimensional observer, is simply the most powerful ability amplifier for her. It's not impossible, but you have to sign a contract. Confidentiality contract? No, it's a labor contract. You want me to work for you? But haven't you already produced a potion that allows people to gain my abilities? To you, I should be worthless. I have no intention of popularizing this potion. In fact, I just developed it for my own use and will not give it to anyone else. Therefore, this ability can only be mastered by you and me, and there will be no third person. Then I really thank you. Katie complained. If I remember correctly, you should be a computer expert, right? Evans asked Katie. In the X-Police comic series, in addition to being, and it is purely hacking technology, but it can also be assisted by quantum abilities to do a series of incredible things. People often say, be careful who comes along the network cable to hit you. If it were the Phantom Cat, she could really travel along the network cable. My computer skills are indeed pretty good. What do you want me to do for you? Help me with game planning. Katie was confused. Haven't you noticed that where we are now is not the real world? Katie is even more confused. Everything here is so real, but now she is told that this is not the real world. How is this possible? Katie, who does not believe in evil, puts on the helmet again, looks at herself from a higher dimension, and observes carefully. After a few seconds, clues were gradually discovered. This is indeed not the real world, but his body here is a real body. Before Katie could continue to ask questions, Evans told him the truth. This is the imaginary number space. I am in the virtual world is programmed here, and the rules of the imaginary world are the rules of the game. There are public areas where players are active, as well as copies. Katie came to her senses. She was interested. Do you want me to help you perfect the rules of the game here? That's right. Okay, I'll take this job. Katie agreed without thinking. Evans took advantage of the situation and turned the other party into a player. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. A game panel appeared in front of Katie. Evans said, "You should first get familiar with this game world, and then write an improvement report to me." Okay. Katie put down her helmet and left happily. Evans said to Abigail in the laboratory, "Abigail, just make a portable device like that." Okay. Abigail carried out the order. Not long after, a pair of glasses was produced. These glasses had the same function as the previous helmet, but were more portable. Half a day later, Katie came to Evans' store in the public area again. At home, he found Evans, who was watching TV in the living room, and handed a report into Evans' hands. This report pointed out many unreasonable aspects of the Marvel Superheroes game and provided suggestions for improvements. Suggestion: Katie believes that the time flow rate here is very unreasonable. It is not unreasonable for players, but unreasonable for game operators. Time dilation in the game world is a great benefit, and there is no reason for players to, if you enjoy it for free, you can completely change it to a fee, or simply abandon this function and only exist as a benefit for yourself, not for ordinary players. Katie suggests here that the time flow rate in the public area of the game world is the same as that in the real world. The time flow rate in the dungeon world is also the same as in reality, but you can pay to expand your time in the dungeon to speed up the dungeon strategy. If only Evans wanted to use the time expansion benefits, he could design an area that ordinary players cannot enter. Evans thought it made sense. In addition, Katie also made more suggestions for game improvement. Evans took a rough look and found that they all made sense and none of them were redundant. It seems that the game world is going to undergo a major upgrade. Are you going to take my advice? That's right. Which one to adopt? All. Then I'm quite honored. Having proved her worth, Qian Zhaohao, Katie was immediately proud. This is your reward. Evans gave the glasses to Katie. Katie took them on and found that the glasses had all the functions of the previous helmet, and she was extremely surprised. Evans, I can use these glasses to reset myself back to my original world, right? The upper limit of your ability is far higher than you think, so you can let go of your imagination. In fact, not only can you use quantum reset to travel between two worlds, you can also travel between the past and the future. Can I go back in time? Doesn't that mean that when I return to my original world, time travel back to the day I left, and then quantum reset myself to become 13 years old, to the people over there will be as if I have never left? Katie was shocked and pleasantly surprised. Her head was spinning very fast. As soon as Evans said it, she realized that she was indeed a genius for being able to do such a thing. Yes. Evans smiled and nodded. Katie jumped up in surprise. I want to go back now. Don't worry. When the game is updated, you can experience it for yourself and help me see if there is anything unreasonable. Then I will go back with you. I'm still very interested in the abilities of some of you mutants. You shouldn't want to combine many mutant abilities into one, right? That's it. According to the routines of film and television literary works, people who usually do this kind of thing will become the final boss without any accident, and the end result will be that they will be killed by the protagonist group. Katie complained, "Do you think I look like the final boss?" Like, it's very similar now. Evans knocked Katie on the head angrily and said in the pain of the other party, "I'm not that ambitious. My only goal is to evolve, and to evolve with my family." Then your family is really happy. Katie covered her head and said enviously. Evans changed the subject and asked her, "Do you know 413 Wanda Maximoff and Gwen Stacy?" "They're my classmates." "Boss, do you know them too?" "Well, they're my girlfriends." Katie suddenly showed a dead, fish-eyed expression. It turns out that this boss is still a playboy, and he actually has two things to do. Katie has met Wanda and Gwen. They are both extremely outstanding girls, both in terms of appearance, figure, and academic performance. They are even rated as school beauties by some boring boys. But why can two such excellent people accept having the same boyfriend? I can't figure it out. Anyway, if it were Katie, she wouldn't be able to accept her boyfriend being in two different places. Okay, I will update the game soon. Please log off and go back to school. Okay, I'm leaving. After Katie left, Evan started to update the game. At the same time, all players of Marvel's superheroes, whether online or offline, thought of the game system announcement at the same time. The Marvel Superheroes game will undergo version upgrade and maintenance. During this period, players will not be able to log into the game. This upgrade and maintenance will last for 3 days. The updates in this version are as follows. 1. Turn off the time dilation effect in the game. From now on, the time flow rate in the game will be in line with the real-world time flow rate. 2. Added new trial copy. 3. The DC copy sets entry conditions. Only players who have passed the trial copy test can enter. 4. Added a copy of Captain America 2, The Winter Soldier. 5. Added a copy of Avengers 2, Age of Ultron. 6. Fixed several bugs. All players in the game were kicked offline. All players were attracted by this game version update announcement. The cancellation of the time dilation effect function in the game will undoubtedly make all players regretful. This means that the time flow rate in the real world and the game world will remain the same, and everyone will no longer be able to get a longer vacation in the game world. People like Tony Stark and Stephen Strange can no longer conduct scientific research and practice through the expansion time in the game. Is this the end of the game benefit period? The DC Superheroes Dungeon is indeed special. In the new version, you actually have to pass a trial to enter. I just don't know how difficult that trial is. Wanda, Gwen, Carla, Frigga, and others were thinking about the reason why Evans did this. They all had high IQs. After thinking for a moment, they probably figured out something. Evans was the right person for all players. The benefits have been canceled, but the game expansion area must still exist, CFCH, but ordinary players cannot enter it. In the future, it will only be a benefit for a few people. To read exciting novels, go to Felu Novel Network. Katie, the fandom cat who just returned to Empire State University, also heard the game announcement. He moves pretty fast. Katie complained. After she finished complaining, she said to herself, I don't know much about Evans. Would you like to go find Wanda and Gwen and learn more about Boss Evans from him? She made a decision quickly. She spent some time and found Wanda and Gwen. At this time, Wanda and Gwen were in a ghost club with a supernatural style, sitting in front of the computer and playing games online. They were still playing World of Warcraft. The name of this club is the Unnatural Science Research Society. Why is this club called a ghost club? Probably because the location of the club room is too remote and there are only 2 members in the club. 2 people are playing games in the club. When she heard the knock on the door of the club room, Wanda got up and opened the door. She saw a petite girl with flaxen hair outside the door. She recognized him because they were in the same class. Mr. Pride, what can I do? Wanda asked the other party. In fact, I'm a time traveler from another parallel time and space. I met Evans before. She recognized my identity and knew some things about the world before I traveled. She helped me and recruited me. Come work for him. He told me some things about you, but I didn't know much about him, so I came over to ask you. After listening to Katie's words, Wanda measured her body and said to her, You come in first. Gwen, who was playing games, heard Katie's words, stopped playing games, and looked here. When she saw Katie, her mentality stabilized instantly. Katie is so short, and she is still in an airport. Evans will definitely not like such a girl, so this girl will not become his and Wanda's love rival. Wanda also has similar thoughts. By the way, the other party is actually a time traveler, which arouses the curiosity of Wanda and Gwen. The 2 of them enthusiastically pulled Katie to sit down and began to ask her about things before she traveled through time. Katie didn't hide anything and told the 2 of her world affairs and her story. I have never seen mutants, and there are no mutants in our world. However, I heard Evans mention that there is also a group of superpowers in our world called aliens, but I have never seen aliens. Gwen said, The more you know, the more ignorant you feel. I understand this feeling. Wanda shrugged. She looked at Katie and asked her, When you met Evans, you should have found a way to travel back in time. Why did you stay? When you met Evans, you should have found a way to travel back in time. Why did you stay? Wanda asked. Because here I have an adoptive father, an adoptive mother, and friends, and I can't bear to leave them. However, Evans made a prop for me, which can assist me in using my abilities. Using it, I should be able to go back and forth at any time, but I haven't tried it yet. Also, I promised Evans in the new game he will not leave until the version is updated. After helping her test the new version, he will go to Minecraft with me. Katie said. Wanda and Gwen knew Evans very well. After learning that Evans was going to the latter's world with Katie, they probably guessed the other party's purpose. Evans would never do it for a romantic interest. Katie, they both know very well that someone with Katie's figure and appearance is not Evans's cup of tea at all. The reason why the other party went there is probably to focus on the abilities of mutants. Evans is right, the obsession with evolution is very strong, and Wanda and Gwen know this very well. In fact, both of them are eager to evolve their own life levels. Only in this way will they not be left too far behind by Evans. Although, in terms of combat capability, Evans may not be Wanda's opponent in the Scarlet Witch form, but it is only a matter of time before he surpasses him. Wanda and Gwen looked at each other. Both of them could see and want to see in each other's eyes. The 2 looked at Katie again and said in unison, We will go together then. Katie didn't think too much about this. She asked a question that she was more interested in. Evans is so powerful. As his girlfriend, you must not be ordinary people, right? Let's show off each other's abilities. Gwen suggested. She wanted to see the Phantom Cat's superpowers. Okay, who comes first? Katie asked enthusiastically. Let me go first. Wanda waved her hand to modify reality, causing the popularity of this monotonous ghost club to soar. Many people appeared in the club out of thin air. Katie was stunned. Did you create people out of thin air, or did you move people from other places here? It's just an imaginary picture brought to reality. Except for the three of us. Everyone else here is just my thoughts. Wanda said. Katie didn't believe in evil, so she reached out and touched an imaginary man passing by her. After being touched, the imaginary man looked at Katie doubtfully and asked her, "Excuse me, what do you have?" Something. Not only can it be seen, but it can also be touched. This is unscientific. Katie was shocked. Wanda smiled slightly and dissipated her power. All the extra people in the club room disappeared out of thin air, leaving only the three of them. My ability is over. Next is Gwen's performance. Gwen's ability to choose the performance is Daluo K-View. She raised her hand and touched Katie's body. The next moment, their souls left the body at the same time and escaped into the body. The world of scenery. Not only can the inner scene be used for divination, it is also an ability that allows people to act as the creator in the dream center. If the caster is willing, they can even stage a fight to break the sky in the inner scene. Gwen takes Katie with her the soul shuttles through the interiors of different people in the school, observing the memories and thoughts of those people through the personal interiors of those people's hearts. Catherine is so beautiful. I really want to know what cosmetics she uses. Should I ask her? Samantha from the sorority is having sex in public. She has a great career and a great figure. It'd be great if I could sleep with her for a night. As expected of the campus queen, Dolly is so strong. In the campus, the voices of different people sounded in the interior scene one by one, and were heard by Gwen and Katie, who shuttled through the interior scene. Looking at the constantly changing scenes in the interior scene, Katie, who was very smart, realized something and immediately said, "Are we traveling in different people's consciousnesses?" That's right if you want to describe it that way. Gwen nodded. Although it was not the case in essence, it was indeed similar in concept. After a moment, Katie woke up from her trance and found herself still sitting in the ghost club room. Katie marveled. She is worthy of being an Evans woman. People who are friends actually have such powerful abilities. Now it's my turn. My original ability is to quantize my body, allowing my body to pass through various obstacles. But after Evans gave me these glasses, I can use them to assist in releasing my abilities and do more things, such as this. Katie is a young person, and young people like to show their excellence to others. But in the past, even if she had superpowers, it was not easy to show them to ordinary people for fear of being targeted by interested people and being used as a guinea pig. But now, facing Wanda and Gwen, who also have superpowers, Katie has completely let herself go. She proudly showed off her magical superpowers to them. Wanda and Gwen also, I am really surprised by the magic of Katie's abilities. Katie's abilities are very similar to Wanda's abilities, but not exactly the same. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. Katie can only modify her own reality. Choose one of the possibilities of its own superposition state to become reality. Wanda's ability is to modify the reality of the world, and the effect is stronger. It's a very powerful ability. Although your ability doesn't have much combat effectiveness, your life-saving ability is unparalleled. Gwen was a little envious. Right? I think I'm pretty awesome too. This is also thanks to Evans. If I hadn't met him, I wouldn't know that my abilities could still be used like this. After showing each other's abilities, Katie got closer to the two. The three sat together and chatted for a long time. During this period, Katie asked a lot about Evans. Through Wanda and Gwen, she learned more about Evans. Katie knew that Evans was indeed not an ambitious person. If you have to talk about ambition, it is evolution. Evolution is the instinct of every life. You can't say this is a shortcoming. But in any case, Katie has completely let down her guard against Evans and plans to work for Evans in the future because this is obviously a more promising way. 3 days later at midnight, Marvel Super, a new version of the hero game, is online. Even though it is midnight, all the players, one by one, have logged into the game immediately. As the announcement before the game update said, there is no longer time dilation in the game, and the speed of time here in line with the time flow rate of the real world. Whether in the public area or the dungeon world, the time flow rate is in line with reality. But in the dungeon world, you can time dilate the dungeon by paying. The time dilation ratio depends on how much money players pay. These money are real-world money and need to be recharged. This setting is nothing to a big dog like Tony Stark, nor is it a big deal to a guy like Nick Fury who always embezzles public funds. But it is very painful for others. If you don't want to spend too much real time going to the instance, you have to top up your money. But even if you charge money, you may not be able to clear the dungeon in one go. If you die in the dungeon, your money will be wasted. Of course, you can enter the dungeon without recharging money, but the time in the dungeon will flow at the same speed as the real world. How long the player stays in the dungeon world, the time in the real world will also pass. Players are not satisfied with this game update. Only game operator Evans was satisfied. In the new version, the advantages of plugins in the game are no longer available to players. The 5 members of S.H.I.E.L.D. got together again, and several people began to discuss the version update. After discussing it for a long time, they still couldn't come up with a reason. They decided to conquer the copy first. In this new version, 3 new dungeons have appeared, namely Captain America, the Winter Soldier, Avengers 2, Age of Ultron, and Trial Dungeon. The only ones that are relevant to reality are Captain America 2 and Avengers 2. The Trial copy is associated with the DC copy. Only by clearing the Trial copy can you enter the DC copy again. Since the DC copy world is likely to be a real world, and everything in that copy world can bring 800 back to the real world, no player is willing to give up the DC copy. So the Trial copy is a must for every player to experience. But the story of the DC copy will not take place in reality after all. Compared with the DC copy, Captain America 2 and Avengers 2, which will take place in the real world, are more worthy of the attention of the 5 members of S.H.I.E.L.D., so they decided to attack Captain America 2 first, and Avengers 2. However, the time flow rate in the current dungeon and public area is the same as in reality. If you enter the dungeon directly without recharging the time expansion of the dungeon, things in the real world will be delayed. Nick Fury decided to hemorrhage. He gritted his teeth and spent $5 million to recharge. With 4 of his subordinates, he entered Captain America, the Winter Soldier, at the same time as 1 day in the outside world and 30 years in the game copy. Nick Fury, Philip J. Coulson, Natasha Romanoff, Sharon Carter, and Maria Hill, 5 people entered this copy. The game system arranged new identities for the 5 people in the copy of Captain America, the Winter Soldier. His identity is that of an ordinary agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. As soon as they appeared in the copy of S.H.I.E.L.D., their full attention was attracted by the internal broadcast content of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was Minister Alexander Pierce who was speaking. The content of the broadcast was to tell people in S.H.I.E.L.D. that Steve Rogers assassinated Nick Fury. The first reaction of the 5 players was not to believe it, but the broadcast contained a lot of specious evidence. Sharon Carter said, "I know, Captain. He is not like that." Natasha Romanoff also nodded. "I agree. I guess S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time has been subverted by the guys undercover here. Well, you can't stay here. You must find the NPC, Captain. Only in this way can you know the truth." Fury said, "Natasha, call your own character and ask her if she knows the situation." Okay. Natasha took out her phone and dialed NPC's private security number. The call was quickly connected. The voice of NPC's widow came from the other end of the phone. "Ooh, it doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I know that Captain was framed by S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. is no longer trustworthy. At least Alexander Pierce must have a problem. Agent Romanoff, where are you? I need to communicate with you." "You meet," Natasha said to the NPC herself. "Sorry, I don't trust you either." The NPC widow refused to meet Natasha, but she did not hang up the other party's phone. She waited for the other party to convince her. As the saying goes, only you know yourself best, and Natasha knows how to convince yourself, even if you are just an NPC. After a while, Natasha convinced the NPC that I'm at Presbyterian Hospital, the location is. The NPC widow told Natasha her current location. Just wait, I'll be there soon. After Natasha finished speaking, she hung up the phone. The 5 S.H.I.E.L.D. players left the S.H.I.E.L.D. in this game together and went to the Presbyterian Hospital, where they found the NPC sister. The NPC sister was on guard, looking at the 5 people. The identities of the 5 people in the game are different from those in the real world, and their appearances are also different in the eyes of the NPC in the game world, so the NPC widow sister cannot recognize the identities of the 5 people. Natasha took a step forward. He said to the NPC widow, "Before, it was me who called you. Now, like you, we don't know who to trust. We just want to know what happened." The NPC widow's sister was extremely wary of a few people and just said, "You told me on the phone before that Alexander Pierce had a problem. Is it true? I can't give you a definite answer. I only know that he ordered the arrest of Captain and said that Captain killed Director Fury." The NPC widow shook her head. It couldn't be the Captain's. When Fury was assassinated, he escaped successfully. He fled to the Captain's home. Sharon Carter was monitoring and protecting the Captain at that time. When Fury was shot at the Captain's house, Sharon Carter was there. Next door, she rushed over as soon as she heard the gunfire and saw Fury, who was shot in the chest. She analyzed that the ballistics came from the tall building outside the window, and the Captain was in the room at the time, so it was impossible for him to do it. Hearing what the NPC widow said, the 5 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't believe that it was Captain America who did it. What if? Fortunately, the situation was not like that. To read Bao Shuang novels, go to Feilu Novels.net. Natasha said to the NPC herself, "There must be a problem within S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Romanoff. The interior of S.H.I.E.L.D. may have been infiltrated by unknown forces, and the infiltration is very serious. If Alexander Pierce is really, if there's a problem, then they must have put more people into S.H.I.E.L.D. Now we are in a passive position and must find a way to break the situation, and the key to breaking the situation lies in the Captain. Tell me, where is the Captain?" The NPC widow said, "I saw the Captain standing in front of the vending machine for a long time yesterday. At that time, I guess that Nick Fury must have given him something before he died, and that thing was hidden by him. In that vending machine, that's why I'm here," she said, and took out an encrypted U. "This is the U I found in that vending machine. Since the Captain hid it here, he will definitely come here again." Natasha looked at Maria Hill. The latter shook her head and said, "This is a special piece of you. Once inserted into the device, it will be located. If we want to decipher it, we'd better change to a safe place." Natasha nodded and said to the NPC herself, "For safety reasons, you take you and my friends away first and find a place to decipher the contents. I will wait for the Captain here and then join you. Give me a reason to trust you." The NPC widow doesn't trust everyone yet. 945281. Natasha only said a series of numbers. The NPC widow was stunned after hearing this. She looked at Natasha in surprise. Natasha just nodded to her. The NPC widow took a deep breath and stopped asking any more questions. He got up and left with Fury and others. After leaving the hospital, Coulson asked the NPC widow curiously, "Those numbers must have a different meaning to you, right?" The NPC widow's sister said, "That's the secret code I set when I was young and playing a spy game with my sister." Natasha, who stayed in the Presbyterian Hospital, didn't wait long before she saw a man wearing a sweatshirt, jeans, and a baseball cap. The man walked towards the vending machine in front of him, looking for something there. Natasha, seeing this, Shaw walked over. "Are you looking for you? It's no longer here." At this point in time, Captain America is wanted and doesn't know who to trust. Fury also asked him not to trust anyone before he died. This makes the current Captain America, Steve Rogers, very sensitive. After Tasha was shocked, she pinched Natasha and took her to a nearby room. It took the two of them a few minutes to resolve the misunderstanding. "Where is the U? We must get the information inside to know why Fury was killed." NPC Team America said, "Come with me." Natasha walked out, taking out her communicator as she walked, to contact Fury and the others. Half an hour later, Natasha took NPC Team America to a private room in an internet cafe in New York. She saw Natasha taking NPC Team USA. When he arrived, Fury asked directly, "Steve, tell me the causes and consequences of your being wanted. We still have some answers that need to be confirmed." NPC America talked in detail about everything he went through when he was taken to S.H.I.E.L.D. after NPC Fury died. Maria Hill analyzed, "It is now basically confirmed that Brock Rumlow of the Special Forces, Jasper Sitwell from the Department of Information, as well as Minister Alexander Pierce have questions." Are you kidding? They are all senior leaders of various departments of S.H.I.E.L.D. If there's a problem with them, doesn't it mean that there's a problem in more than half of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Sharon. Carter couldn't believe it. Everyone was silent. Not to mention the silence of NPC Widow's sister and NPC Captain America. These 5 S.H.I.E.L.D. players have all realized that there is really a big problem with S.H.I.E.L.D. And it's a huge problem, almost hopeless. Nick Fury couldn't help but think that when Evans proposed inviting outside forces to inspect S.H.I.E.L.D., he didn't think it was necessary at the time. But now, Fury is experiencing after reading the beginning of this dungeon story, I no longer think so. S.H.I.E.L.D. has a huge problem. This is not just a problem with S.H.I.E.L.D. in the game world. I am afraid that S.H.I.E.L.D. in the real world also has the same problem. You must know that this game is mirroring reality. But it's not too late to know now. They are not in a hurry to go back to reality to solve the problem. They also need to figure out what the problem is from the dungeon world. During the dungeon experience, the S.H.I.E.L.D. 5 gradually learned who the culprits were and their purpose. This made Nick, Coulson, Sharon, Maria, and Natasha's pupils shrink. Unexpectedly, Hydra the organization is not dead, and it has even counter-infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., and the infiltration was very serious. If they were like themselves in this copy and discover the problem so late, I am afraid S.H.I.E.L.D. would inevitably disband. But since the problem was discovered in advance, with Nick Fury's methods, he can arrange it for those Hydras. It won't solve the problem easily, but at least it can ensure the continued existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. Players who are playing the copy of Captain America 2 are not only S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau team, including Tony, Pepper Potts, Strange, Christine, Captain America, Loki, Thor, Frigga, and Kara. Among them, Thor, Loki, Frigga, and Kara. I don't care about the changes in S.H.I.E.L.D., I just treat it as a game. The only ones who really care about it are Tony, Pepper Potts, Strange, and Christine. Because the Insight Project in this copy has targeting Tony and Strange, it is impossible for the two to remain indifferent, and, as their girlfriends, Pepper Potts and Christine, naturally cannot remain indifferent either. But everyone is very sensible and knows that there are no Hydra players in this game. Only S.H.I.E.L.D. players, when S.H.I.E.L.D. players already know the future. If the actual internal problems of S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot be solved, it will make people doubt whether S.H.I.E.L.D. is really necessary to exist. It is worth mentioning that Frigga revealed her identity to Thor and told Thor that I am your mother. After that, Frigga teamed up with her 2 sons to enter Avengers 2, Age of Ultron. Well, it is entry after recharging the time dilation. You ask, what do Asgardians use to recharge? To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. The answer is simple. There's so many treasures in Asgard. There's always something that can be used to recharge. Anyway, the final profit goes to Evans. Soon after Frigga and others entered Captain America 2, people from S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony, Strange, and others also successively cleared Captain America 2. Immediately, everyone paid the top-up fee and entered Avengers 2, Age of Ultron. They need to know more about the future. The Avengers 2 script created by Evans has been modified. After all, in this Marvel movie universe, Wanda's brother Pietro Maximoff is long dead. Therefore, in the Avengers 2 copy changed by Evans, Pietro does not exist, but Pietro's position was replaced by Evans. The setting in the copy is 037. NPC Evans and NPC Wanda have never been in contact with the game world. They depend on each other for life. Wanda hates Tony Stark, so Evans also hates Tony Stark. In this copy, NPC Evans is different from Quicksilver in the original time and space. Although his abilities are induced by the Mind Stone, they are not super speed, but the manifestation of fantasy. In the second half of this copy, NPC Evans was also robbed and beaten to death by the Ultron robots, causing Wanda to explode. This is the setting of NPC Evans and NPC Wanda in the dungeon. With the existence of this game, no one will doubt the identity of the two people and will only think that this is the experience of Evans and Wanda on the premise that their fate has not been changed by the game. When players successively cleared this dungeon, the looks they looked at Evans and Wanda were more subtle, and the looks they looked at Stark were even more subtle. It was Stark who created Ultron. Wanda didn't mind this, but was happy because she and Evans were still together in the storyline of the copy. As for Stark, it's just a pain in the ass. After the two copies of Captain America 2 and Avengers 2 were cleared by players one after another, many players were not interested in continuing the game, such as the 5 members of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony. They planned to destroy Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. first. If the problem is known in advance, with the abilities of these people, it is only a matter of time before Hydra is crippled. Question: what is the significance of the trial copy? Answer: swipe out salty fish players. Trial dungeons are different from ordinary dungeons. Players cannot follow NPCs all the way through the level. In trial dungeons, they have to rely on themselves for everything. Ordinary people without any training will definitely not be able to pass the trial. Only superheroes with special abilities and professionally trained agents can clear the trial dungeon. With the existence of the trial copy, ordinary people like Christine Palmer and Pepper Potts can be wiped out. Phantom Cat stayed with Evans, and she looked at the overall situation through the God's perspective that Evans shared with her, looking for the unreasonable aspects of the game. But so far, everything is good. It's running well, and it's unlikely that there will be any problems in the future. Evans: I plan to go to school tomorrow to apply for leave of absence, pack my things, and go home. Okay, let's go to the world before you travel together at noon tomorrow. Evans nodded. Wanda, Gwen, and Kara, the 3 of them were all trying the trial dungeon at this time. The trial dungeon was difficult, but it was far from being difficult for them. The 3 of them cleared the trial dungeon with great difficulty. The 3 of them cleared the level at about the same speed. They successively released the dungeon and returned to their homes in the public area. Katie asked the 3 girls, "What is the content of the trial copy?" Players need to pass through one level after another, and it seems that each player experiences different levels. Gwen said, "It is indeed different. The trial levels are generated individually by the game AI, based on the player's situation." Evans said, "Is that so?" Katie suddenly became interested in the trial copy and wanted to go in and play. "What levels did you 2 go through?" Gwen asked Kara and Wanda. "When I was in the first level, I was a prisoner, and the task required me to escape from prison without using any supernatural power. I took advantage of the night and used the 6-dial moon step to escape from prison." Wanda said, "My first identity was as a detective, and the task required me to cooperate with the police in investigating a secret room murder case and find a real murderer among the suspects. My super hearing can hear other people's heartbeats, and I can use this to detect lies to a certain extent. I was the first to find the person who was most likely to be the murderer, and then I put myself in the other person's shoes and simulated the other person's crime on the premise that he was the murderer. Process, and finally found conclusive evidence." Kara talked about her first level, and then asked Gwen, "What did you experience in the first level?" "My identity in the first level was that of a passenger who crashed. I was the only survivor of that flight and was stranded on an isolated island. The task required me to survive in the wild and survive for a month. This task was not difficult for me at all, just a little lonely." Gwen spread his hands. Gwen, who has mastered the power of magic, has learned the secondary creation technique from Evans. Although this magic cannot create things that are mysterious or too large, it can only be used to create food and water out of thin air. But it is more than enough. In fact, if this level did not require her to survive in the wild, Gwen could escape from the island and return to the civilized world with a portal magic. "What is your second level?" Katie was very curious about this. It was still Wanda who spoke first. In the second level, the NPC and I went to explore a suburban apartment that was said to be haunted. Several NPCs, and I stayed there. The mission required us to spend night there. When I first entered, I sensed that there were evil spirits there. Just cast a spell to purify it. I have never seen an evil spirit in my entire life. Gwen was very surprised. She didn't expect that the second level Wanda experienced was in the style of a supernatural horror movie. After the accident, she said, "My second level identity is a knight of King Arthur's Round Table Knights, and the mission requires me to be in the card. Mellow City captures the witch and burns her to death." Wanda. Everyone started chatting about what levels they had experienced and how to pass them. Not to mention, everyone's levels are quite interesting and have varying degrees of difficulty. But for them, they have no difficulty at all. Katie was excited to hear this. After everyone finished chatting about this topic, she finally couldn't help it. After talking to everyone, she also entered the trial dungeon to play. Tomorrow at noon, we will go to the world before Katie traveled through time. Evans talked about this matter with the three girls. Wanda and Gwen had no objection, but Kara shook her head regretfully. "I'm afraid I don't have time during the day, so you go ahead." The next day, in the morning, Katie went to school to apply for suspension of school. Wanda and Gwen went to school, and they went to school normally. Kara returned to DC Earth 38 and went to work at Kate International Media Company there. It's worth it. As mentioned above, Evans and Kara's daughter Laura was taken to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau by Kara's sister Alex because of her unique abilities. Now Laura is considered a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, a special talent. Deeply appreciated by director Hank Hungxiao, actually Martian Manhunter. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, and others began to target the 9 heads lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D. Snake. Fury contacted Tony Stark, opened a network port to the other party, and allowed Stark to access S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intranet to monitor and listen to everyone's equipment to analyze and determine who he was in S.H.I.E.L.D. Who is Hydra? After confirming the identity of everyone, they will carry out a thunderous strike. Evans stood on the beach in front of the villa in the public area of the game world, doing his usual morning exercises. While doing morning exercises, Evans Vince is also developing quantum abilities. To read exciting novels, go to Felu Novel Network. He feels that this ability still has great potential to be explored, since Quantum Reset can allow people to travel through time, even to travel through parallel time and space. Is it possible to specifically develop an ability similar to parallel world observation? It seems that it is difficult to do this with this superpower alone, so Evans used perception magic to assist when developing his ability. Gradually, he really did it. Staying in the game world, Qian Zhao Zhao, he has been able to observe things outside the game world without leaving home, such as the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and other places that are also connected to the game world. DC Earth 0 and DC Earth 38. It's just that the viewing angle is not the wide area God's perspective, but more like the perspective seen by the human eye. It can only observe one place at the same time, and the range of observation is not large. But this perspective can movement. There is no upper limit to the movement speed, but it is difficult to control. Evans tried to move the perspective to Empire State University in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and easily observed Wanda and Gwen attending classes there. Gwen did not notice that Evans Vince's gaze was intense, but Wanda felt it. Wanda raised her head in confusion and looked in the direction of the line of sight, but there was nothing there. Evans withdrew his gaze. It seems that quantum observation capabilities also have drawbacks, and they will be detected by those with stronger perceptions. Evans muttered to himself. Quantum observation ability, able to observe the space and time related to the world Evans is currently in. When Evans was in the game world, he could observe the Marvel Cinematic Universe and DC Earth 0 and DC Earth 38, because these 3 places are related to the game world. If he were in the Marvel Cinematic Universe and made quantum observations from there, could he observe the entire multiverse related to the concept of the Marvel Universe? Evans plans to give it a try. After his morning exercise, he went to the bathroom to take a shower, changed into new clothes, and then left the game world and went to his villa in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Speaking of which, Evans's battleship has been left gathering dust on the coffee table here. The battleship has shrunk in shape and looks like a palm-sized model toy. In order to avoid losing it, Evans took advantage of this return to put the battleship into his storage space. Evans sat on the sofa, closed his eyes, and started quantum observation again. Just as he had guessed before, when he was here, he could indeed observe many corners of the Marvel multiverse. However, there are many parallel time and spaces in Marvel. Evans' quantum perspective can only observe one place at the same time and cannot expand the God's perspective to observe all places at the same time. He tried to move his perspective to one of the parallel times and spaces. Not long after 200, he discovered a lot of places in that parallel time and space that were different from here. Over there is the Illuminati universe, which is a universe where the Guild was killed by Wanda in the movie. There are mutants, Inhumans, Fantastic Four, Carmitage, but no Avengers. Remember that the number of this universe is 838. Evans withdrew his quantum gaze and turned to look at another Marvel universe. What he saw this time was the old version of the Fantastic Four cinematic universe, where there were only the Fantastic Four. After that, Evans continued to observe, and he successively found the 616 comic universe, the 1610 Ultimate Universe, the 688B Sony Marvel Universe, the TRN 565 Real Universe, the X-Police movie universe, and the Blade movie universe. And a Marvel Cinematic Universe without Evans' interference and without Pietro Maximov's death. This universe seems to have a TVA. The above are all things that Evans is familiar with, and those that he is not familiar with have been observed. More, I have to say that this quantum observation ability is really useful. You can simply peek into the world without leaving home. The upper limit of the ability, Jeb, is extremely high, but being able to see the entire multiverse is the limit, and you can't see the multiverse yet. The omnipotent universe outside. Evans turned his attention to quantum observation to the X-Men movie universe, which is the world he is about to visit later. In that world, except for the Phantom Cat traveling through time, everything was pretty much the same as in the movie. Over there, the stories of the X-Men prequel series and the main series have ended. Now it is the era of New Mutants. The X-Men are no longer the protagonists and do not have much role. The protagonists have become Mysterio and Wolfsbane, Moonstar, Cannon, Sunspot, Deadpool, and others. At noon, Wanda, Gwen, and Katie returned to the villa in the public area of the game world, and Evans also came back. Everyone has brought what they need to bring and is ready to go. If you want to say who is the most excited among the people, it must be Kitty the Phantom Cat. I can finally go home. Now that everything is ready, let's go. Evans waved his hand and led the three beauties to initiate a quantum reset. Not only did they travel through parallel planes, but they also traveled through time at the same time, directly returning to the day when the Phantom Cat Katie disappeared. The place where they landed was in the Phantom Cat's hometown, Deerfield Town, Illinois. This is where Katie lost control of her abilities and traveled through time a few years ago. Looking at the familiar environment around her, Katie almost jumped with excitement. Evans reminded she, "We came into this world when you were 13 years old." Oh. After Katie heard this, she immediately activated the quantum reset and reset her age back to 13 years old. Even the clothes on her body were reset back to the ones she wore when she traveled through time. She was like a completely different person. "Evans, I'm going to see my parents first, and then I'll find you in a few days." "Go ahead." Katie disappeared in a flash. "Where are we going now?" Wanda asked Evans. "I plan to collect some mutant genes and make X-Factor potions that can give us different superpowers. Let's go to a more past time period in this world." "Okay, let's go." To read exciting novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Evans took the two of them directly to Boston, Massachusetts in 195X, and arrived at the gate of Snow Valley Girls High School. This is Snow Valley Girls High School in Boston, Massachusetts in 195X. At this time, there was a mutant who went to school here. Her name was Emma Frost, and her abilities were telepathy and body diamondization. Since this is a girls' school, The task of obtaining her DNA is left to you two. You can have appropriate contact with each other and find opportunities to visit her home. Her older sister and younger sister are also mutants. What are her sister's abilities? Her sister's ability is contact mind control, and her sister's ability is to implant hallucinations in others, but I'm not sure whether their abilities are awakened at this time. But it doesn't matter, even if they are not. You just need to collect their genes. Just leave it to us. Wanda nodded. Evans separated from the two women. He used quantum reset, and the next moment he appeared at the manor of Charles Xavier's family in Westchester County, New York, where he found the X-granted magic form. Female. Evans did not show up to meet them, but quietly took away a piece of their hair and left. After that, Evans found Magneto, Red Devil, Shao, Riptide, Shockwave. After quietly collecting their DNA, Evans went to Cairo, Egypt, found Apocalypse buried there, and drew blood. After doing all this, Evans returned to the game world alone. Give these genetic samples to Abigail, and let her use her own technology to produce the X-Factor potion. Abigail plays the role of a tool very well, and it takes a whole day to produce the relevant X-Factor because the potion production was completed. Evans first used his own time projection to test the effect of the potion one by one. After confirming that there was no problem, he injected himself with one of these potions. Evans, who had obtained many mutant abilities, felt the load of your own genes. At this time, you should digest and adapt to these abilities. Only after you have completely adapted can you continue to inject other X-Factor drugs. Cyberpunk 2077. Night City. The time is 2062. Afternoon. Yelena is ready to go out. Little Spider-Man asked her where she was going. Yelena just said she was going out for a walk. In fact, she was planning to apply for a job at Arasaka Company. He had found a lot of information through the internet before. In Night City, only the technology mastered by Arasaka Company was available. The highest degree. There are also some unreliable rumors on the internet, saying that Saburo Arasaka of Arasaka Company has been pursuing cyber immortality and has achieved certain results. Today, Saburo Arasaka is 146 years old. Yelena decided to become a commercial spy, sneaking into Arasaka Company and stealing their cutting-edge technology. As a top agent from the Red House, Yelena is confident to go undercover and obtain their technical information, but this may require a period of lurking. After Yelena left, Little Spider-Man was a little at a loss. He asked Evan, "Mr. Evan, what should we do now?" According to the game panel, the time flow rate in this replica world is 365 times that of our world. In other words, if we live here for 1 year, only 1 day will pass in the world we come from. In other words, 08, we will have enough time to explore here. Don't you really want to bring back the prosthetic implant technology to benefit the disabled? Then work hard in this direction. Evan encouraged Little Spider-Man casually. Heroes need to grow up. I believe that Little Spider-Man can mature during this time in Cyberpunk 2077, so that Uncle Ben's death should be avoided. Evan is still very optimistic about Little Spider-Man. It is worth mentioning that the difference in time flow rate between this world and the Marvel world is not the result of game system adjustment, but that the time flow rate in this world is very fast. Little Spider-Man nodded seriously. I know what to do. With his goal in mind, Little Spider-Man began to use that very advanced tablet computer to surf the internet, looking for a place where he could learn technology. There are some professional technical training schools in Night City, including a training center for prosthetic implant technology. The concept of these places is very similar to a technical school in a certain country. Those schools have no academic requirements. The only requirement is money. The truth is, create happiness with heart and learn NMB without money. Little Spider-Man has no money. He is a pauper whether in the real world or in the replica world. Throughout Little Spider-Man's life, he is either going bankrupt or on the road to bankruptcy. If Little Spider-Man can get out of poverty and become rich, he may live forever. Evan saw Little Spider-Man's embarrassment, so he kindly sponsored him with a sum of money. The money is not too much or too little, and Little Spider-Man pays his tuition. There is no need to give too much money. Give too much, and Little Spider-Man might become corrupted. In Night City, certain color industries are very developed. What if little Spider-Man can't stand the temptation and falls? So just give me some tuition money and let little Spider-Man continue to be poor. A poor little Spider-Man is a complete little Spider-Man. Evan took time out to accompany little Spider-Man to a school in Night City to register, went through the admission procedures for him, and paid the tuition. From now on, little Spider-Man will be a day student here. He goes to school here during the day and goes back to Evan's place at night. The two places are not far apart, only a 20-minute walk. As a top student, little Spider-Man's ability to learn is still very strong. In addition, he has a good attitude towards learning. I believe that it won't be long before little Spider-Man can become a technical engineer with implantable prosthetics. After settling this matter, Evan left Night City and went to the suburban town of Laguna Bend. Recently, the town of Laguna Bend and the surrounding area were acquired by Enciner Dam Company, Limited, to convert the area into a reservoir. Enciner Dam Company, Limited requires residents here to relocate or they will be flooded. The demolition fees they paid to the residents here were not much, and many people were unwilling to move and began to hold demonstrations. Enciner Dam Company, Limited is not a good person. They have private mercenaries. Those who are unwilling to move out and make troubles are all secretly dealt with by them. Today, although there are still demonstrations in the town of Laguna Bend, they only dare to march to express their dissatisfaction. When Evan came here, what he saw was a massive parade. There are also reporters interviewing and reporting on the happenings here. Evan saw 3 people in the parade. One is his target, an 11-year-old girl, and the other 2 are the other person's grandfather and grandmother. That little girl is a character in the Cyberpunk 2077 story named Judy Alvarez. Judy's past was mentioned in the story background of that game, and the content is roughly as follows. Judy Alvarez was born in Laguna Bend, a small town on the outskirts of Night City, and was raised by her grandparents. In 2062, when Enciner Dam Company acquired the area near Laguna Bend in order to convert it into a reservoir, residents were forced to evacuate the town because the town would be flooded. Judy and her grandparents moved into an apartment in Night City, but after 2 years the grandparents left and moved further north, while Judy stayed and made it her own apartment. She ended up working at the Ritz Bar as a Mutuo technician and editor. When players first came into contact with Mutuo in the game, Judy Alvarez was debugging the equipment and guiding it. It is now 2062, and Judy is only an 11 or 12-year-old girl. If history does not change, Judy will move to Night City with her grandparents soon. When Evan played that game in his previous life, his favorite female character was Judy. She was a very charming girl and a righteous girl. Due to various experiences in childhood, Judy grew up to be a simple, kind, and emotional person who lacked love. She hated evil people to the bone, stabbed her friends, and found it difficult to trust strangers. Under her strong appearance, she had a fragile heart. Now that he has come to this world and this era, Evan definitely wants to get in touch with the 11-year-old little Judy, and by the way, he will be raised as a Lolita. Evan took the initiative to get to know Judy and her grandparents and invited the 3 of them to a nearby restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Evan started to cheat and said, "Judy, you look a lot like my late sister." In order to prove this lie, Evan took out his mobile phone, called up the photo album on his mobile phone, and showed it to a few people. In fact, he quietly released the illusion on several people. The photos that the master saw on his mobile phone were what Evan let them see. Hallucination. In the hallucination, the photo displayed on the phone was of a girl who looked very similar to Judy, but was slightly older. This girl was standing with Evan in the sun, smiling brightly. After the 3 of them finished reading, Evan put away his phone and said to the 3 of them, "Such a thing happened in the town of Laguna Bend. It is no longer possible to live in it. If you are willing, I can help and send you to Jersey City. The security there is very good, at least better than Night City. I could decide to give you a villa and let you live there. Are you helping us just because Judy looks like your late sister?" Judy's grandfather asked Evan. "Yes, I had a very good relationship with my sister. Her death brought me great regret. I thought I would never recover until I passed by here today and saw Judy. If possible, I would like to adopt Judy. Let her be my sister, and I promise to give her a better life. Evan's lies came out of his mouth as if they were true, but he didn't lie about how he could make Judy live a better life. In the evening, Wanda and Gwen came back. They successfully completed the task and obtained the DNA copies of Emma, Adrian, Emma's sister, and Claudia, Emma's sister. Abigail took the DNA samples from the two people and went to make the X-Factor potion. Wanda and Gwen followed Abigail into the underground laboratory. They saw that there were many X-gene medicines stored in the laboratory. There were labels on them. The labels stated which superpowers these medicines corresponded to. Evans, can Wanda and I administer these injections? Gwen asked Evans, who was adapting to his abilities. Yes, but don't inject too many types of drugs at one time, as that will put a huge burden on your body. Evans reminded the two of them. Both of them seemed very excited when they learned that they could also inject. With so many abilities, they had to choose carefully. First, the two of them chose the Phantom Cat gene potion by chance. I have seen this ability from Katie and Evans and know how magical it is. Later, Wanda chose the Apocalypse gene potion, and Gwen chose the Emma gene potion. They were injected one after another and gained many superpowers. But at the same time, they also felt the genetic burden that Evans said, but it was not particularly serious. It seemed that they could continue to inject, but to be on the safe side, they did not continue and began to adapt to the newly acquired abilities. Time gradually passed for a night. Evans spent a night, which was regarded as a preliminary adaptation to the new ability, and the genetic burden was no longer so obvious. He greeted Wanda and Gwen and left the game world with the two of them, and once again they arrived in the X-Police movie universe. The time of their arrival was 3 days after Katie returned. Katie had left her hometown and went to Charles's mutant school. Not long after the three of them arrived, they received a message from Katie's message. The other party sent the message to the three people through the friend function of the game panel. Katie told the three people in the message that she went to Xavier Youth School. The three people played in this world for half a month, during which Katie they took them to many places, including visiting Xavier Youth School, and collected a lot of mutant genes. They did not return until they had enough fun. S.H.I.E.L.D. was clean. Under the operation of Nick Fury and others, Hydra elements within S.H.I.E.L.D. were eradicated one after another. The number of Hydra undercover agents eradicated accounted for half of the staff at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. This cut S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strength in half. Fortunately, everything was kept secret. In progress, people outside do not know that something has happened in S.H.I.E.L.D. From the official point of view of various countries, S.H.I.E.L.D. is still the same S.H.I.E.L.D. Only the hidden members of Hydra know that the undercover Hydra members in S.H.I.E.L.D. All members of Hydra have been captured. This makes Hydra elements all over the world very uneasy. They have to give up their current identities and go dormant in other identities just to worry about what S.H.I.E.L.D. will interrogate from those captured, implicating them. Nick Fury, who had purified the internal environment of S.H.I.E.L.D., finally breathed a sigh of relief. After this incident, Fury visited Tony Stark alone, with the main purpose of warning Tony Stark not to seek death. Research and develop Ultron. Knowing that Ultron would go out of control, Tony Stark would naturally not develop that thing, and there was no need for Fury to remind him. In the game world, players have successively cleared the trial dungeons, and only Pepper and Kristen, there is no way to survive this dungeon. Who made the trial dungeon so difficult? This so-called trial is not prepared for ordinary people like them. In fact, the few people from S.H.I.E.L.D. As an agent player, it is not possible to pass the trial dungeon in one go. It takes several times to successfully pass the trial. Only the monsters and snake gods in the Avengers and the three Asgardians can pass the trial in one go. After that, everyone was conquering the DC World dungeon in their spare time. It was said to be conquering, but in fact, it was to manage the power there, collect resources, and recruit talents. Time has passed like this for more than half a year. Nothing major happened in the past half year. If anything, it's that Evans Film and Television Company has launched a lot of new movies, such as the X-Police series and the Fantastic Four series. Time has come to 2015. This year, the Ultron incident should have occurred, but the incident has been killed in advance. There is a high probability that there will be no major events on Earth this year. Wanda and Gwen have graduated from college. Wanda didn't look for any job after graduation. Anyway, Evans took care of her, and she only did what she liked. Gwen is different. As a top student, Gwen works full-time as a scientist, conducting scientific research experiments and studying things that interest her. For example, she has recently been studying the Kryptonian Central Book. Yes, the Central Book has been deciphered. There are different Kryptonian gene templates inside the Central Book. The genes in these gene templates are not encrypted, allowing people to easily study the genetic technology contained in them. As long as this technology can be thoroughly mastered, human genetic modification equipment can be developed. For example, let humans modify their appearance at the genetic level, just like creating characters in online games and pinching their faces, so that losers can become handsome men, ugly women can become beautiful women, and fat people can become slim. This is commonly known as recreating a human being. Gwen is currently studying this rebirth project. In order to produce results as quickly as possible, Evans added a time dilation effect to the underground laboratory under the villa in the public area. On a day outside, 30 years can pass in the laboratory. It is estimated that with a few days from the outside world, Gwen's research will produce results. It is worth mentioning that Wanda and Gwen already knew that Carla had given birth to a child for Evans. But in terms of theory, the child was born after that event, not before. After clearing Laura's identity, Evans took advantage of the situation and made Laura a player. Laura would come over from time to play with her father and two little mothers. Regarding Laura, Wanda and Gwen were surprised when they first met her, but then they adapted to her existence. They also regarded Laura as their daughter, although the daughter's appearance and age seemed to be the same as theirs. About the same size, somewhat strange. On this day, Evans took the time to mark several new players, namely Peter Parker, Yelena Belova, and Avengers Hawkeye Clint Barton and Falcon Sam Wilson. Before Clint Barton and Sam Wilson came to the game, they had heard other Avengers mention this place many times, so they were not too surprised. They were just sighing that they had finally become players. Peter Parker and Yelena Belova came to this place for the first time. Yelena is no longer the Black Widow agent in the Red Room. She has escaped from the control of the organization and is running around. She suddenly comes to the game world and is shocked. As a Black Widow agent trained by the Red House, Yelena has a very good psychological quality. She calmed down quickly and gradually understood the situation. The newly revised game does not require players to clear the first copy before leaving the newborn villa. In order to understand the situation, Yelena did not enter the dungeon to experience the story. She walked directly out of her freshman villa and discovered that outside the villa was Malibu Beach. If the game panel hadn't shown that this was a public area of the game world, she would have thought she had traveled from Europe to North America. Yelena saw a big boy with a slightly loser temperament walking out of the villa next to her, so she walked over. "Hey, handsome boy, do you know where this place is?" She asked the big loser boy. The big loser boy is Peter Parker. Like Yelena, Peter Parker is also confused now, but as a young man, his ability to accept new things is obviously stronger. He saw this beautiful elder sister ask herself. Her cheeks couldn't help but blush. "Hello, my name is Peter Parker. I think this may be a virtual world created by aliens." Yelena raised her eyebrows. "I guess you, like me, are also a new player here?" After getting through the nervous period of meeting this beauty, Peter Parker's academic IQ regained the high ground, and his words became sharper. "Yes, I don't know more about this place than you do, but the dungeon names displayed on the game panel are very interesting. I think those dungeons must be some kind of interpretation of real events. If we enter the dungeon, maybe we could be personally involved in those events." Of course, Yelena also noticed the names of those copies and had similar associations. "If you want to know more, you can ask me, and I will be happy to answer your questions." The sudden sound from the side attracted the attention of the two of them. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw a handsome young man walking towards them. "I'm Evans Nelson, a senior player here." Evans introduced himself. "I have heard of you. You are the mysterious boss of Marvel Studios. Hello, I am Peter Parker. Peter Parker is very excited. Growing up, his favorite movies are basically produced by Evans Film and Television Company, especially the superhero movies, which are simply his favorite. It's me. Evans smiled and nodded. Next, the two asked Evans a lot of questions about this place. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. After the two of them finished asking, Evans seemed to suddenly think of he said something like, "By the way, when I just passed the dungeon, I got an invitation letter for the closed beta dungeon. This invitation can allow up to 3 people to participate in the closed beta test of the new dungeon. Now that I have met, don't you want to participate in the closed beta with me?" Okay, Yelena agreed. Anyway, she was still relatively unfamiliar with everything here. Since there were experienced players who were willing to lead, and the so-called internal beta qualification seemed to be valuable, she did not refuse. Peter Parker also nodded and agreed to join the team. It's worth it. What I want to mention is that at this point in time, Peter Parker has just been bitten by a spider a few days ago. He has already realized that he has become different, but he has not yet officially debuted as a superhero. Uncle Ben is not dead yet, so at this time Peter Parker doesn't understand that with great power comes great responsibility. He is just an ordinary boy who suddenly gains superpowers. Now that you agree, let's set off. Evans sent an invitation to the two to form a team. After the two joined the team, Evans launched a new copy that he planned to update in the next version. This so-called new copy will only be available in the next version. It is actually a copy of reality, but it is a one-time copy. That is, if you die after entering the copy, that copy will disappear from the copy list. This is actually traveling to other worlds for exploration. And these different worlds they are different universes that Evans discovered in the almighty universe using alien portals. Evans has discovered many similar universes. It would be too troublesome for him to explore them one by one. But if the player is allowed to go on his behalf, if you explore, you'll be able to enjoy the detailed information of those other worlds. If you find a valuable world, record the coordinates and skip the worthless ones. This is what he has prepared for the next version of the game. Content. Now, it is an early experience. Evans, Yelena, and Little Spider descended to an unknown dimension through the identities of players in the game world. The first time they arrived, the 3 of them received a prompt tone from a game system. The copy task has been released. Mission: explore a new world. Requirement: collect as much information about the world as possible and submit it to the game system. The more information you collect, the more points you will receive. Note: the same information can only be submitted once. Yelena and Little Spider began to observe the surroundings and found that this was a near-future city, very cyberpunk style. Here you can see many humans with partially mechanized bodies, as well as many people dressed in non-mainstream styles. Wow, this place looks a lot like a movie produced by Mr. Evans' company. I remember that movie was called Alita: Battle Angel, and it was all in the style of cyberpunk. After the Little Spider finished speaking, he looked at Evans and asked, "Mr. Evans, is everything in the game world real? I am referring to the prosthetic technology that exists in this copy world. Is that true?" Evans nodded. "It's true. If you have the ability, of course you can get everything you're interested in from this dungeon world. This is really great. The prosthetic implant technology here is at least decades ahead of reality. If we can bring the technology here back, how many disabled people can be benefited?" Little Spider thinks of benefiting others, but Yelena thinks of benefiting herself. If what Evan said is true, then just bringing back 1 or 2 of the technologies here will mean a lot of wealth. Judy didn't want to leave her grandparents, so she shook her head and refused. But her grandparents had to think about Judy's future. Obviously, Mr. Evan in front of me is a good person to entrust. The two looked at each other and already made their choice in their hearts. With Evan's help, Judy's family received Demolition and Resettlement Fund from NC_Dam Company, Ltd. Afterwards, Evan drove and took Judy's family out of Laguna Bend and headed to Jersey City. Where did Evan's car come from, you ask? He had several in his dark pocket. Arriving in Jersey City, Evan spent money to buy a quite spacious villa here and gave the villa to Judy, who was still only 11 years old. What? You asked Evan where the money came from? He has so many abilities, especially the psychic ability. Isn't it easy to get some money? Judy's grandfather and grandmother moved in here. Evan helped them move and stayed here for another night until next morning. Evan said goodbye to Judy's grandparents and drove Judy out of New York. How should I call you from now on, brother? From now on, you're my sister. Should I change my last name? Need not. That's good. Judy didn't want to change her surname. She liked her current surname. She asked again, where are we going? To Night City. I heard that the security in Night City is very poor. It's quite bad, but you don't have to worry. When you get there, I will give you something to protect yourself. It feels like I sold myself to you. Judy complained. Then you have to be careful. Maybe I will really sell you to a custom place. My value is not worth the villa you gave me. Judy is a very smart girl and was not frightened by Evan's words. I still don't know your specific identity and what you do. Yes, what does your family do? If you adopt me, will your family agree? You will gradually learn about me in the future. At 9 a.m. that day, Evan took Judy back to Night City. He did not take Judy to the hotel, but bought a villa near the hotel. Then he used the friend function of the Marvel game to tell Peter Parker and Yelena the address. This will be our home for a while in the future, Evan said. I thought you had a place to live here instead of taking me to buy a new house. You could easily have some bad associations with me. For example, Evan didn't read Judy's mind. He wanted to know what the other party was thinking of. Perhaps your identity is very special and needs to be kept secret. Or maybe you're the illegitimate son of a big family and your identity must be kept secret. Otherwise, you will be in danger. Your idea is interesting, but neither of your guesses is the right answer. Then you are the gangster. Okay, stop guessing. Let me give you a few things that you can use to protect yourself. Evan took out some magic props he made in his spare time, gave them to Judy, and taught her how to use them. Although these props are all magic props, they are disguised to look like technological products. For example, one of them looks like a mechanical watch and has the function of a watch, but its real function is to be a prop that can automatically divine fortune-telling and form a magic shield. The essence of automatic divination is to predict danger. When this mechanical watch predicts that danger will come, it will trigger the magic shield function and automatically form a magic shield around Judy. There are many similar props. With the equipment of these props, as long as Judy is not bombed by missiles or directly hit by nuclear bombs, then in Night City, she can use her strength to wave, and she will definitely not die anyway. Judy was stunned by this magical equipment. These things are so amazing. She now finally believes that Evan truly treats her like a sister. Otherwise, he would not have been able to give her so many good things for self-defense. At this moment, the uneasiness in her heart eased a lot. Thank you, Evan. At noon, Yelena followed the address Evan told her and came to the villa. Who is this little sister? Yelena asked Evan when she saw that there was an 11-year-old girl here. She is my sister, Judy. Evan introduced her. Later, Evan introduced Yelena to Judy. Yelena is not a particularly curious person. In their line of work, if you are too curious, you often won't survive long. So Yelena did not ask where Evan's so-called sister came from. After lunch, Judy returned to the bedroom. In the living room, Evan casually asked Yelena a question that he already knew the answer to. Miss Yelena, you must be no ordinary person. Why do you ask that? Yelena raised her eyebrows. Because those who are selected into the Marvel superhero game are not ordinary people. Also, your temperament and characteristics remind me of a profession. If possible, I would like to ask you for a favor. If you want me to help you, tell me first, but I may not agree. Help me train Judy and teach her all your skills. What benefits can I get? Yelena did not refuse directly. A prop that can enhance your ability to protect yourself. Take it out and let me see it. Evan took out a prop and handed it to Yelena. The latter took it and looked at it. Its style is a metal card of file-size playing card. This is, if you put your own blood on it, you can understand its function. Yelena didn't quite believe it, but she did it anyway. When the card is dripped with blood, it automatically recognizes Yelena as its owner. The card conveyed some information to Yelena's mind, letting Yelena know what she could do with this card. This card is a magic card created by Evan. Although it is in the form of a card, the technology used is actually the same technology used to make magic scrolls, but has been modified by Evan. It is not a disposable item, but a dragon that can be used multiple times. The energy that drives this card is not magic, but the user's vitality. It is also because of this that there are not many types of magic enchanted by the cards, and their effectiveness is not strong. Otherwise, if it is too strong, it will directly drain the user's vitality. The spells enchanted on the cards are D&D system tricks, that is, zero-level spells. These spells are not expensive, but they are very practical. Yelena tried the spell above and was sure it was effective. Although she was curious about how this thing worked, she didn't ask. Evans observed the city through sensory magic and recognized it as the Night City. That's right, that's where the story in Cyberpunk 2077 takes place. There is no supernatural power in this world. It is a purely near-future technological world. The technology in this world is relatively advanced, especially the prosthetic implant technology. With the existence of this technology, human limbs and organs can be replaced by machines. Generally speaking, healthy people rarely take the initiative to self-mutilate and undergo prosthetic transformation. There are only a few people who can undergo full-body prosthetic transformation, and the price is also very expensive and ordinary people cannot afford it. Moreover, mechanical prostheses lack the feelings that humans should have. If the whole body is transformed into a prosthesis, humans will lose all the feelings they should have. Many such people are crazy and are called cybermaniacs by people of this era. Night City is a 280 city. Terrorist attacks and crimes happen at any time. People living here, no matter how careful they are, may be suddenly affected and end up with severe disabilities. At this time, I have to undergo prosthetic transformation. Generally speaking, when you come to a strange place, you need to find a base and a device that can connect to the internet, and then slowly plan your next course of action. Yelena said, "Leave this matter to me. You can walk around nearby first, but don't go too far. I will be back within 3 hours." After Evans finished speaking, he left alone. After watching Evans leave, Yelena and Little Spider wandered around together, browsing the scenery of Night City, and then, as expected, they met a group of people who were blocking the road. Yelena and Little Spider, she said she had no money, but the guys didn't believe it and wanted to do something. Yelena couldn't bear it anymore and took the lead. She knocked one person over her shoulder and broke another person's arm with a joint technique. The remaining guys realized that they had no money. When he encounters a tough situation, he is about to draw his gun. At this time, the Little Spider moves. Although the Little Spider is not yet Spider-Man, his superpowers are already there. From a common rational point of view, the Little Spider seems to be an agile hero, but that's not the case. In fact, he is still a powerful superhero. Although Spider-Man is not at his peak now, he still has tons of power. Within 10 seconds after Spider-Man took action, these guys who were blocking the way and robbed him. There is no one who can stand anymore. Yelena is surprised by the strength and speed of the Little Spider. This is already the category of superpowers, right? Handsome guy, I didn't expect you to be quite capable. Little Spider scratched his head in embarrassment. Although he was shy, he was able to pretend to be sexy in front of beautiful women. He was praised by the other party, and Little Spider's vanity was satisfied. Yelena squatted down and found several pistols from these robbers, and a few small denomination bills, and put them away one by one. Ignoring this episode, the two continued to wander. There was a robbery incident in broad daylight, but the passers-by seemed not surprised. This shows that similar things happen frequently in this city. Looks like this is a sin city. We better be careful while we're here. Please rest assured, Miss Belova, I will definitely protect you. Little Spider patted his chest and promised. You are quite chivalrous. The two wandered around for a while, then returned to the place where they first came, waiting for Evans. Not long after waiting, they saw Evans walking from a distance carrying a handbag. I sorted out our identity issues and borrowed some money from kind-hearted people. Let's go first. Let's find a place to live. Evans led the two of them to a hotel not far away. Yelena, who was following him, looked at Evans in surprise. The other party could easily obtain identity and money in this unfamiliar place. He seemed to be a very capable guy. The identity of the other party in reality was definitely not simple. The three checked into the hotel. After entering the room, Evans took out 3 tablet devices from his handbag and connected 2 of them, passing it to Yelena and Little Spider. This tablet was also sponsored by Kind People. Although it is not an advanced thing, it can be used. Yelena thought to herself, "The Good Samaritan you call me must not have been robbed by you." She took the tablet from Evans and found that this thing is quite advanced, with a CPU frequency of 10 gigahertz, a memory of 128 gigabytes, and a storage of 1,024 terabytes. It even has an integrated graphics card, and the visual performance is more than 10 times better than the 4090 graphics card. Is this thing really a tablet? It is worthy of the technology of the near-future era. A mere tablet has such a configuration at the same time that it is well configured. The battery life is also very good. The battery life above shows that this thing can continue to run for 21 days before the battery is exhausted. 0. Yelena sighed inwardly and immediately stopped paying attention to the configuration of the tablet and instead used it to search for information about the world online. Little Spider also discovered the exaggerated configuration of this tablet and was shocked. After being stunned, he became excited. He even used it to download games from this world and started playing them. Evans sat on the sofa next to him, crossed his legs, and was surfing the internet with a tablet. Most of what he browsed was some technological information. In Evans' view, the implantable prosthetic technology in this world is still very valuable, such as brain-computer technology that can be called a portable system. Evans took out a U equipped with Abigail's subroutine, inserted it into the tablet, and transferred Abigail's artificial intelligence program to the tablet to run. The smart program was successfully launched and, following Evans' instructions, began to learn and download various technologies in this world. The technology of prosthetic implants can not only be used to transform humans, but can also be applied to robots. Although this technology may not necessarily be better than Abigail's, which is made using Terminator T-800 technology, it can supplement Abigail's deficiencies in other aspects and strengthen Abigail's lower limit of combat effectiveness. As I guessed before, this city is indeed a city of sin. It is not an officially managed city, but is ruled by a family company called Arasaka Corporation. The company's agents are spread throughout the city, and turning a blind eye to many crimes 1.4 has resulted in various mafia and cyber evil forces running rampant in the city. According to statistics, the number of abnormal deaths in the city every day is as high as 1,000, and the number of injured and newly disabled people is 3 times this number. Yelena told the information she found. The Little Spider was stunned. With so many people dying every day, why are there still so many people living in the city? The Little Spider was puzzled. There are many people who can't live in this world, and Night City is one of the best places for those who can't live. Although it is dark, it is also the place where the dream of Country M is easiest to realize. The poor can spend one night here. There are many cases of getting rich. There are many outsiders every day, constantly replenishing the population here. No matter how many people die in the city, the total population will only be much larger. Yelena sighed with emotion. Cyberpunk 2077. Night City. The time is 2062. Afternoon. Yelena is ready to go out. The Little Spider asked her where she was going. Yelena just said that she was going out for a walk. In fact, she was planning to apply for a job at Arasaka Company. He had found a lot of information through the internet before. In Night City, only Arasaka Company has the highest level of technology. There are also some unreliable rumors on the internet, saying that Saburo Arasaka of Arasaka Company has been pursuing cyber immortality and has achieved certain results. Today, Saburo Arasaka is 146 years old. Yelena decided to be a commercial spy, sneaking into Arasaka Company and stealing their cutting-edge technology. As a top agent from the Red Room, Yelena is confident that she can go undercover and obtain their technical information, but this may require a period of lurking. After Yelena left, Little Spider was a little at a loss. He asked Evans, "Mr. Evans, what should we do now?" According to the game panel, the time flow rate in this replica world is 365 times that of our world. In other words, if we live here for a year, only one day will pass in the world we came from. In other words, 30. Here we will have enough time to explore. Don't you really want to bring back prosthetic implant technology to benefit the disabled? Then work hard in this direction. Evans encouraged Little Spider casually. Heroes need to grow up. I believe that Little Spider can mature during this time in Cyberpunk 2077. This should be able to avoid the death of Uncle Ben. Evans is still very optimistic about Little Spider. Spiders. It is worth mentioning that the difference in time flow rate between this world and the Marvel world is not the result of game system adjustment, but the time flow rate in this world is already very fast. Little Spider nodded seriously. I know what to do. With the goal in mind, the Little Spider began to use that very advanced tablet computer to surf the internet, looking for a place where he could learn skills. There are some professional technical training schools in Night City, including implantation and prosthetic technology. Training centers. The concept of those places is very similar to technical schools in a certain country. Those schools have no requirements for academic qualifications. The only requirement is money. The truth is, create happiness with heart. No money to learn an MB. Little Spider has no money. No matter in the real world or in the dungeon world, he is still a pauper. Throughout the life of Little Spider, he is either going bankrupt or on the road to bankruptcy. He hopes that Little Spider will get rid of poverty and become rich, and he may not live forever. Evans saw the embarrassment of Little Spider, so he kindly sponsored him a sum of money. The money was not too much, not too little, just enough for Little Spider to pay his tuition. There's no need to give too much money. If you give too much, Little Spider might become corrupted. You know, in the night, in the city, certain color industries are very developed. What if the Little Spider can't stand the temptation and falls? So just give the Little Spider money for tuition and let the Little Spider continue to be poor. The poor Little Spider is a complete Little Spider. Evans took the time to accompany Little Spider to a school in Night City to register, went through the admission procedures for him, and paid the tuition. From now on, Little Spider will be a day student here. He goes to school here during the day and in the evening. Back to Evans' place. It's not far between the two places. It's only a 20-minute walk. As a top student, Little Spider has a strong ability to learn, and with his good attitude towards learning, I believe he will be able to. It won't take long for the Little Spider to become a prosthetic engineer. After getting this done, Evans left Night City and went to the suburban town of Laguna Bend. Recently, Lagan, the town of Nabindi, and surrounding areas were acquired by NC Dam Limited, which will convert the area into a reservoir. NC Dam Company Limited requires residents here to relocate or they will be flooded. The demolition fees they paid to the residents here were not much, and many people were unwilling to move and began to hold demonstrations. NC Dam Company Limited is not a good company. They have private mercenaries. Those who were unwilling to move and made trouble the most were all secretly dealt with by them. Today, although there are still demonstrations in the town of Laguna Bend, they only dare to march to express their dissatisfaction. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Falun Novel Network. What Evans saw when he came here was a massive parade. There are also reporters interviewing and reporting on the happenings here. Evans saw 3 people in the parade. One is his target, an 11-year-old girl, and the other 2 are the other person's grandfather and grandmother. That little girl is a character in the Cyberpunk 2077 story, named Judy Alvarez. Judy's past was mentioned in the story background of that game, and the content is roughly as follows. Judy Alvarez was born in Laguna Bend, a small town on the outskirts of Night City, and was raised by her grandparents. In 2062, when NC Dam Company acquired the area near Laguna Bend in order to convert it into a reservoir, residents were forced to evacuate the town because the town would be flooded. Judy and her grandparents moved into an apartment in Night City, but the grandparents left after 2 years and moved further north, while Judy stayed and turned it into her own apartment. She ended up working at the Ritz Bar as a Mutuo technician and editor. When players first came into contact with Mutuo in the game, Judy Alvarez was debugging the equipment and guiding it. It is now 2062, and Judy is only an 11 or 12-year-old girl. If history does not change, Judy will move to Night City with her grandparents soon. When Evans played that game in his previous life, his favorite female character was Judy. She was a very charming girl and a righteous girl. Due to various childhood experiences, Judy grew up to be a simple, kind, and emotional person who lacked love. She hated evil people to the bone, stabbed her friends, and was difficult to trust strangers. Under her strong appearance, she had a fragile heart. Now that he has come to this world and this era, of course Evans has to get in touch with the 11-year-old little Judy. And by the way, he has raised a 630-year-old Lolita. Evans took the initiative to get to know Judy and her grandparents and invited the three of them to a nearby restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Evans started his deception and said, "Judy, you look a lot like my late sister." In order to prove this lie, Evans took out his mobile phone, called up the mobile phone photo album, and showed it to several people. In fact, he quietly released the illusion on several people. The photos the three saw on his mobile phone were of the hallucination Vince made them see. In the hallucination, the photo displayed on the phone was of a girl who looked very similar to Judy, but was slightly older. The girl was standing with Evans in the sun, smiling brightly. After the three of them finished reading, Evans put away his phone and said to the three of them, "Such a thing happened in the town of Laguna Bend. It is no longer habitable. If you are willing, I can help and send you to Jersey City. The security there is very good, at least better than Night City. I could decide to give you a villa and let you live there. Are you helping us simply because Judy resembles your late sister?" Judy's grandfather asked Evans. "Yes, my sister and I had a very good relationship. Her death brought me great regret. I thought I would never recover until I passed by and saw Judy today. If possible, I would like to adopt Judy and make her my sister. I promise to give her a better life." Evans lied as fast as he spoke, as if he was telling the truth. But he didn't lie in terms of helping Judy live a better life. Judy didn't want to leave her grandparents, so she shook her head and refused. But her grandparents had to think about Judy's future. Obviously, the Mr. Evans in front of him is a good person to entrust. The two elders looked at each other and already made their choice in their hearts. With the help of Evans, Judy's family received demolition and resettlement funds from NC Dam Company, Ltd. Evans then drove and took Judy's family out of Laguna Bend to Jersey City. Where did Evans get his car, you ask? He had several in his dark pocket. Arriving in Jersey City, Evans spent money to buy a quite spacious villa here and gave the villa to Judy, who was still only 11 years old. What? You asked Evans where the money came from? He has so many abilities, especially psychic powers. Isn't it easy to get some money? Judy's grandfather and grandmother moved in here. Evans helped them move and stayed here for another night. Until the next morning, Evans said goodbye to Judy's grandparents and drove Judy away from New York. How should I call you from now on, brother? From now on, you are my sister. Don't want to change my last name? Need not. That's good. Judy didn't want to change her surname either. She liked her current surname. She asked again, "Where are we going?" "Go to Night City. I heard that the security in Night City is very poor. It's quite bad, but you don't have to worry. When you get there, I will give you something to protect yourself. It feels like I sold myself to you." Judy complained. "Then you have to be careful. Maybe I will really sell you to a custom place. My value is not worth the villa you gave me." Judy is a very smart girl and was not fooled by Evan's words. "I still don't know your specific identity. What you do, what your family does, you adopted me. Will your family agree? You will gradually learn about me in the future." At 9 o'clock in the morning that day, Evans took Judy back to Night City. He did not take Judy to the hotel, but bought a villa near the hotel, and then he used manga to the friend function of the Weibo game, told Peter Parker and Yelena the address here. "For some time to come, this will be our home." Evans said, "I thought you had a place to live here instead of taking me to buy a new house. This way you could easily give me some bad associations." For example, Evans didn't read Judy's mind. You want to know what the other party was thinking of. Maybe your identity is very special and needs to be kept secret. Or maybe you are the illegitimate son of a big family, and your identity must be kept secret, otherwise you will be in danger. Your idea is interesting, but neither of your guesses is the right answer. Then you are a gangster. Okay, stop guessing. Let me give you a few things that you can use to protect yourself. Evans took out some magic props he made in his spare time, gave them to Judy, and taught her how to use them. Although these props are all magic props, they're disguised to look like technological products. For example, one of them, it looks like a mechanical watch and has the function of a watch, but its real function is to be a prop that can automatically divine and form a magic shield. The essence of automatic divination is to predict danger. When this mechanical watch divines that danger will come, when the time comes, the magic shield function will be triggered, automatically forming a magic shield around Judy. There are many similar props. With the equipment of these props, as long as Judy is not bombed by missiles or directly hit by nuclear bombs, so in Night City, you can swim as hard as you can, and you will definitely not die anyway. Judy was stunned by this set of magical equipment. These things are too magical. She finally believes that Evans is sincere. She is like a sister, otherwise she would not be able to give herself so many good things to defend herself. At this moment, the uneasiness in her heart eased a lot. Thank you, Evans. At noon, Yelena followed the address informed by Evans and came to this villa. Who is this little sister? Yelena saw that there was an 11-year-old girl here, so she asked Evans. She is my sister Judy. Evans introduced her. Then Evans introduced Yelena to Judy. Yelena is not a particularly curious person. In their line of work, if you're too curious, you often won't survive long. So Yelena Evans did not ask questions about where this so-called sister came from. After lunch, Judy returned to the bedroom. In the living room, Evans casually asked Yelena a question that he already knew the answer to. Miss Yelena, you must be no ordinary person, right? Why do you ask? Yelena raised her eyebrows. Because those selected into the Marvel superhero game are not ordinary people. Also, your temperament and characteristics remind me of a profession. If you can, I'd like to ask you a favor. If you want me to help you, tell me first, but I may not agree. Help me train Judy and teach her all your skills. What benefits can I get? Yelena did not refuse directly. A prop that can enhance your self-protection ability. Take it out and let me see it. Evans took out a prop and handed it to Yelena. To read Bao Shuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. The latter took it and looked at it. Its style is about the size of a playing card metal card. This is, if you put your own blood on it, you can understand its function. Yelena didn't quite believe it, but she still did it. When the card was dripped with blood, it automatically recognized Lee's Liana. The card sent some information to Yelena's mind, letting Yelena know that she could use this card. What does the card do? This card is a magic card made by Evans. Although it is in the form of a card, the technology used is actually the same technology used to make magic scrolls, but has been modified by Evans and is not as a one-time item that can be used multiple times. The energy that drives this card is not magic power, but the vitality of the user. Because of this, there are not many types of magic enchanted by the card, and the effectiveness is not strong. Otherwise, if it is too strong, it will directly drain the user's vitality. The spell enchanted on the card is a trick of the D&D system, that is a zero-level spell. This kind of spell does not consume much, but it is very practical. Yelena tried the above. The spell was definitely effective. Although she was curious about how this thing worked, she didn't ask. Time flies, time flies. 3 years have passed since Evans, Yelena, and Peter Parker arrived in the world of Cyberpunk 2077. A lot of things have happened in these 3 years. Let's talk about them one by one. The first thing, Evans let the artificial intelligence Abigail learn all the technologies in the world of Cyberpunk 2077. In fact, within the first few days of her arrival into this world, Abigail had already learned it all. Evans asked Abigail to find a place to build a cyber prosthetic laboratory in Night City, where Abigail could innovate based on implanted prosthetic technology. Although artificial intelligence robots do not have the ability to innovate, they're still far better than human engineers in combining existing technologies to achieve stronger effects. After Abigail hacked into all the technologies in the world, she continued to use existing technologies to deduce the best technology combinations. She achieved an iterative effect and has already raised the level of cyber prosthetic technology to the next generation. At several levels, it can even completely cyberize humans and achieve cyber immortality. Abigail upgraded itself with these new technologies. The current Abigail, purely in terms of combat effectiveness, has surpassed the level of the T-800, even surpassed the level of the T-1000, and tied the Terminator of the T-Infi 56790, and it is the one that can deform through nanoliquefaction. Although Abigail like this would still rush into the street when faced with a modern battlefield, when fighting in the city, Abigail would be invincible only against firearms and weapons. These technologies can not only be used to upgrade Abigail, but can also be used to implant and modify the human body, such as installing mechanical prostheses or mechanical organs and mechanical eyes on humans, so that disabled people can return to normal. Or all human body parts, including the brain, can be replaced with implantable prosthetic machinery. Unfortunately, the technology for uploading memories to mechanical brains is not yet mature, at least in Evan's view. If a person undergoes such a transformation, although he can gain immortality, he will no longer be his original self. From a mystical perspective, the essence of the soul is itself, and memory is secondary. As long as you make sure that your soul is still your own soul, no matter how your memory changes, you will still be yourself. If it is a personality composed of memories, it has no soul, and it will not be yourself, even if it looks like yourself. If we want humans to achieve true cyber immortality, we need to ensure that the memory and soul are transferred to the cyber body at the same time. This is true cyber immortality. Evans, who has achieved dual immortality in body and soul, has no need for cyber immortality, but it does not mean that he is not interested in such technology. He is not eager to turn himself into a cyborg, but to master this technology. With this kind of technology, a lot of things can be done. Evans asked the robot Lady Abigail to continue researching cyber immortality technology. Supplemented by soul magic technology, cyber immortality technology may be easily completed. But this also takes time. According to Miss Abigail's initial estimate, it will take at least a month to produce results. The topic has changed. Let's talk about the second thing. 3 years later, Peter Parker, the little spider, has not grown physically because he is in the player state of a Marvel superhero game and looks exactly the same as he did 3 years ago. After studying in a training center in this world for 3 years, he learned all the basics and advanced techniques of prosthetic implant technology and successfully graduated from the training center. Little Spider has mastered a lot of related technologies. As long as he has relevant equipment, he can design, produce various implant prosthetic components and can perform implant surgery modifications on the human body. Now Little Spider is a talented person in the field of implant prosthetics. Next comes the third thing. During the past 3 years, Yelena has been working undercover at Arasaka Company. On the surface, she acted as an agent of the company, but secretly she stole many of Arasaka's cutting-edge technologies without being discovered. Not only that, Yelena also spent the past 3 years becoming Saburo Arasaka's confidant. Saburo Arasaka thought that Yelena was loyal to him and was very satisfied with her efficiency, but he didn't know that she was just coveted for his company's technology. Yelena used the trust of the other party to hack most of the latest technologies of Arasaka Company. Of course, Saburo Arasaka is not a fool. The reason why Yelena's problem has not been discovered yet is because the technology stolen by Yelena has never been leaked out. Yelena's purpose of stealing these technologies was to make a fortune in another world, not to cause trouble in this world. So she just hid the stolen technologies and did not let them leak out. Then comes the fourth thing. After work, Yelena also took time to train Judy and taught Judy many agent skills. In addition to receiving training from Yelena, Judy was also hired by Evans to have many tutors to teach her various knowledge. After 3 years, Judy, who is already 14, can be considered a talent. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. If you underestimate her because of her young age, the person who underestimated her will definitely suffer in the end. Finally, there's Evans. In the past 3 years, when Evans was alone, he spent most of his time in the shrunken homeship spaceship. He used the training room in the spacecraft to practice and sorted out all he had learned. However, the combat effectiveness has increased a bit. Evans estimated that he could now face off against the Ancient One, and he would not be afraid even if the Ancient One used the Time Stone. No one had the ability to time. It's hard to say whether they can beat the opponent, but a draw is definitely no problem. At 10 o'clock that morning, Yelena found Evans and asked the latter, "Do you have any props here that can make people disguise themselves?" Evans raised his eyebrows and complained, "Why do you have to disguise yourself? Could it be that your theft of technology was finally discovered and you're wanted by Arasaka Company?" "I haven't been discovered yet, but I have achieved my goal and am ready to leave Arasaka Company. But you also know that Arasaka Company is very domineering and their agents are not allowed to retire unless they die. So you plan to disguise yourself and get out of their sight, right? But I remember you originally knew the art of disguise, right? I think you might have something better here," Yelena said. Evans touched his chin, then showed a malicious expression, looked at Yelena, and said to her, "I have recently developed a lot of new technologies here, all of which are related to cyber immortality, but they have not been clinically tested yet. If you want to try it, I guarantee that you will get a longer life and stronger combat effectiveness. Is it possible that your technology is more advanced than Arasaka Company?" Yelena was speechless. Arasaka Company is also researching cyber immortality and has achieved some results. The technical data of these results have been stolen by her, and she understands this very well. Arasaka Company can't compare to me. Just like the card I gave you, I don't need to say how high-tech it is. The technology here applies many similar technologies, which can give cyber immortality more capabilities. For example, holographic camouflage allows people to freely disguise and change their appearance. Another example is greater strength and agility. Theoretically, the maximum strength can reach 20 tons, and the fastest running speed on the ground can reach 100 meters per second. The matching optical electronic eye allows people to obtain a variety of supervision, and it also simulates skin nerves, allowing people to retain their human senses to the greatest extent, etc. Evans counted on his fingers just to make Yelena's heart beat, so that he can use Yelena as a guinea pig to test his cyber immortality technology. Yelena listened to Evans' introduction. Although what the other person said was very tempting, she was not interested in cyber transformation. If good people don't do it, why should they turn themselves into cyborgs? Seeing that Yelena was unmoved, Evans could only say, "It's a pity that you missed an opportunity to live forever. I won't regret this." "Evans, do you have any technological products here that can be used for disguise?" Yelena asked about it again. "Yes, you can go to the lab to find Abigail and ask her to help you make a disguise mask." "Thanks." Yelena thanked her and was about to leave her home and go to a certain building in the city center. Abigail's laboratory was in that building. Evans thought for a while and called her. "Wait, I'll go with you." Half an hour later, the two came to Abigail's laboratory. The laboratory is located on the top floor of the building, and the entire floor has been rented by Abigail as a laboratory area. There are signs everywhere in the laboratory high-tech equipment, and many staff wearing white coats. What's more annoying is that the staff here are all young women, and they are all very beautiful beauties. Yelena, who came here for the first time, you almost thought you were in a modeling company. In fact, the staff here are all simulation robots produced by Abigail, used as scientific research assistants. There are quite a few beauties here, Yelena complained. Evans did not introduce her to the idea of here. After arriving here, he went straight to the cloning laboratory. Yelena went to Abigail and explained her requirements to the other party. Abigail said, "Give me half an hour." Half an hour later, Abigail came back with a newly made nano-disguise mask and handed it to Yelena. Yelena tried the effect and found that this thing is very powerful. As long as it is attached to the face, It can simulate many faces are actually a must-have artifact for home travel, killing, and stealing. She was very satisfied with this thing. After getting what she wanted, she said goodbye and left. In the cloning laboratory, Evans took out the DNA of the mutant Jean Grey. Using the equipment here, he would clone him and instill memories. He planned to clone a person and cultivate it for a few more days. After Abigail developed the cyber immortality technology, he would carry out cyber transformation on the clone. There was no need to look for a guinea pig outside. Under the ripening process of the cloning chamber, a body with the same appearance as the mutant Jean Grey, but only 18 years old, was cloned. The clone was instilled with some basic skills by Evans. The memory, mainly the memory of language and common sense. The cloning ended and the hatch was opened. The clone opened her eyes. Her eyes were very active, showing curiosity about everything. Evans handed her a towel and asked she first wipe the solution on her body. After the clone dried herself, Evans admired the other person's body for a few times. It was very eye-catching. After that, Evans activated the secondary creation technique and created a set of clothes on her body. "Who am I? Where am I? What do I do?" she asked Evans for the ultimate philosophical trifecta. "I named you Madeline. You are in my laboratory and will soon serve as a test subject to participate in a human body modification experiment of cyber immortality." "I'm scared," the clone girl, named Madeline, said. "Don't worry, you'll be fine." Next, until the cyber immortality technology matures, Madeline will stay with Evans. I don't know why. As Madeline's understanding of the world deepens, she gains an objective understanding of herself. A soul was born in his body, the same soul as a normal person. This may be related to the characteristics contained in her X factor, or it may be that the consciousness of the birth of life will give birth to a soul, but this is not the point. A month later, Abigail completely perfected the cyber immortality technology. Evans took Madeline to Abigail's laboratory. Abigail said to Evans, "I have followed your instructions to provide Madeline with Miss Lynn made a cybernetic body." Evans and Madeline followed Abigail into a room. There was a bed in this room, and lying on the bed was a girl who looked exactly like Madeline. This girl was not flesh and blood. She was the already formed Psy. There is no flesh and blood under the bionic skin of the cybernetic body. It is all a mechanical structure. There is no need to replace Madeline's body parts. You only need to upload Madeline's soul and memory to this cybernetic body. Just put in the cybernetic body. Abigail brought a helmet-like thing for Madeline to wear. This is a device used to upload Madeline's memory and soul to the cybernetic body. Madeline was a little nervous. Evans comforted her with a few words. Soon, the uploading process began. During this process, Madeline passed out. About half an hour later, the uploading work was completed. The cyber girl on the bed opened her eyes and sat up. Evans walked to the bed and asked her, "How do you feel?" The cyber girl felt her body and then said, "The feeling is still there, but I always feel something is weird. I seem to have become a robot, and there is a system in my head, which is full of various data." Abigail brought a set of equipment and handed it to Evans. "Father, if you want to know how the cybernetic body feels, you can use this neural connection device to remotely access her body." Evans really wanted to try, so he wore a neural connection device. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. The next moment, he felt as if he had an extra body. Madeline's body to control was taken over by Evans. Evans controlled the cyborg girl Madeline to get out of the bed and feel the body. As Madeline said before, the feelings are still there, but there are all kinds of something is wrong. Nanotechnology is applied to the simulated skin on the body, and there are simulated nerves on it, which can simulate human touch. The mechanical eyes in the eye sockets also simulate human vision in normal vision mode. The nose also has olfactory sensors. But the feeling is different from that of normal people. If I have to describe it, it is like shutting a person in a coffin full of nerves. It is small and claustrophobic, but is not uncomfortable. After a moment of adaptation, Evans finally got used to this weird feeling. Evans tried out the cybersuit's various functions. All functions are normal and the performance is very strong. To sum up, the following points are made. 1. There is an operating system integrated into the mechanical brain, which feels a bit like an enhanced version of the brain computer and also like a portable system. You can use it to listen to music, watch movies, and even play games online. 2. The body is very strong and can easily lift about 20 tons of weight. 3. The explosive power of the body is very strong. The fastest running speed is 100 meters per second, and the highest jump is 10 meters high. 4. The body is made of magical metal mithril, with a large number of Olympus enchantments on it, making the body extremely strong and capable of automatically repairing damage. 5. Electronic binoculars have multiple vision modes, including but not limited to ordinary vision, infrared vision, hyperopia, and microscopic vision. Cooperating with the analysis software of the mechanical brain system, it can automatically analyze and judge various information seen within the line of sight. 6. It can control the deformation of nanoskin and change its appearance. 7. It has built-in extremely advanced energy and can last for 1 year on a single charge. 8. It has a built-in shield generator that can generate a force field shield to protect itself from damage. 9. Anti-gravity engine can fly. 10. The enchantment can be extended without trace, and there is a storage space in the body, which can store more things. 11. Simulate X signs and X organs. In short, it can be done a matter of men and women. After the test, Evans returned the control of this body to Madeline. Madeline took some time to adapt to the new body. She pointed to her original body and asked Evans, "See, what should I do with my original body? Can be stored refrigerated." Evans said. After he finished speaking, Abigail on the side took matters into her own hands and sent Madeline's original body to the hibernation cabin in the hibernation room. "Can you still use your superpowers now?" Evans asked Madeline. Madeline was Evans' genetic clone of the mutant Jean Grey. When in the clone form, she had the superpowers of telepathy and telekinesis. But I don't know, it was replaced by Cybertron. Did she still retain her superpowers after her death? Madeline tried it and found that her superpowers were still there. After examination, it was found that Madeline's superpowers were no longer caused by the X Factor, but by her soul. Perhaps the birth of Madeline's soul is related to X Factor. Or maybe X Factor has a reverse influence on the other party's soul. Evans is not particularly concerned about this phenomenon. He is just aware of it and does not think about it deeply. Go down. In the evening, Evans left Madeline with Abigail and returned home alone. At home, Yelena, Spider-Man, and Judy were having dinner. Evans said to a few people, "We've been here long enough. It's time to submit the mission." Honestly, after 3 years here, Yelena and Little Spider have had enough. After hearing what Evans said, the two immediately submitted the task. The game system prompted that the task was completed and they can return at any time. Little Spider also cared there was no time for dinner, so he couldn't wait to get up and went back to the room to pack his things. Yelena also stopped eating and packed her things, obviously want to go back early. "Are you leaving?" Judy looked at Evans and asked in surprise. "Yes. Are you going to leave me alone?" "It depends on whether you are willing to go with me." "Where to go?" "Different world. Don't tell me you are actually aliens." Although it's not completely correct, it's okay if you want to understand it this way. Real or fake. Judy doesn't really believe it. Different worlds and aliens don't sound like things that can appear in reality. "It is true," Evans said. "Tell me about another world." Judy became interested. Evans told him about the Marvel world. Judy listened carefully, but the more she listened, the weirder her expression became. Although the world Judy lives in, there are no Marvel superheroes. Comics, but there are many superhero-themed stories. The other party's description of that world gave Judy a similar style of painting. "Is this a comic book story you're talking about?" "You'll know when you get there. So do you want to follow me? Can you come back?" "It is possible, but the speed of time in the two worlds is very different. If you spend 1 day there, a year can pass in this world." Judy was silent after hearing this. If according to this time flow rate, if she follows Evans and leaves, she will only need to stay in another world for a short time, and her grandfather and grandmother in this world will die. In other words, once leaving with Evans means giving up all the ties here. Judy struggled for a long time before making a decision. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. I don't think I can abandon everything and go with you. I need to stay and take care of my grandfather and grandmother. Really decided? Judy nodded emotionally. The thought of being separated from Evans made her feel particularly uncomfortable. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. Evans said to her, "Let's just wait. The day your grandparents die, I will come here to pick you up again. Then you may only be able to pick up a middle-aged person." Judy complained that her grandmother and grandfather were in good health. When they died, Judy felt that she was almost middle-aged. "I have a way to keep you young. Any solution?" Judy's eyes lit up. "There are two options. One is to practice, but your cultivation qualifications are relatively average, so practicing will be very hard. The other is cyber immortality. The disadvantage is that you have to give up your body, including your brain, and upload your soul and memories to the cybernetic body. You can choose one yourself." Evans proposed two plans for her. The reason why he proposed two plans was because Evans had tested that Judy's cultivation talent was extremely poor. Those with poor talent were as if they had no talent at all. Otherwise, Evans would have been there long ago. "I started teaching her how to practice 3 years ago, so there's no need to wait until now. If I go to practice, how hard will it be? It can only be said that it is very hard. And even if you practice hard, you can only delay your aging for 2.1 years at most, and you cannot stay young forever. What about cyber immortality? After becoming a cyborg, can I still feel like a human being? I'll take you to the laboratory tomorrow. Then you can use the neural connection device to experience it in advance, and you'll know." Good. Not long after, Yelena and Little Spider had packed their things and were ready to return. "You go back first. I will stay here for a few more days." "Okay, then I'm leaving." Yelena didn't talk nonsense and returned very gracefully. In Judy's eyes, Yelena seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. "Mr. Evans, I'm leaving too." The little spider also said goodbye. "Let's go." Evans waved his hand. So the little spider also returned. The next day, after breakfast, Evans took Judy to Abigail's laboratory. Evans asked Judy to wear a neural connection device and remotely take over the body of the cybergirl Madeline to experience the feeling of a cyborg. She controlled Madeline, came to a floor-to-ceiling mirror, and looked at the body reflected in the mirror. From the looks of it, Madeline is no different from a human being. Even if she touches her body with her hands, she won't feel that hard. She controlled Madeline's body away from the mirror and continued to experience it. She discovered that all 5 senses and X senses of this body existed. Although the feeling was simulated by the nanoskin, this feeling was already very close to reality. In addition, Judy finds the various magical functions of this body incredible, especially the storage space inside the body. Is this really something that today's technology can do? This is indeed alien technology. Judy felt relieved when she thought of Evan's origin. At the end of the experience, Judy took off the neural connection device and said to Evans on the side, "That's it." One day later, Judy's cybernetic body was completed. After the uploading of memories and souls, Judy also became a cybergirl. Judy's cybernetic body is also made of the magical metal mithril. There are a large number of enchanting projects on it, which almost permanently extends the shelf life of the cybernetic body. Even if the body is damaged by attacks in the future, it can be automatically repaired. No matter how long it is used, there will be no problem of parts aging. If your body's battery is low, just find a place with a plug to charge. Once fully charged, it can run continuously for 1 year. Because of her previous experience, Judy quickly adapted to her new body. She knew that Gawain was leaving, and the next time she saw him again might be decades later. She was reluctant to say goodbye to Evans, so she asked Evans to stay with her for a few more days. A few days later, Evans said goodbye to Judy and returned with the robot Miss Abigail. After testing this exploration copy, Evans thought it was good, so he started updating the game version as soon as he returned. At the same time, all players of the Marvel Superheroes game, whether online or offline, heard the system announcement in their minds. The Marvel Superheroes game will be undergoing upgrade and maintenance, and players will not be able to log into the game during this period. This upgrade and maintenance will last for 3 days. The updates in this version are as follows. 1. Open a new copy, Spider-Man 1, Ant-Man 1, Guardians of the Galaxy 1, Guardians of the Galaxy 2. 2. Open a new copy type, Exploration Copy. 3. Fix some bugs. As the game started to be updated, all players except Evans, Wanda, Gwen, Kara, Laura, and Abigail were kicked offline. The reason why the above-mentioned people can stay in the game world during the game update is entirely because Evans opened the back door for his own people. But although there are 6 people, in fact, only Evans, Gwen, and Abigail are in the game world at the moment. Wanda returned to her hometown of Sokovia to visit the graves of her parents and brother. Kara and Laura work at DC Earth 38. But after they heard the game announcement, they immediately used the game's communication function to send a message to Evans to inquire about the situation. Evans told several people about his plans. When the girls learned that Evans planned to use this game to allow players to explore other worlds, they suddenly became interested in those so-called other worlds, and they all expressed their anticipation for his new version. After updating the game, Evans went to the laboratory under the villa in the public area of the game world and asked Gwen, who was studying the Kryptonian Civilization Center book here, "How's the research going?" Evans asked her. This laboratory has been blessed with time dilation buff. Although it has only been 3 days in the real world, 90 years have passed here. Although it is impossible for Gwen to stay here all the time and do research alone. 90 years, but I've been doing research intermittently, so I'm afraid it has been decades of research. After such a long time, Gwen's research has naturally produced some results. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Falun Novel Network. My dear, you came just in time. I have already developed the gene editing technology, which is the technology that you complained about as a real-life version of face pinching. After that, I began to study how to give humans Kryptonian abilities and have made good progress. It is estimated that in a few days from the outside world, we will be able to obtain Kryptonian blood. By then, we could just lie down and bask in the sun. Can become stronger. Evans looked at the dark circles under Gwen's eyes and knew that the other party must be spending all her time studying. So she pinched her face and said, "You haven't rested for a long time, right? Take a few days off. Let's go on a date with me. But my research is at a critical stage. I can study it later, so let's go." Evans took her and forcibly left the game world and returned to her home in the outside world. Speaking of which, I haven't visited your home for a long time, so I'll take this opportunity to visit you. Evans said, "Wait while I go change my clothes." Gwen nodded. Since she was going to take her boyfriend to meet her parents, she naturally couldn't look like this. She had to at least put on makeup, cover up the dark circles on her face, and tidy up her hair that hadn't been combed for a long time. The time at this time was 5 p.m. Evans and Gwen went to the latter's home. Gwen's parents were there. 033, they saw their daughter coming home with her prospective son-in-law, and Gwen's mother Helen smiled, expressing welcome. But Gwen's father, George, had a straight face. It wasn't that he was dissatisfied with Evans as his prospective son-in-law. After all, he was already the boss of a film and television company and earned tens of billions every year, which was considered successful. The reason why he kept a straight face was just to maintain the majesty of a parent in front of his prospective son-in-law. As the commissioner of the New York Police Department, George Stacy was still very dignified when he put on airs. Evans sat next to George and started chatting with him. Not long after chatting, Helen brought dinner to the table. During the meal, Helen asked her daughter and Evans, "When are you going to get married?" When asked this question, Gwen looked at Evans and asked, "Yes. When will we get married?" "Going to get the certificate tomorrow." "Okay, I'll go get the certificate tomorrow." Gwen nodded. Listening to the conversation between the two, George and Helen knew that their relationship was so good that they could get married at any time. As for when the wedding will be held, Evans and Gwen will discuss it privately. After all, they have to consider the feelings of Wanda and Kara. It is worth mentioning that Wanda and Gwen still don't know that someone is married to Carla, and they only think that Carla became pregnant out of wedlock. That night, Gwen sent a message to Wanda and told her what happened today. When she learned that Gwen was going to get the certificate with Evans, Wanda didn't express any opinion. The next day, Evans and Gwen went to the relevant departments to get the certificate. After that, Gwen's parents, George and Helena, chose an auspicious day for the wedding, which was set in half a month. Then there is the matter of sending out invitations to the wedding. George and Helena began sending invitations to acquaintances and relatives, inviting them to their daughter's wedding. Evans and Gwen are doing it too. Gwen invited some of her friends from school. Evans sent the invitation to the Avengers. Tony Stark, Natasha Romanoff, Clint Barton, Bruce Banner, Steve Rogers, Sam Wilson, James Rhodes all received it. Evans even sent the invitation to Asgard for Thor and Frigga to receive it. What? Why did you invite Bruce Banner? Aren't you afraid that Banner will turn into the Hulk and happy events turn into funerals? Of course I'm not afraid. Evans can still hold the Hulk in check. In fact, not only Evans, but also Gwen, Wanda, Kara, and Laura can easily suppress the entire audience. Evans also sent an invitation to S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, Maria Hill, Sharon Carter, and Phil Coulson also receive invitations. In addition, there are also Spider-Man Peter Parker and Stephen Strange, who were also sent invitations by Evans. Since the invitation letter stated that people could be brought, Evans did not bother to send invitations to Tony's girlfriend Pepper and Stephen's girlfriend Kristen, but just called them to inform them. Anyone who is familiar with Evans knows that his relationship here is quite confusing, and he is suspected of being in multiple boats. But this is everyone else's business, and they have nothing to do with it. But most of these people knew that there were many talented people in Evans who were worth attracting, so after receiving the invitations, they all expressed that they would take time to attend their wedding. To be able to invite these people to the wedding, in a way, Evans's reputation is really great. It is really the fruit of face. According to the tradition of Marvel superhero games, the game was launched again at 12 midnight a few days later. Players log into the game immediately. This time the game has been updated with several new copies, namely Spider-Man 1, Ant-Man 1, Guardians of the Galaxy 1, Guardians of the Galaxy 2, and Discovery copies. The most special one is the Exploration copy. There is a description in the dungeon interface. If you choose to explore the dungeon, you'll be randomly sent to different exploration dungeon worlds, dungeons not in the list. The time flow rate of the exploration dungeon is very different. The same point is that players can bring it into reality from the randomly obtained dungeon. There is only one purpose of exploring the dungeon, and that is to explore the information in the dungeon world and submit it to the game system. The more information submitted, the higher the completion of the dungeon and the higher the reward. When the task completion reaches 20% when the time comes, you can choose to return. Of course, you can also return early, but there will be no reward in that case. After reading the introduction to the exploration dungeon, some smart players have already realized something. These so-called exploration copies are likely to be real worlds. This game is about using them to explore unknown worlds. Nowadays, except for the newbies Yelena and Little Spider, everyone knows that some copies in the game are actually different worlds or parallel time and space. Falcon Sam Wilson and Hawkeye Clint Barton, who are newcomers like Yelena and Spider-Man, are not included in the cute category. They are members of the Avengers, share information with the Avengers, and know more than Yelena and Spider-Man. However, everyone did not enter the exploration dungeon immediately. Even if exploring the dungeon meant a different world, it was just a different world. Compared with the situation in another world, most people are still more concerned about the stories that will happen in their own world in the future. So after everyone learned about the new version, most of them chose to clear the 4 copies of Spider-Man 1, Ant-Man 1, Guardians of the Galaxy 1, and Guardians of the Galaxy 2 first. Nick Fury teams up Maria Hill, Sharon Carter, and Phil Coulson to explore the dungeon. Fury himself spent money to recharge the time expansion of regular copies and prepared to fight alone. He would enter Spider-Man 1, Ant-Man 1, Guardians of the Galaxy 1, and Guardians of the Galaxy 2. This would be more efficient in Nick Fury's opinion. The Avengers had a similar choice. They also acted separately. They were funded by Tony Stark, a big boss, to conduct time dilation in the dungeon world, allowing Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Falcon and others to form a team to conquer Spider-Man 1. Ant-Man 1, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. The remaining Avengers, including Tony, Banner, Thor, and others, formed a team to explore the dungeon. Natasha didn't notice that Yelena was also nearby. It was better to say that Yelena was avoiding Natasha. Yelena hadn't figured out how to face Natasha yet. Yelena watched Natasha enter the dungeon, and then looked at the familiar little spider Peter Parker. She found that the little spider was looking at Tony Stark and asked him, "Iron Man is your idol?" "Yes, the superhero I admire most is Iron Man." Peter Parker nodded. "Since you admire him so much, why don't you go there?" "I wanted to go there," but he was about to enter the dungeon. As soon as little spider finished speaking, he saw Tony disappear over there and entered the dungeon. "Now that your idol is gone, how about we form a team?" Yelena asked little spider. Little spider suddenly trembled. Thinking back when he teamed up with Evans and Yelena to enter the cyberpunk world, little spider naively thought that Yelena was a weak woman who needed to be protected. But in the 3 years that followed, little spider was used by Yelena in various ways, which even caused psychological shadow. Hearing that Yelena still wanted to form a team with him, little spider shook his head and refused without thinking. "It's better not to give up. I'll be fine alone." "Then you have to think about it. If you don't pay for time dilation, how long you spend in the dungeon, Lee's, will also pass in reality," Yelena said with a smile. Little spider's body froze. As a poor guy, he had no money to pay and couldn't time dilate. In the end, little spider had no choice but to team up with this hateful woman and enter Spider-Man. 1 copy. Loki looked at the list of copies and fell into deep thought. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. The exploration copy is obviously a special copy that allows people to go to another world, but compared with the exploration copy, the regular copy was interpreting the future of his own world, which made it difficult for him to make a choice. So he looked at his mother Frigga's side, ready to listen to the other party's opinions. Go to the regular dungeon first. Only by knowing the future can you avoid possible threats, Frigga said. Loki nodded. In front of Frigga, he was a good boy. So Loki teamed up with Frigga, spent money to recharge, performed time dilation, and then entered the first chapter of this update. New copy, Spider-Man. While players were scrambling to enter the new version of the copy, Evans, Wanda, Gwen, Kara, and Laura stayed in the public in a villa in the area. Among these people, except Laura Nelson, who is from the daughter generation, the others are all from the same generation. Because Evans and Gwen received the certificate and will hold a wedding soon, they are discussing it now. Whether it is getting a certificate or a wedding, it is a very romantic thing. Although for people like them who have lived together for a long time, getting a certificate and getting married seem to be just a formality, because whether they are married or not, how they live their lives is still the same. Pass. But Wanda still cares about this kind of thing very much. On the contrary, Kara was the calmest because she was already married to someone. Someone saw that Wanda was not in a good mood and said, "Let's get married sometime later." Wanda hesitated and said, "Is it weird that you got married twice in a short period of time?" It's not surprising. As long as you use your ability to modify reality and make the unreasonable become reasonable, no one will find it strange. Evans said. Laura Nelson looked at her father and felt that it was not easy for him either. Okay, let's go to the copy first. Evans changed the subject. 573-inch, okay. You turn on time dilation, and we form a team to enter those regular dungeons. Gwen said. They formed a team and collectively went to the dungeon Spider-Man 1, and then successively entered Ant-Man 1 and Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and 2. A few days later, these regular dungeons were successively cleared by the players. This time the future events performed in the regular copy are not big. At least the things on this side of the Earth are not big. The story of Spider-Man 1 is the story of Little Spider. Little Spider is already a player here. Although everyone is not familiar with him, I know that he is a kind and good boy. Perhaps some of the experiences of Little Spider reminded Tony Stark of himself when he was a child, which made Tony Stark admire Little Spider and take the initiative to get to know him. And Little Spider, his idol happens to be Tony Stark, so he is particularly excited. The relationship between the two of them which is similar to that of father and son, still exists even in this new time and space. The copy of Ant-Man 1 has attracted everyone's attention. The first generation of Ant-Man, Hank Pymu's skills are really amazing. On the other hand, Scott Lang, the second generation of Ant-Man, looks like Dakf, a funny character. Then there are the stories of Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and 2. Those who have cleared these two copies, I have a general understanding of some forces in the universe and their level of technology, and I also know that the protagonist of this copy, Peter Quill, was born from the union of an Earthman and a certain Ball scum. It is hard to imagine that there are actually Ball scum in the universe. Planetary creatures like Ego. At the same time, they also knew the whereabouts of the Power Stone. It's a pity that they couldn't leave the Earth. Otherwise, they would definitely look for the Power Stone. Nick Fury was wondering whether to contact Captain Marvel and let him go get the Power Gem. Those players who chose to explore the dungeon entered the same world in a team, while those who did not form a team entered a different world. The styles of those different worlds are different, and even the physical rules of some worlds, they are all different. In the space-time dimension theory, all single universes in the multiverse are under the same physical rules, and the time flow rate is the same. In the category of the omnipotent universe, there are in multiverses, each the world rules of the multiverse are different, and the flow of time is also different. Their experiences in exploring the dungeon world are more like adventures in another world. The public area of the game world, the home of Tony Stark. The Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were all gathered here at this time. Everyone reported and discussed their experiences in previous copies. Tony Stark said, "The time flow rate in the dungeon world and the exploration dungeon world are different. The former can be changed by recharging, while the latter will vary from world to world. It can be judged from this that the former is the future shown to us by this game, and it is virtual. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. The latter is a real different world. The game requires us to go in and investigate the intelligence of those worlds. Once the investigation is completed, we will no longer be able to enter the same exploration copy. Based on the above inference, I speculate that this game is using us to help it explore those other worlds. We so-called players are just working as workers for the people behind the game." As soon as he said this, Nisdak felt very unhappy. He was a dignified Tony Stark, and it was hard for him to actually have to work for someone else. But he was reluctant to give up this game, because after passing this village, there is no such place. Monopoly is really abhorrent. This is the tangled mentality of Tony Stark at this moment. There is no need to worry about such issues at all. We just need to ensure that we can benefit from it. This may also be the reward paid to us by this game. There are gains and losses, and what you pay for is what you gain. This is reasonable. Natasha shrugged. Real world, several days later. Finally arrived the day of Evans and Gwen's wedding. A romantic wedding was held in XX. Most of the people who received the invitation came. Wanda, Kara, Laura also came. Frigga also came, but she changed her image and came very low-key. Of course, Loki also came, but as a villain, he also changed in a low-key manner in order not to be attacked by the Avengers. Image, and take this opportunity to get close to the Avengers and understand them from the inside out. Only in this way can we defeat them. The wedding process was uneventful and everything was smooth. Gwen was very happy. During the wedding process, the smile on her face was she has not disappeared, and anyone can see from Gwen's face that she is very happy. In the audience, Tony Stark whispered to Pepper next to him. If I remember correctly, Evans was in love with multiple people at the same time. One of them was marrying him, while the other one expressed his blessing in the audience. I'm curious why he hasn't fallen out of love yet. As a result, Tony Stark was complained by Pepper. Do you envy him? No, absolutely not. I'm just curious. Please put aside your curiosity and don't discuss this with me. Okay. Because of the existence of a certain game, in recent days, Scott Lang, Hope Van Dyne, Hank Pym, Darren Cross, and others have all been paid attention to by S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. focused on the villain Darren Cross, and after several days of surveillance, they found evidence of his crime and caught him red-handed. Scott and Hope are on Nick Fury's watch list, and he plans to recruit them into the Avengers after they become Ant-Man and the Wasp. As for the information that S.H.I.E.L.D. and others obtain from the Guardians of the Galaxy copy story, it is difficult to use it. They cannot leave the Earth at all. No matter how much they know, it is useless. Tony Stark actually wants to go to the universe and go to the planet Morag to get the Power Stone. But leaving aside where Morag's planet is, he doesn't have the skills to leave his home planet. Nick Fury does have some alien friends who can help, but it is impossible for Nick Fury to ask the Skrulls for such help. That may make the Skrulls interested in the Power Stone. But we'll do it then. Getting the Power Stone is hard to say. Rather than that, it would be better to go find Captain Marvel. Not much is happening on Earth these days. It's still 2015, and nothing big will happen this year. This day is more than a month after Evans returned from the cyberpunk world. According to the time flow rate of the two worlds, more than 30 years have passed in the cyberpunk world. Evans still remembered his agreement with Judy, so he used the portal from another world and descended into the cyberpunk world. Chaos and greater chaos, darkness and greater darkness have always been the labels of Night City. Gangs are fighting, officials are causing trouble, and a large number of abnormal deaths occur here every day. After my grandfather and grandmother passed away, I returned to this city again and lived here for a long time. Counting the time, 34 years have passed since Brother Evans left. 34 years ago, Evans cyber-transformed me, changing my appearance from a 14-year-old to a 21-year-old. Before I was 34, I looked 21 years old. After turning 34, my appearance has not changed at all. I kept my true identity hidden from the outside world so that no one would notice that I didn't age. But honestly, it's lonely. As time goes by, people I knew in the past passed away and grew old, and it seemed like I was the only one left in the world. Still young, I seemed to have become a ghost of an era. I knew every part of the city, every vice. Maybe the only person I'm not familiar with is myself. I thought I knew myself well, but it turns out I was wrong. If I really knew myself, I should not have chosen to stay at that time, but to go with Evans, even if it meant saying goodbye to this world completely. Before he left, Evans told me that when my grandparents passed away, they would come to this world to pick me up. But they have been dead for 3 years, and he still has not arrived. I know that the world that Evans and I live in are not in the same time dimension, but I just can't help but wonder, has he forgotten me? Evans found Judy in a Leeds pub. The other party is the same as before, without any change. The moment Judy saw him, she couldn't help but throw herself into his arms. It's been 34 years. If you don't come again, I will think you have forgotten me. Evans soothed her back and said, she's still crying at such an old age. After hugging, the two sat at the bar. Judy asked the bartender to bring them 2 glasses of wine. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Then Judy began to tell Evans about what happened in the past 34 years. After Evans and Abigail left, Judy inherited Abigail's laboratory, and all the beautiful robots in the laboratory became Judy's subordinates. She took the opportunity to become a scientist and engaged in scientific research in this laboratory. She did not need to worry about funding. This laboratory had many patents outside, and she could get a lot of patent fees every year. In her spare time, Judy would leave Night City from time to time and go to Jersey City to visit her grandfather and grandmother, until her grandfather and grandmother passed away 3 years ago. After Judy recounted her experiences over the years, she asked Evans, as far as you are concerned, it shouldn't have been long since we parted ways, right? Well, only a month has passed since I was there. Evans sighed with emotion and then said, you prepare today, and I will take you away tomorrow. Good. That night, Evans spent the night at Judy's house. Don't get me wrong, nothing happened between the two. They're still brother and sister. Zero asked for flowers. The next day, after breakfast, Evans took Judy, who had packed up, went to their home in the public area of the game world. Wanda and Gwen were both at home, so Evans introduced Judy to them. Wanda and Gwen heard what Evans said about Judy and knew the other party was Evans' adopted sister from another world. They welcomed Judy's arrival. After the two parties exchanged greetings, Evans introduced this place to Judy. Listen to Evans' introduction to this place. Judy finds it very novel, and she is very interested in everything here now. And she is caught up with it at a good time, because just now, Gwen made a major breakthrough in the study of the Central Book and can now give people Krypton. The four of them came to the laboratory below the villa. Are Kryptonian blood powerful? Judy was curious. You'll find out later. Gwen looked at a few people and asked, which one of you will come first? Let me go first. Evans took a step forward and lay down on the experimental bed. There are many types of talent gene templates in the Kryptonian gene pool in the Central Book. In the aspects that the template focuses on, you will have talents that are beyond ordinary people. My dear, which talent do you want? Gwen asked Evans. Any recommendations? I recommend you choose the Kryptonian scientist template, which will greatly enhance your intelligence. You know, in many cases, wisdom is far more important than strength. Gwen said. Evans also thinks that the scientist template is more suitable for him. After all, he is also engaged in scientific research on weekdays. Besides, even the Kryptonian scientist template has the basic talent of the Kryptonian and is not bad at all, but the warrior template does not have as strong talents in combat, which can be made up for by time. Just choose the scientist template. Evans nodded. Under Gwen's personal operation, the gene transplantation operation began. Wanda and Judy watched the whole process. This operation was not as complicated as imagined, and Gwen just asked Evans the Kryptonian genetic medicine she developed was injected into her body. Before long, the blood fusion process was over. How are you feeling? Wanda asked. I feel good. Evans said. That's good. Let me do it next. Wanda also lay down on the experimental bed. The template Wanda chose was different from Evans. She chose the Kryptonian warrior genetic template, focusing on combat talents. Her transformation was soon over. After this comes Gwen herself, who, like Evans, is chosen to be the scientist template. When it was Judy's turn, Evans called Abigail and asked the latter to bring Judy's original body. Judy's original body has been refrigerated and hibernating at Abigail's place. This 14-year-old body looks exactly the same as before. I didn't expect that I could see my childhood self here. Judy looked at the body in front of her that was being awakened from hibernation by the thawing rays, and her mood was very subtle. I have carefully preserved your body just to prepare it for this moment. Evans said. Next, Abigail brought the memory and soul uploading equipment and uploaded the soul and memory of the cybergirl Judy 260 in her former body, allowing Judy to return from the cyber world. The girl turned back into a human girl. After that, Gwen first brought the Wolverine gene potion and injected it into Judy. This can greatly delay Judy's aging and give her the ability to self-heal. It can also be regarded as an elixir in disguise. After Judy got used to this ability, Gwen started injecting her with Kryptonian medicine. 2 hours later, everyone left the laboratory and went to the beach of Malibu Beach in the public area. They lay on the beach chairs to sunbathe. Sun, the yellow solar energy simulated in the game world, is not essentially different from the solar energy in the outside world. Basking in the sun here can also activate the superpowers of Kryptonians. As time goes by, everyone feels the surge in physical fitness. The superpowers belonging to Kryptonians are also available one by one. Super strength, super speed, super vision, super hearing, heat vision, super breathing, and body of steel. These abilities are not so strong at the beginning. They need to be exposed to the sun for many years. Of course, they can also choose to fly to the stars, but it is not necessary. We are all superhumans now, and Kara and Laura will be shocked when they come over and find out that we are all Kryptonians. When showed a wicked smile, we have the central book of the Kryptonian civilization and the supporting cloning technology, which means we have the ability to reappear the Kryptonian civilization. What would Kara think if she knew about this? Wanda asked how many people. Why don't you say that we can travel through time and space, go back to the past, change history, and save Kara's parents? Gwen rolled her eyes. Wanda was stunned. Yes, why didn't she think about something similar? Since the last time she injected the Phantom Cat potion, she has been able to use quantum reset to travel in time. But she had never thought about it. Wanda couldn't help but think of her dead parents and brother. If she could go back in time, could the tragedy of that year be prevented? Gwen saw that the expression on Wanda's face kept changing, Maybe he also guessed what the other person was thinking, so he asked, "You don't want to go back in time to save your relatives, do you?" Wanda nodded excitedly. "Okay, let me give you some popular science about time travel, such as time paradoxes." Gwen gave Wanda Balabala a general introduction to the hot topic of time travel, focusing on the options that are absolutely taboo in time travel. Judy, who is also a science fiction enthusiast, supplemented the information on the side. Evans also weighed in on the topic. Going back in time to change history can have three possible consequences. The first is that the timeline bifurcates, forming a new parallel time and space. The second type is to change history and restart the future. The third type is quantum fragmentation and the end of time. I think the first possibility is the most likely. People saved from the past only belong to another time and space. In essence, we have not resurrected the dead, but only created a new possibility. Evans expressed his views on this. "But I still want to try," Wanda said. "Then go and try it." Evans nodded. Wanda stood up, activated quantum reset, disappeared into the game world, and returned to the past era when her parents were still alive. She prevented the incident that led to the death of her parents and brother. They survived. After doing this, Wanda returned to her own timeline and came to her hometown. When she looked at the situation in her hometown, she found that the reality was still that reality and had not been restarted because of the changes in the past. I'm afraid, as Evans said that changing the past only created a new timeline, rather than changing the existing timeline. Wanda was very disappointed. But when she thought that in another time and space, her parents and brother were still alive, she felt happy. It wasn't that bad anymore. But she still wanted to take a look at that timeline. So Wanda activated the quantum reset again and traveled to the timeline that was born because she changed the past, or a parallel time and space. After going there, Wanda was surprised to find that in this new time and space, Evans did not exist, and there was no Marvel superhero game. Many of the stories here are exactly the same as those in the game copy. Of course, there are some differences. That is, Wanda and Pietro's parents still died in this world, but they did not die in missiles produced by Stark. Instead, he died in the hands of Hydra Baron Strucker. After that, Baron Strucker captured Wanda and Pietro and took them to the base to be used as guinea pigs. They were later rescued by the Avengers, and the two brothers and sisters joined them. The Avengers. Nowadays, a major event in Age of Ultron is taking place here. My parents actually died again. Wanda couldn't accept it, but she didn't go back to the past to modify history, because she already knew that changing history in that way was not saving people at all, but creating parallel time and space. It doesn't matter once or twice. There are too many times. There is no guarantee that there will be no problems. At this time, Wanda was standing in New York in this new time and space, looking a little confused. At this moment, Evans took Gwen and Judy across the timeline and came to this new time and space. Once here, Evans used his quantum observation skills to observe the situation of this new timeline. This is actually a timeline that assumes I don't exist. Evans was surprised. If you don't exist, does that mean superhero games don't exist either? Then the historical trajectory here should be similar to the plot of a regular instance in your game. Gwen became interested. For point 3 Incham, Evans nodded. Should we do something here? Gwen suggested. For example, Evans asked back, I want to meet another me. Gwen said, then go and see him. I'm leaving. Gwen waved her hand, disappeared out of thin air, and teleported away. The scene of her disappearing out of thin air in public did not attract the attention of passers-by. Before she disappeared, she used her psychic superpower to interfere with the consciousness of the people around her, making her they ignore the abnormality here. Evans hugged Wanda, who was in a state of confusion, and said to her, if you're in a bad mood, come with me to relax. Good. I won't be a light bulb for you anymore. I'll just go around by myself. Judy waved her hands to the two of them and left in a wise manner. Gwen came to her home in this new time and space. She looked at her home with her supervision and found that her variant was at home, but her parents were not there. Well, let's call the Gwen of this time and Space Gwen number 2. To be honest, it's quite novel to see another self in parallel time and space. Gwen walked to the door and rang the doorbell. Not long after, Gwen number 2 opened the door. Gwen number 2 looks exactly like Gwen. However, because Gwen number 2 has not practiced cultivation, the texture of her skin is not as good as that of Gwen, and her appearance is a bit lower. When Gwen number 2 saw that the person outside the house looked exactly like herself, she was stunned for a long time. Let me first ask, did my father and mother make any principled mistakes? Gwen number 2 asked. No, your father and mother have always been in love with each other, and they are not looking for an affair to give birth to other sisters for you. Gwen replied with a smile. Gwen number 2's expression became subtle. You call me mom and dad as well? Yes. I don't remember losing my sister for over 30 years. I don't have a sister like that either. Then you must be me in the future. Gwen number 2 felt that she might have discovered the truth. No, it's even weirder than that. In fact, I come from other parallel time and space. In essence, you and I are variations of the same person in different time and space, which can also be called homotypes. It's really bizarre. Can I hear your story? Gwen number 2 asked. Certainly. Gwen entered the house. Next, Gwen told Gwen number 2 her story, mainly the love story between her and Evans. Who is Evans? Gwen number 2 heard that Gwen said she had a husband named Evans, and she suddenly became interested. Since Evans is Gwen's husband, will her husband be Evans in this time and space? By the way, is there Evans in this time and space? He is a man who changed my life. Talk to me quickly. Gwen number 2 expected. Gwen started to tell her. However, Gwen number 2 suddenly interrupted her after listening halfway. Wait a minute, you mean you're knowing that the other party already as I became the girlfriend of the other person and eventually got married? Are you kidding me? How could I marry a playboy? The matter is rather complicated. I'll keep it short, but it's a long story. Gwen continued her story. Gwen number 2 did not interrupt again this time, but listened carefully. The more she listened, the more she felt like she was listening to a science fiction story. Marvel's superhero game world? Where does this alien technology come from? What practices does Evans teach? It must be Eastern Kung Fu. When Gwen number 2 learned that her other self and Evans were living together in the game world, she suddenly didn't know what to say. It seems that your relationship is very deep. Well, by the way, since you're me too, I guess you're also related to spiders. Have you ever tried to be bitten by a spider? Gwen asked number 2, why should I get bitten by a spider? Gwen number 2 only felt inexplicable. Because that gives you superpowers. I do not believe. If you don't believe it, give it a try. You definitely don't want to miss out on superpowers. Come on, let's find a place with spiders. Are you serious? To read exciting novels, go to Felu Novel Network. Stop talking nonsense and follow me. Oh. Gwen took Gwen number 2 and teleported to the Wanda Mountains in Europe. How did you do that? Gwen number 2 saw that Gwen could take her to teleport, and she suddenly lost her composure. Is this the superpower that the other party said? If so, then she really wants to try to be bitten by a spider so that she can feel free to travel around the world. It is a superpower called quantum reset. This ability is based on the quantum superposition state and the observer theory. It is to first quantize one's body and then artificially reset the uncertainty of the quantum state to the macroscopic level, the specific results of the world above. I understand the theory, but does this ability to quantize the body also come from being bitten by a spider? That's not true. I'll tell you slowly later. We are now in Wanda Mountain, which is said to have been a battlefield in the ancient times. It is said that the temple of the god of black magic and his disciple Scarlet, which is located on this mountain. Well, I found a spider. Gwen walked to a tree and grabbed a Wanda widow spider from above. In the story of the Ultimate Universe, the reason why Spider-Woman Jessica Drew gained superpowers was related to the Wanda widow spider. This is the widow spider. I heard its venom can kill an elephant. Gwen number 2 backed down. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I guarantee you'll be fine, and you'll definitely thank me later. Gwen said, and threw the Wanda widow pig onto Gwen number 2. Gwen number 2 screamed and kept slapping the Wanda widow spider from his body. Photograph it. But the Wanda widow spider is very flexible and was not photographed by Gwen number 2. It climbed to the neck of Gwen number 2 and bit it. A few seconds later, Gwen number 2 fainted on the ground, and the Wanda widow spider who had made a contribution in 647 died directly, as if it had completed some kind of mission. Gwen on the side felt that the spider totem on Gwen number 2 was activated, and it seemed to be the same as the one outside the world. Established a connection with a certain being. Gwen, who had also experienced this, knew that she had succeeded. She began to wait. Not long after, Gwen number 2 woke up. "You're awake." Gwen number 2 sat up in a daze, looked around confusedly, and found that it was a mountainous environment. Then she gradually remembered what she had experienced before she fell in a coma. She suddenly regained consciousness, stood up, and pointed Gwen, You actually threw the widow spider on me. What if something happens? Isn't it okay? You can feel it now. Your superpower has arrived," Gwen said with a smile. "It's so fun to play around with transformations and so on." Gwen number 2 was stunned for a moment, and then she felt her body carefully. She felt that her eyesight was better, her strength was stronger, and her explosive power was stronger. It seems that she has a very special intuition that allows her to understand things that are difficult for ordinary people to understand. "Anyway, I didn't lie to you," Gwen said with a smile. Gwen number 2 nodded. Gwen took Gwen number 2 and teleported back to the latter's home. Because the latter had just acquired spider-type superpowers and was in high spirits. When she just returned home, she kept looking for some heavy objects at home that she could not lift before to test her strength. She discovered that she could lift all the furniture and appliances in her home effortlessly. "It's amazing, but I don't understand why I can get superpowers when I'm bitten by a spider, but not others." Gwen number 2 asked the doubts lingering in her heart. "Because we were noticed by a very special super life form in the multiverse. A totem called a spider appeared in our body. Before we were born, this totem was in our bodies and was in an inactive state. To activate it, we must complete a ritual of being bitten by a spider." "Is that super life form you were talking about God?" "No, God is not as powerful as he is. He is a multi-level super life form, and his presence is spread throughout every single universe in the multiverse. It is said that his name is the Master Weaver, and we are the catalyst for him to perceive the universe. According to you, every move we make is under the surveillance of the Master Weaver. He is not interested in our privacy. To him, we are just inconspicuous insects. Do you care about the life of an insect?" Gwen replied. Gwen once faced the NPC version of the Master Weaver through the virtual training ground in the Marvel Superheroes game world, which was an existence that looked like a spider. In the battle with the opponent, regardless of whether he no matter how you jump, you can't escape the ending of being killed by the Master of Weaving. Gwen has also heard about many multi-level super life forms from Evans, such as infinity, annihilation, death, eternity, love, hatred, western, the trinity of Thorn, Sidorak, Set, and Vishandi. When she was bored, Gwen tried to fight those multi-level beings in the simulation training ground, but she often didn't see where the enemy was. She had died inexplicably, and it could be said that she died without fireworks. Compared with that kind of multi-level super life form, Kamataja Supreme, Mage Ancient One, is not so eye-catching. It is also because she has this kind of experience, so she knows exactly what multiverse-level super life forms represent. Judy is walking alone in a Manhattan neighborhood of a new time and space. The environment here is a bit backward for her. After all, she comes from the near future of cyberpunk. Compared with other places in the world, the civilian technology here is indeed not advanced. But Judy likes the tranquility here very much. What she calls tranquility does not mean that New York City is not prosperous, but that the public security here is compared to Night City was so much better. She sneaked all the way to the Avengers headquarters, which at this point in the timeline was still in downtown New York. Judy had heard Evans talk about the Avengers. Although she had not seen the League with her own eyes, she wanted to meet those legendary superheroes, so she stopped in front of the Avengers headquarters. At this time, a voice sounded from behind her. "Kid, you seem to need help?" Judy turned around, looked behind her, and saw a black man. "Who are you?" she asked the other party. "Well, it seems that I am not a famous Avenger. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sam Wilson. I just joined the Avengers not long ago." "Oh, I've heard about you." "Hello, Mr. Wilson. My name is Judy Alvarez, and I have information for you." Judy planned to use this statement as an entry point to visit the Avengers headquarters. "You can tell me." "That's not possible. I also want to visit the Avengers headquarters. If you can take me in for a tour, I will tell you the information," Judy said slyly. Judy has not played the regular copy of Marvel superheroes, but Evans has told her many things about the Marvel world, including the major events of Age of Ultron. She had previously played through her mobile phone. She went online and learned about the situation of this new timeline. She learned that the Ultron incident was happening at this time, and the Avengers were all looking for the whereabouts of Ultron. She could just come up with this piece of information. "Okay, please, kid." Falcon Sam made a gesture of invitation. Because Judy had returned to her original body and looked 14 years old, she was called a child by Sam. In this way, Judy successfully entered the Avengers Tower and entered under the leadership of Falcon Sam. We visited this place. Halfway through the visit, Judy met Wanda here. To be precise, it was a variant of Wanda. Compared with her own family's Wanda, this second Wanda was number 2, looked very young and innocent. Without waiting for Falcon Sam to introduce the two, Judy said to number 2 Wanda, "Hello, Miss Maximoff. I am Judy Alvarez." "Hello." Wanda number 2 is not good at socializing with others, but now that she is facing a little sister who is only 14, she is not so nervous. "Mr. Wilson, can I speak to Miss Maximoff alone?" Judy said to Falcon. "Sure." Sam Wilson nodded gentlemanly, turned around, and left. "Wanda, can I call you this?" "Of course, little sister. How do you know me?" Wanda number 2 felt very strange. She was obviously not famous, and it hadn't been long since she joined the Avengers with her brother. How come someone knew her? You may not believe it, but I know yourself better than you do. To read exciting novels, go to Felu Novel Network. For example, I know you have superpowers, but you definitely don't know the nature of your superpowers. Zhu Wang's De Laotian said. Evans had told her about Wanda, so Judy knew Wanda quite well. "My superpowers were developed by a gemstone," Wanda number 2 said. "No, in fact, that superpower has always been in you. It just happened to be induced by the gem in your mouth. I know someone who has the same superpower as you. Her superpower is far more powerful than yours, and she can even do many incredible things." When Judy said this, she thought of the time when she was basking in the sun on the beach in the game world. At that time, Wanda used her ability to modify reality and create a scene of beach chairs and fruit plates and cold drinks out of thin air. She guessed that Wanda number 2 in front of her must be can't do the same thing. "Who are you talking about?" "She has the same name as you. She is also called Wanda, and her ability is to modify reality." Evans and Wanda took a walk in the new timeline for a while, then went directly back to the public area of the game world and continued to lie on the beach chairs and bask in the sun. They are not worried about Gwen and Judy, who are still in another timeline. If they want to come back, they can just return to the game world. At dusk, Kara arrived. Kara and Evans said, "Alex wants to be a player here and wants me and you to get an invitation." Evans nodded, used his GM authority, and gave Kara an invitation letter as a new player. Kara took the invitation letter and left. Not long after, Kara entered the game with her sister Alex. "Evans, long time no see." Alex said hello to Evans, who was sunbathing on the beach chair. "Yes, long time no see. The sun is going to set here. Do you want to be a guest at my house?" asked Evans. "No. Some time ago, Kara told me a lot about the interesting things about your game world. I plan to let Kara take me around." "Okay, have fun." Evans nodded. So Alex followed Kara to play around. Because it was already dusk, Evans and Wanda stopped sunbathing and returned to the villa not far away. Marvel Cinematic Universe. In a new timeline, the time over there has also reached dusk. Gwen bid farewell to Gwen number 2, Judy bid farewell to Wanda number 2, and the two returned home to the public area of the game world. During dinner, Wanda said to Evan C. said, "Dear, when are you going to add new public areas to the game? There are too few public areas now, and I'm almost tired of playing. I'm also looking forward to the new public area attractions, and we have lived in the public area at Malibu Beach for long enough. Let's change our residence, preferably a new area and new residents that only we can enter." Gwen echoed. When the next game version is updated, 2 new areas will be added, one as our private world and the other as a new public area. Evans said, "Is it just our little world? I'm starting to look forward to it." Wanda said, "Preferably a place with beautiful scenery." Gwen also said, "That night, in the middle of the night, Wanda, Gwen, Judy, Kara, and Laura were all asleep. Evans came to the living room alone, sat on the sofa, and looked at the system panel. After a period of fermentation, the fortunes of many players have experienced significant deviations, which gave Evans 120,000 redemption points. This is a huge wealth for Evans. The amount is enough to redeem cultivation skills. But Evans is not sure whether to choose the cultivation system, because this system requires a lot of time to practice. If you choose this, you will inevitably have to practice in seclusion in the game world for a long time in the future. The reason for hesitation is it's because on the cultivation techniques page of the Exchange Mall, there are many systems that are no less than those of cultivation, such as various fantasy systems. In terms of combat effectiveness, fantasy systems are no worse than cultivation systems at all, and their upper limits are also extremely high. Currently, there are 2 techniques that Evans likes more. They're not the strongest techniques, but they can be redeemed with only 100,000 redemption points. The first one comes from Egyptian plane and was created by the Ruthless Emperor. Immortal Heaven Technique. This thing can probably be regarded as an enhanced version of the Heaven-Swallowing Demon Technique. The technique comes with a series of magical powers, such as the Tao Treasure Vase, the 10,000 Transformations Holy Jew, the 10,000 Transformations Immortal Jew, the Flower Blooms with One Thought, Dominate the World, and Kill the Way of Heaven, the Holy Art of Only Oneself, 3,000 Small Worlds, the Art of Savioring Gods, the Art of Flying Immortals, etc. are all included. The second one comes from the Ancient Plane and is the superior technique of Chanjiao, 8-9 Mysteries. Gong. After practicing this magical skill, you can master all kinds of magical powers and spells, and master the 72 transformation skills. All birds and animals in the sky and earth, mountains, rocks, grass, and trees, and everything in the yin and yang and the 5 elements will all change. The wonder of using it lies in one mind. If you cultivate the 8-9 mysterious skills to 9 turns, then as long as the soul is immortal, the physical body will not die. Even if the physical body is destroyed, it can be resurrected through the operation of magical skills, and it can be resurrected infinitely. For the 2 skills, the upper limit should be almost the same. The upper limit of Immortal Heaven Technique only reaches the Great Emperor level of the Heaven Shading Technique. What? You said that the Mortal Immortal is also a realm? To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. That's not a skill at all. It requires 9 lifetimes of qualifications. The upper limit of 8-9 mysterious skills can reach the Quasi-Sage realm. It's really hard to compare these 2 systems. The Great Emperor who covers the sky is the one who picks up the stars and the sun and the moon. He destroys and refines the entire star field at every turn. The prehistoric world is divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. Low-end prehistoric, mid-range prehistoric, high-end prehistoric, and mythical prehistoric. The lower limit is very low, and the upper limit is terrifyingly high. The 8-9 mysterious skills that can be exchanged for 100,000 exchange points is not the system of the mythical Daluo, and is probably only at the mid-range prehistoric level. Judging from the value of the 2 skills, the upper limit of the 2 should be similar. Although the Emperor who covers the sky cannot live forever, his combat power should be comparable to that of the Quasi-Sage in the middle and prehistoric realm. A mid-level prehistoric Quasi-Sage might be comparable to a high-end prehistoric Daluo. The high-end ancient Daluo could probably only be compared to the mythical true immortal of the mythical ancient world. In other words, Emperor Zhiqian's combat power is comparable to that of a mythical immortal. Well, the above judgment is purely based on what Evans thinks and cannot be taken to be true. The purpose of spiritual practice is to live longer. But in the case of immortality, the sky-covering method, which is better at killing, becomes a better choice. So Evans exchanged the immortal heaven technique for the method of covering the sky. The knowledge of the exercises automatically came to Evans' mind. The division of realms in this system is the same as described in a certain novel. It focuses on secret realms and is divided into Will See Secret Realm, Tao Palace Secret Realm, For Extreme Secret Realm, Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, and Immortal Platform Secret Realm. Judging from Evans's current combat power, he is probably equivalent to a strong person on the first level of the Sendai Secret Realm in this system, and cannot be compared to those above him. Because Sendai 2 can destroy continents, Sendai 3 can destroy ordinary planets, and Sendai 4 can travel across the sea of stars and smash stars with his hands. There are 9 levels in the Sendai Secret Realm, and the improvement that can be obtained at each level is even more exaggerated than the previous secret realms combined and multiplied by 100. How does this compare? With this technique, Evans won't have nothing to do for some time to come. He tried practicing. He discovered that this immortal heavenly power had been magically modified by the game system. While its power was not reduced, it could adapt to various environments. For example, now, Evans has discovered that he can convert various forms of energy, whether it is electrical energy, kinetic energy, or vector energy. Various forms of energy can be refined by his practice and turned into his own cultivation. In other words, he can practice the immortal art anywhere, even if there is no spiritual energy in that place. On this day, Evans received a message from Pepper. Pepper told him that Tony was going to hold an offline exchange meeting for players of the Marvel superhero game in the real world. The time was set at 7 o'clock in the evening 3 days later at the Avengers headquarters. Like Evans, Wanda, Gwen, Kara, Laura, Judy, and others also received invitation messages from Pepper. What is he planning to do by organizing an offline exchange meeting for players? Gwen doesn't understand. I guess he was just idle and bored. Wanda complained. Are we going to attend? Asked Judy. It's rare to see excitement, so why not go? Evans said. So everyone replied to Little Pepper, saying that they would attend this offline exchange meeting at that time. At the same time, all the players in the game received this invitation. The time came in the afternoon, 3 days later in the evening. Evans, Gwen, Wanda, Kara, Laura, and Judy all dressed up and drove to the Avengers headquarters. The person driving the car was Abigail. Although Abigail is a simulation robot, it is also a player. But only the Evans family knew that Abigail was a robot. The other players thought Abigail was a human. After arriving at the destination, they parked the car and everyone came to the banquet hall. It's lively. All the players who should be here are here. These people include Tony, Pepper Potts, Fury, Hill, Natasha, Sharon, Coulson, Strange, Kristen, Captain America, Thor, Yelena, Banner, Peter, Falcon, and Barton. Loki and Frigga didn't come. The former didn't come because he didn't want to be beaten. The latter didn't come because he didn't want to participate in these young people's gatherings because the generation gap was too big. It was a relatively private party at this time. The only people attending the banquet, excluding Dr. Bruce Banner, were players of the Marvel superhero game. Apart from that, not even an ordinary staff member could be seen. The banquet is a buffet. You can get whatever you want to eat or drink. Evans, wearing a formal suit, smiled and greeted the people here. Wanda and others who came with Evans, wearing evening gowns, they're all stunningly beautiful. From the perspective of outsiders, the Evans family is full of beauties. Just as Wanda complained at the beginning, Tony Stark held this offline game for players. The exchange meeting has no purpose. It is simply a gathering to discuss each other's experiences in exploring the dungeon. Not long ago, I went to an exploration dungeon. It was very scary there. The souls of people there would not rest in peace after death, but would also turn into a special kind of soul crystal. That kind of crystal has many functions and is used as currency by people in that world. Come and use it. Over there, if you don't want to do business, the only way to make money is to kill people and harvest other people's souls. Phil Coulson told everyone about the exploration dungeon he had experienced before. To be honest, that dungeon was fucked and terrible. It's hard to imagine how terrible the world would be when people's lives are linked to money. Evans said in his heart, could it be that the world the other party is experiencing is some kind of soul-style world? Remember that in various Soul series games, players will obtain souls after killing enemies. Souls are currency, which can not only be used for shopping, but also for shopping. Strengthen yourself. Although the world you mentioned sounds scary, it is definitely not as dangerous as the exploration dungeons I experienced before. Eagle Eye Clint Barton spoke, only to hear him continue. The place I went to, the planet's surface ecosystem has been completely destroyed by nuclear war, and humans have moved to live underground. But underground in that world, there are many passages extending in all directions, and there are many terrible underground creatures living there, which often attack human settlements. Under such harsh living conditions, the total number of humans in the world is less than 1 million, and they are facing the threat of extinction at any time. It seems that you are all out of luck. The place I went to before was very peaceful, even more peaceful than our world. There was no magic, no superpowers, and no aliens invading the Earth. In that world, there were only ordinary people, although there were 2 world wars there, have been very comfortable since World War II. Yelena said. Speaking of Yelena, she and Natasha had already known each other in the game world, and through Natasha, they informed the Avengers about the Red Room organization. With the help of the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D., Red the House organization has been eradicated in advance. All the Black Widow agents of the Red House organization have regained their freedom. Zero asking for flowers. Nick Fury also recruited some talents from those Black Widow agents, but more Black Widow agents chose to return to peace life. Peter and Yelena and I also experienced an exploration instance. It was also the Earth over there, and it was in the near future era. The New York over there was not called New York, but the City of Night. It was a paradise of crime and a city of sin. Every day, thousands of people will die. In that world, prosthetic transformation was popular, which meant replacing human limbs and internal organs with machines, turning humans into half humans and half machines. There's a family company called Arasaka. The CEO of Arasaka Company is named Saburo Arasaka. He wants to achieve cyber immortality through technology, that is, to create a simulated human robot and upload his own memories into it. Eternal life. But in that world, no one knows that humans have souls in addition to memories. If only memories are uploaded but not souls, the person in cyber immortality will no longer be himself, even if he looks like himself. Evans also talked about his experience. Little Spider and Yelena nodded, indicating that this was indeed the case. Tony Stark's eyes lit up and asked the 3 of them, "Didn't you get some technology from that world?" While I was there, Evans paid for me to go to a training center for implant technology. I learned a lot there, and now I'm an engineer in implant technology. The little spider held his head high and said proudly, "I did gain something, but certainly not as much as Peter Parker." Yelena shrugged. She lied. Tony Stark said to the little spider, "Let's talk after the party is over. I'm quite interested in that kind of technology." "Okay, Mr. Stark." Little Spider nodded. Tony Stark looked at Evans again and asked, "To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Can cyber immortality really be achieved?" Many people present pricked up their ears and were obviously more concerned about this issue. "It has been realized in my laboratory. If any of you want cyber immortality in the future, you can come to me for consultation and transformation, and I can give you a preferential price." Evans did not hide this matter, and there was no need to do so anyway. Skipping the topic of cyber immortality, everyone resumed the previous topic. The world I went to was quite special. The level of technology there was equivalent to that of the 1930s. Certain groups over there possess an ability they call ninjutsu. It is said to be ninjutsu, but in my opinion, it is more like magic. Those so-called ninjas can control thunder, control storms, change the earth, and control water flow. After I investigated this matter, I tried to sneak into the ninja village in that world and try to learn their abilities, but for some reason, I couldn't practice the chakra energy that they said was close to magic. Sharon said, Evans knows all the exploration dungeon worlds that players have experienced because the players have submitted information about those worlds. The world of 457 that Sharon experienced is the world of Naruto. Generally speaking, spiritual practice requires physical fitness, not physical quality, but a special physical constitution. For example, if you have the blood of a witch, you can easily master magic if you have this blood. However, those without this blood will need a lot of time to learn. I guess the chakra system Sharon mentioned requires a special physique to practice. To verify, this is very simple. Just see if everyone in that world can practice chakra. If so, it means my speculation is wrong. Wanda said, even in that world, not everyone can practice cultivation. I think your judgment is correct. Sharon said, isn't there a system that ordinary people can practice? It was Maria Hill who asked this question. Like most people, Maria Hill is just an ordinary person, but if given the chance, she also aspires to be extraordinary. In her opinion, Marvel superheroes games are a platform that can make people extraordinary. Evans replied, generally speaking, there are two types of supernatural systems, one relying on the environment and the other relying on oneself. Let's talk about what depends on the environment first. Let's take our universe as an example. It is said that the universe has gone through many reincarnations. In each reincarnation, the eternal and infinite personal consciousness of a universe renews itself. It is said that there was magic power in the sky of the universe. Until our era, which is called the seventh universe, the magic power was eliminated by the universe itself. In this era, if we want to use magic to perform magic, we need to borrow magic from other dimensions of time and space, but this is often accompanied by a price, that is, the cost of casting spells. As soon as Evans said this, Stephen Strange nodded and said, I don't know what it was like in the past era of the universe, but in today's era, casting spells does require a price, which has become a common practice among magicians. Kind of common sense. Evans said, Kamataj's magic is actually a practice system that relies on the environment. But what they rely on is not our real environment, but the environment of another dimension. They need to communicate with the space of another dimension through meditation. From there, borrow the magic. We can assume that in other different worlds, there is magic-like energy in the environment that can be practiced and absorbed by people in that world. This will create different practice systems in different worlds. This is what I call a practice system that relies on the environment. This system has no universality and will have no effect once it leaves a specific environment. Then there is the second type of practice, which relies on one's own practice. This type of practice generally requires the consumption of one's own vitality and mental energy. Vitality refers to cellular energy. As long as it is not excessively consumed, it can be used as a way to lose weight. And mental power refers to our energy. In some cultivation systems, practitioners can refine their own vitality into magic power or combine their vitality with spiritual power to refine other supernatural energies, thereby exerting some superpowers. I think the chakra system Sharon mentioned should be this kind of system. If the chakra system relies on itself, then why can't I practice? Sharon said puzzledly, because you lack a primer. If you're compared to a water tank, then the primer is the dye. Only when the dye is present can you dye the water in your body into the color of chakra. Zero as far as that world is concerned. You are just an outsider, and the dye called chakra does not exist in your body. Therefore, no matter how you practice, you cannot obtain chakra. Evans said, so that's it. Sharon suddenly realized. There is also common sense, which Mr. Stephen Strange should be familiar with. Different worlds, different time and space dimensions have different rules. Some cultivation systems are only suitable for those other worlds, but have no effect in our world. Evans shrugged. Yes, as we are familiar with the mirror, the world in the mirror also exists in mysticism. You can enter it using magic. It is called the mirror space by our mages. The rules of the mirror space are very different from reality. Stephen Strange nodded. To read exciting novels, go to Falun Novel Network. It turns out that there are so many twists and turns. It seems that occultism is a very complicated subject. Tony Stark sighed. Skipping the topic of occultism, everyone continued to talk about the topic of other worlds. This time it was Nick Fury who said, "The place I went to was a world called Junction. That world is similar to the medieval fantasy style. There are gods, demigods, alien gods, an omniscient and omnipotent supreme will. There are also giants, demi-humans, elves, and humans in that world. A long time ago, something happened over there. An object that symbolized the rules of the world was smashed by the goddess of that world, causing chaos in the rules and order of that world, and many people went crazy. In that world, some sealed ancient gods also spread their power into the world. I know a goddess named Scarlet Corruption. She spread her power and polluted many areas. People in those areas, you will hear the whispers of the ancient gods. Those whispers can destroy the human mind, and they can also infect the human body like a virus, causing some malignant mutations in the human body and the growth of terrible tumors." What Nick Fury said is obviously the place where the story of Elden Ring takes place. Are you sure you're not talking about a Cthulhu story? Why are the whispers of the ancient gods coming out? Tony Stark complained about Nick Fury. Although there is no Cthulhu there, the style of painting is indeed very similar. When I first arrived there, I appeared in an area called Nimgolf and met a ghost named Melina. She thought I was a fated person and wanted to become the king of Elden, so she took the initiative, became my guide. At that time, I didn't know much about that place, so I took an adventure under the guidance of the female ghost. I got a lot of things called runes there. Melina could turn the runes into power and strengthen my soul, body. During the adventure, I encountered many enemies. Common enemies were fine, but those enemies known as the Golden Family were all demigods. I ended up dying at the hands of a demigod named Latane. After my death, I returned to the public area and found that all the physical enhancements I had received in that instance of the world had been retained. Those 0-1 enhancements called runes are not only effective in the game world, but are still effective even when returning to the real world. Nick Fury did not hide this matter, because he knew that this was very important information that needed to be shared. The reason why he would do this is also because the players of this game are all from the Order camp. Otherwise, he would definitely not make this information public. Very good. In addition to the DC superhero world, the near-future cyberpunk world, the post-waste underground world, and the world of ninjas, we have learned about a world with Cthulhu style. Natasha shrugged. Now that you have said it, let me also talk about my experience in exploring the dungeon world. The person who spoke this time was Stephen Strange. You should be familiar with the world I went to. In that world, Hogwarts existed. Yes, it was the Hogwarts described in a certain movie by Mr. Evans Film and Television Company. What I'm saying is, that world is real, I'm sure of it. After I arrived in that world, I was very confused at first. I didn't know where I had come. I only knew that I was in the Foggy City, until I met Hermione Granger, an 11-year-old girl who looked familiar to me. I went to chat with her, and then I was sure where I was. At that time, I thought I had entered the world in the story, and because I was curious about the magic there, I used the magic of the Carmitage School to transform myself into an 11-year-old boy and blend it in. Hogwarts. I learned a lot of things there, including magic, alchemy, potions, and so on. All that magic knowledge is real, and even now, after returning, I can still use the magic in that knowledge. From this, we can judge that the story world of Harry Potter is real. After listening to Stephen Strange's story, everyone was surprised. The story world of Harry Potter actually exists. This makes everyone confused why the story described in the movie is the reality of another world. This is not the first time this kind of thing has happened, because Evans Film and Television Company has also produced the DC superhero series, but there are copies of DC superheroes in the game world. Seeing everyone looking at him, Evans spread his hands, said, "I can't explain this phenomenon, but I have a theory. The multiverse interprets all the possibilities of our world. Under this premise, All possible stories will happen in different parallel time and space. Outside the multiverse, the almighty universe contains countless multiverses. Different multiverses have different world laws. When the number of multiverses is infinite, perhaps we will be able to discover that the ones we are familiar with, many stories are sure to take place in different universes. Your theory is quite new. Tony Stark was surprised. However, Evan's theory can indeed explain some problems. Everyone chatted about the multiverse and the omniverse. After that, they continued the previous topic. This time it was Xiao who spoke. Chili. There is nothing special about the world I went to, but I met two guys there, Max George Blake and Caroline Weisberg Channing. One of them was once a rich girl, but later her family went bankrupt. The other one just wanted to get rid of poverty and become rich. I gave them some money-making ideas and helped them get out of poverty, and then I returned. She has gone to the world of bankrupt sisters, and she actually helped the bankrupt sisters get out of poverty and become rich, which is very interesting. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Next is Captain America. Beauty Team said, the world I experienced was similar to Fury's, also in a medieval fantasy style, but not in a Cthulhu style. I appeared in a special village over there, where a race called hobbits lived. Hobbits are generally short and resemble dwarfs. I met a hobbit named Bilbo Baggins there, and went on an adventure with him. During the adventure, I met people like elves and wizards, and together we destroyed a giant dragon. Everyone has watched the Lord of the Rings series and knows the story of the Hobbit, but only Captain America doesn't know it. Because when this story was published, Captain America was still standing in the ice. After Captain America was unearthed, he didn't have time to read novels or movies. But the fact that the story has become a reality undoubtedly once again proves the correctness of Evan's theory. After discussing their respective experiences in exploring the dungeon, everyone began to discuss the dungeon again. It's rare for everyone to read DC Sub 447 recently. I guess you don't know that Lex Luthor of the Luthor Group is studying the corpses of Kryptonian General Zod and others. I'm afraid Doomsday will be born in the next few days. Little Pepper talked about her discovery. Compared with everyone else, Little Pepper often goes to the DC World copy, and she is the only one who noticed this. After Kara heard this, she took it seriously. Although the Doomsday event on Earth 0 and Kara on Earth 38 has nothing to do with it, but Kara thinks she needs to participate. Most people present have watched the DC movie series produced by Evans Company, including Dawn of Justice, so everyone knows about this incident. Knowing that this incident was going to happen, no one had much motivation to participate because there was not much benefit to be gained from this incident, but it was very dangerous. Even if they participated, the most they would do was become familiar with Batman and others, and then be beaten by Bat-Hey. Please write down your weaknesses in the little black book. Even if you successfully save Superman, this favor doesn't mean much. Superman is too great and upright. If you want to use Superman, the reason must be upright, otherwise don't even think about it. Please call Superman. Only Evans is very interested in this incident. He plans to team up with Kara and go to the DC world to increase his presence. The next morning, during breakfast, Kara said she wanted to go to Metropolis on Earth 0, because she was more concerned about the upcoming Doomsday event. Let me observe the situation over there first. Evans said. After he finished speaking, he activated his quantum observation ability. His sight spanned time, space, and dimensions, and he observed DC Universe Earth 0. After a while, Evans' observation ended. Lex Luthor is plotting against Superman and Batman, and the Doomsday event will happen within 2 days. Evans talked about his observation results. I'll go over and remind my cousin. Kara didn't even bother to eat breakfast. She used the game copy function to hurriedly come to DC Earth 0. Doomsday is not easy to deal with. Wanda said, let me go and have a look. Evans said something to Wanda and others, then got up and left. As soon as Kara arrived at Earth 0, she went to find Superman. She was very fast. By this time, she had arrived at Superman's house and saw Superman. He told the other party that he was the other party's cousin Kara and told Lex Luthor's conspiracy. For Kara, Superman trusted him. When Superman learned that Lex Luthor was planning to kidnap his adoptive mother Martha Kent, he was frightened. "Cousin, I want to ask you to do me a favor. Can you go to Smallville to take care of my adoptive mother for a few days?" "No problem, but you have to be careful about Lex Luthor. He is studying the corpses of General Zod and others, and he may create a monster called Doomsday." Kara agreed to her and gave him a warning before flying to Kansas to protect Superman's adoptive mother Martha Kentucky. Superman was just about to change his outfit and go to confront Lex Luthor, but found Evans came to visit his house. Superman still remembered Evans. The last time they met, he claimed to be Kara's husband. "I guess you're going to find Lex Luthor, am I right?" Evans said, "That's right. Kara just came over and told me about Luthor's conspiracy. I'm going to stop him. I don't think it's appropriate. Although you are powerful, you are too kind and can easily be plotted by smart people like Lex Luthor. I suggest you go next door to find Batman first to resolve the misunderstanding between you and bring Lex to the rescue." Luthor's conspiracy told him that this would be safer. Evans gave Superman a suggestion. Evans intuitively thought that if Superman went to Lex Luthor like this, he would probably suffer a big loss. You must know that Lex Luthor has kryptonite. And Lex Luthor, he is a popular villain of DC. In terms of popularity, he is not much worse than Superman. From a metaphysical point of view, Lex Luthor must have good luck as a villain. At the same time, he is the chief among Superman fans. Lex is to Superman, just like the Joker is to Batman. If Superman had faced his fateful enemy in the past, he might have suffered a loss. At this time, it would be easier to achieve the goal by using another method. For example, let Batman go deal with Lex Luthor and let smart people deal with smart people. As for Superman, let's honestly support Batman so that he can maximize his advantages instead of being targeted at the beginning. I don't think Lex Luthor will be my opponent. Superman obviously didn't listen to what Evans said. To read exciting novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Superman believes in his own strength. If his opponent is just an ordinary person like Luthor, he doesn't feel that he would suffer a loss. Evans rolled his eyes. Simply, he used the secondary creation technique to create a piece of green kryptonite the size of a fingernail out of thin air. At the same time, Evans activated a protective spell to prevent himself from being affected by the kryptonite. After all, he has been transplanted with Kryptonian blood, and theoretically kryptonite can also harm him. Lex Luthor has this thing that makes you weak and your confidence is vulnerable to this stone. Superman faced kryptonite, and his body was weakening rapidly. "What's this?" Superman was shocked and hurriedly took several steps back, away from the radiation range of kryptonite, and his body gradually recovered. Before today, Superman had never known that there was such a thing in the world that could restrain himself. This is kryptonite, something from your hometown that degrades your cells, rendering your superpowers ineffective and making you worse than ordinary humans. Unless you use heat vision to kill Lex Luthor from a long distance, I don't recommend you get close to him, because there must be a lot of these things around him, and once you get close to him, he'll be the first to target you. I guess you don't want to kill anyone, so I suggest you go find Batman first. Evans put away the kryptonite. Superman was finally convinced by Evans and decided to go to the brother city next door to find Batman first. After Superman left, Evans also prepared to leave, but he was stopped by Lois Lane. "Miss Lane, what can I do? I just heard your exchange with Clark, and I'm wondering, why would Lex Luthor target Clark? Do you know what Clark and Lex Luthor's relationship is?" "Clark told me that they were classmates and friends in high school." "Yes, they were friends. During that period, Lex Luthor discovered Clark's specialness in an accident. He was envious of Clark's abilities. However, some subsequent experiences gradually distorted Lex Luthor's psychology. On the one hand, he admires Clark's godlike power, and on the other hand, he is jealous of Clark's talent. Until Clark debuted as a superhero, he became increasingly dissatisfied with the other party's compassionate attitude and thought the other party was hypocritical. Lex Luthor wants to prove that man can defeat God in order to break the longing for Superman. This is no good, his reason for targeting Superman. Isn't this just a mental illness? Lois Lane's eyes widened. unable to believe that Lex Luthor was such a person. I won't comment on what kind of person the other person is. You'd better be careful these days. If Lex Luthor wants to deal with Superman, he may start with the people around him. You may be targeted by Lex Luthor. Evans warned Lois Lane, then said goodbye and left. At this time, Wonder Woman Diana was also in Metropolis. She got the news from nowhere and learned that Lex Luthor had a secret from the First World War. He took photos of himself, Steve, Trevor, and others, so he came to investigate. At this time, Wonder Woman was having breakfast in a restaurant. Evans, who left Superman's house, also came to the restaurant. I came here specifically to find Wonder Woman. Evans walked into the restaurant and sat down in front of Diana. Beauty, can I sit here? Diana Prince raised her head and looked at the person who had already sat down. She was about to reply to him, but when she saw the appearance of the person opposite, she was slightly startled. She couldn't help but frown, as if she was recalling something, and then said something uncertain. You look familiar. Have we met somewhere? This time, it was Evans' turn to be stunned. Before today, Evans had never met Diana. Evans came here because he discovered that Diana was here during his previous quantum observations. He came here just to get acquainted with the other party. But the other party's reaction when seeing him was very wrong. This should be our first meeting. Evans said, maybe I got the wrong person, but I really think you look familiar. Who are you? Evans Nelson. What about you? Diana Prince. Can you tell me why you were familiar with me? Evans was curious. Yes, I rarely went out when I was young and always stayed in my hometown. Until one day, an outsider arrived. She claimed to have been shipwrecked and ended up in my hometown, but it turned out that she was lying. Her form of existence is very special. There are mechanical structures under her skin, much like the robots often mentioned in science fiction novels. She can also change her appearance, but only I know this. Once, when she performed a transformation for me, she turned into a man, which looked very similar to you, 780 now. Hearing what Diana said, Evans probably figured out what was going on. Maybe sometime in the future, a certain robot in Evans' home traveled through time and space, returned to the past of this world, and went to that time. Paradise Island, getting to know Diana from the past. Can I ask her name? Her name was Abigail Dorothy. Diana replied. Sure enough, Diana saw Evans' expression of understanding and realized that the other party might know Abigail. Do you know her? I am her creator. If possible, I'd like to meet her. Can. Evans also wanted to find out what was going on, so he agreed. He first activated his psychic abilities to make people in the restaurant ignore the abnormalities here, and then summoned Abigail out of thin air. Today's Abigail, wearing a plaid shirt, pencil pants, and high heels, look very fashionable. Father, are you looking for me? Abigail looked at Evans. It's not me. She's looking for you. Evans pointed at Diana. Abigail looked at Diana again. When she was in the Marvel world, Abigail had watched the Wonder Woman movie and knew that she was the heroine, so she greeted her. Good morning, Miss Prince. Long time no see, Abigail. Diana looked very emotional when she saw this acquaintance. Do you know me? Abigail was very puzzled. You don't recognize me anymore? Has your memory been formatted? Diana was surprised. I have never formatted my memory. So what's going on? Diana was confused. I could probably guess why. Abigail thought for a few seconds and figured out the problem by herself. Then she said, I've been studying quantum reset technology recently and have made breakthrough progress. I plan to conduct a research on time travel in the near future. Experiment. So, the person I met back then is actually you in the future? Diana opened her mouth slightly, thinking this was outrageous. This should be. Abigail nodded. Evans was also surprised. He didn't expect that Abigail would quietly technologicalize the superpower of quantum reset. The other party's evolution speed was faster than that of Skynet. He was no less generous than Ultron and those seniors in the artificial intelligence world. Evans couldn't help but start to reflect on whether he paid too little attention to Abigail in his daily life, so that the other party had developed this kind of technology. He didn't know either. His own robot was going to defy heaven. Immediately, Evans came up with a creative use based on Abigail. So he said to Abigail, let me add a new feature for you later. That should be fun. Okay, father. To read exciting novels, go to Felu Novel Network. Diana came back to her senses. She stared at Abigail and said, Abigail, I want to ask you a favor. Please say, I have never met my father. When I first found out who my father was, he was already dead. I want to ask you to take me back in time. I want to meet him. Diana said her request. Abigail did not directly agree to Diana, but looked at Evans. Evans said, I will transform you first. After the transformation is completed, I will test it together. Your tech version of Quantum Reset. Okay, father. The three of them walked out of the restaurant, found a hotel, and booked a suite. Here, Evans carried out shell replacement and enchantment transformation on Abigail. The shell replacement was completed quickly. A lot of complex and mysterious Olympics, the sea enchantment rune, was branded under the bionic skin of Abigail's body by Evans. Diana looked on curiously, and she found that the enchantment applied by Evans was very similar to the enchantment on her artifact suit. Are all enchantments of the Olympian school? Could the other party be a Greek god? Diana has lived so long that she has never seen other old gods except Ares, the god of war. What if Evans is a Greek god? Then who is his true identity? Could he be a relative of hers? The other person is so proficient in Olympus enchantment. Could it be her brother Hephaestus, the god of fire? The more she thought about it, the more I think it's possible. Only Vulcan can create such a magical self-disciplined doll like Abigail. Evans didn't know that Diana had made him into Vulcan, otherwise he would be dumbfounded. Before long, his transformation of Abigail was over. After being enchanted by Olympus, Abigail had new functions. The material of her body was replaced with a magic metal mithril, and after being blessed with a lot of enchantments, she is already a robot version of an artifact which is not easily damaged but also has an extra portable space in her body. The portable space has been enchanted. The internal environment is transformed by magic, and the scenery is beautiful. Evans takes Diana. He got into Abigail's body and entered that space. The volume of this space can almost fit an ordinary small town. Here you can see blue sky and white clouds, lakes and streams, dense forests, and a forest house. Middle cabin. Everything here is a magical illusion, similar to a blindfold, but as long as you are in it, everything is visible and tangible. Ordinary people will not see anything unusual when they come here. But if it is only in the eyes of people with skills, such as piercing eyes, can we see some clues. Here it is. Diana saw that Evans had brought her to a strange place. She didn't know that this was Abigail's body. She could only see that the environment here was very inconsistent. Before Diana was born, she was blessed with the sight of Athena, which allowed her to see through all obstacles and not be affected by psychic abilities. The magical environment here seemed to be inconsistent in Diana's eyes, as if none of it seems real. This is Abigail's body, and I have created a space inside her body, a space where people can live. Creating a habitable space inside Abigail was the idea Evans came up with. Real-life, self-propelled villa. When you get bored in the future, you can live in Abigail's body to experience the novelty. And you can also stay inside and drive Abigail around like a Gundam pilot piloting a Gundam. The idea made little practical sense to Evans, but it was fun. When Diana learned that this place was inside Abigail's body, her expression became subtle. How on earth did such a large space fit into Abigail's body? Sure enough, it's not technology, it's magic, right? Diana became more confident in her speculation that Evans might be a relative of hers. Evans took Diana and walked into a cabin in the woods here and there. Abigail, now try your tech version of the Quantum Reset, Evans said to the air. Okay, father. Abigail's voice sounded out of thin air in this wooden house. A two-dimensional water curtain appeared in front of Evans and Diana. The content displayed in the water curtain was what Abigail saw. The picture they saw made it easier for Evans and Diana to view the outside world. The purely technological version of Quantum Reset time travel was launched by Abigail. Abigail began to travel through time and space, and in just an instant, he returned to the 15th century that Evans visited. The time point is in the past, just a few days after Evans left. "Father, we have arrived in Florence, Italy in 1470. Abigail's voice echoed in the room inside the body. Historical records indicate that Leonardo da Vinci was in Florence during this period, and where I worked there were many paintings by da Vinci, such as the Mona Lisa's smile. When Diana heard that it was this era, she naturally thought of Leonardo da Vinci. Mona Lisa's smile was not painted in 1470, when Lisa Gradini was not even born." Evans shrugged. "But there's also a theory that Lisa Gradini is Leonardo da Vinci's vest." Diana thought of an interesting saying for later generations. "Oh, I know, but that was obviously made up by later generations who had enough to eat and had nothing to do and overthinking." Evans rolled his eyes and then changed the subject. "Don't you want to see your father? During this period, your father should be in heaven. You should have a way to go to Olympus in heaven. I heard that Limbo Prison is connected to the 8 divine realms, and it seems that you can go to heaven through there. If that doesn't work, I can still pray to the goddess. My prayers will definitely reach the ears of the goddess, and I asked them to pick me up." Diana said, "You really plan to go to heaven? If I remember correctly, you should be the illegitimate daughter of Zeus. Are you not afraid of meeting Hera there?" Evans had a strange expression. Evans has read several DC comic series. In the New 52 Wonder Woman comics, Hera learned that Zeus and Amazon Queen Hippolyta had killed people, and she descended in rage. He came to Paradise Island and cursed all the Amazons. Hippolyta, Queen of the Amazons, was turned into a stone statue, while all the other Amazons were turned into snakes by Hera. Diana was asked to run to Olympus, the heavenly realm. Seeking Zeus for marriage would definitely lead to trouble. After listening to Evan's reminder, Diana also realized this problem. Hera's jealousy was by no means just a legend, and Diana felt that it was better not to take the initiative to get in front of Hera. "Then I will contact the goddess through prayer. I remember that the god of love is at odds with Hera. If it is the god of love, she should be willing to help me, Bar. Then you don't have to pray. Cupid and little Cupid are both in Florence." "Where are they?" "Beauty and the Beast shop." Evans and Diana got out of Abigail's body and headed to the store together. Not long after, the three of them arrived at their destination. Diana opened the door and walked in first. Evans and Abigail Beigel followed closely behind. The clerk in this store was, as expected, still the super beauty, but her hair color was no longer the red it used to be. It had turned blonde. Maybe she dyed her hair? Blonde the other party is obviously more beautiful. It should be said that she is worthy of the golden Aphrodite. The goddess of love and beauty is not called for nothing. The blonde beauty raised her head, looked at Diana, raised her eyebrows, and said, "An Amazonian and an Amazonian who has been blessed by me. This is really a rare visitor." The blonde beauty looked at Abigail again, slightly surprised. "A magic doll?" Finally, she looked at Evans. "My little friend, you are here again. Do you miss your sister?" "I came with her." Evans pointed at Diana. "To read exciting novels, go to Felu Novel Network." "Excuse me, are you the goddess Aphrodite?" Diana stared at the blonde beauty, sitting at the counter, and asked uncertainly. In terms of relationship, Aphrodite can also be considered a relative of Diana. Aphrodite was the first god-king of the Greek pantheon, Urano. His little penis was transformed from shell in the sea, so is the incarnation of lust. She can be regarded as the daughter of the first-generation god king Uranus, so she is very senior, and she is in the same generation as the second-generation god king Cronus. Zero asking for a flower relationship. If so, Diana would call Aphrodite her aunt. But considering that Aphrodite's husband is Hephaestus, the god of fire, and the god of fire is Diana's brother, if that's the case, Diana, also you can call Aphrodite your sister-in-law. Aphrodite also had an affair and gave birth to a child for Ares, the god of war. That child was the little Eros, the god of love, corresponding to Cupid, the god of love in Roman mythology. What's interesting is that, regardless of whether Aphrodite's child belongs to the god of fire or the god of war, that child is Diana's nephew and uncle. Everyone understands a relationship between the members of the Greek pantheon. Aphrodite said with emotion, "Amazon, You look a lot like Hippolyta back then. Like you, she also had the equipment you were wearing. She fought bravely on the battlefield and could even compete with Hercules. If it weren't for Zeus's conspiracy, you Amazons wouldn't have been forced to the seaside by the humans at that time and finally boarded Poseidon's ship and arrived at Paradise Island. This story comes from the comic Real Amazons. Are you saying that we Amazons have been plotted by Zeus? Diana was shocked. What did her father do back then? At that time, Zeus fell in love with the beauty of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. In order to marry her, he disguised himself as a human soldier, mixed into the human camp, and encouraged the Mycenaean kingdom to launch a war against the Amazon kingdom living in a mountain area. During the war, Zeus even asked Hercules to join the human side and become the commander-in-chief. Hercules invited the Amazon queen to fight in front of the city gate of the Amazon kingdom. One of the Amazon queen's sisters named Ella went out to fight, but was beheaded by Hercules. After that, the war broke out. The Amazons were very brave, but there were more human soldiers, and Hercules and Zeus disguised as humans led the army. The Amazons were beaten back and forth, with no account of casualties. Finally, they were forced to the seaside, with no way to retreat. Later, Hera discovered Zeus's conspiracy in time, and took the initiative to contact her brother Poseidon, and asked Poseidon to send ships to fetch the Amazons and escape to the sea, so that the Amazons could safely come to Paradise Island. Aphrodite slowly told the story of that year. Did Zeus succeed? Diana asked a stupid question. She was able to be born into this world. Zeus obviously succeeded in sleeping with the Amazon queen. But the time may not be that incident, but even later. The Amazons were Hera's army in the human world. At that time, Hera already knew that Zeus was interested in the queen of the Amazons. She would definitely guard Zeus closely. I guess Zeus would not succeed so easily. Aphrodite said, "He has succeeded, and Diana's existence is the best proof." Evan spat. Aphrodite raised her eyebrows and looked at Diana in surprise. "So you are the daughter of Zeus and the Amazon queen?" Diana nodded with a complicated expression. "So that's the case. No wonder Hippolyta prayed to us when she was pregnant, asking the gods to bless the child in her belly." Zeus expressed support for the first time. The truth turns out to be this. Aphrodite suddenly realized, after learning of your father's glorious deeds, do you still plan to see him? Evans asked Diana. The father whom Diana had always wanted to see was the murderer of many of her people. Evans wanted to know what Diana's mentality was at this time. Diana was an Amazon after all. After knowing what happened that year, she no longer had any thoughts about her father. "I don't want to see him anymore." Diana gritted her teeth. "I don't recommend that you go and recognize your relatives. Zeus is a famous pervert. Even though you are his daughter, you may be attracted by him. When the time comes, he will definitely take advantage of you not paying attention and become the most promiscuous person. Your confused image is close to you. This is how Persephone lost her virginity. Another thing you have to remember is that once you reveal your identity, you will definitely be involved in the disputes in Olympus. By then, there will only be two kinds of people for you in Olympus. One is your enemy, the other is still your enemy. You'd better keep my words in mind to avoid big losses in the future." Aphrodite warned. This goddess sister is relatively friendly to the Amazons. I think that when Hera created the Amazons, she worked with Hestia, Demeter, and Aphrodite. Athena and others worked together. Strictly speaking, Aphrodite can also be regarded as the creator of the Amazon family. Her husband will adopt the Amazon baby boy, and she obviously also contributed. "Do I need to guard against you too?" asked Diana. "I'm not interested in your affairs, but my husband would be happy to meet your sister." "You mean Vulcan?" "Yes, he's behind that door, and you can go there to meet him." Aphrodite pointed to the back door of the store. Diana wanted to see the god of fire, so she walked towards that door. Evans did not follow Diana. He and Abigail stayed in the store. "My little friend, this is the puppet you made. It's a pretty good achievement." Aphrodite pointed at Abigail and regarded it as a puppet created by Evans. This magic puppet was very exquisite, more exquisite than most of the puppets she had ever seen. Among them, it seemed that it also has built-in technology. Although it is now 1470, technology has not developed and is still in Renaissance, but Aphrodite is well-informed. Even she has seen a lot of aliens in the universe. Naturally, he knew the concept of technology. Several people sat together and chatted about related topics. During the period, Aphrodite asked Evans to obtain the technology of this kind of magic doll so that she could make several magic dolls for herself. The doll acted as a maid. Evans simply used this skill to exchange some new magical knowledge with Aphrodite. As an ancient old god, Aphrodite is even older than those. The little blue man, known as the guardian of the universe, is even bigger. As for the ability of magic, the longer you live, the more you master and the stronger your strength becomes. Evans exchanged a lot of magic knowledge from Aphrodite. There are two more interesting magics, namely magic mark and price demand. The magic mark among them is very characteristic of the DC world. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Falun Novel Network. The magic of the DC world all comes from Hecate and the Hanged Man. Hecate and the Hanged Man are the masters of all the magic in the DC world, and all the magic in this multiverse also has the imprint of these two people. The group of old gods is the owner of magic, the largest user. A long time ago, the old gods deceived Hecate and deceived a large amount of magic power from each other, which deeply hurt Hecate's heart. It is not difficult to imagine that in the future, Hecate, when it comes again, all magic users in DC will be liquidated, especially the old gods. No one can escape. The old gods are almost unable to resist when facing Hecate, the magic creditor. Ahem. The topic has gone too far zero. The function of the magic mark is to leave its own mark on a magic power. Such magic power will become a recyclable resource, and the released magic power will be restored to magic power. As long as you rely on meditation skills, you can remove the magic power that has escaped. All the magic power is recovered without any loss. You can also lend this magic power to others, so that you can use the magic you demand to charge the price to those who have used your magic power, or even harvest the souls of those who have used your magic power. If Evan's magic power is imprinted by someone else, that's okay, because the person who imprints it first will have higher authority over the magic power. One day later, Evans and Diana said goodbye to the god of fire and the god of love, left this era, and went to the Paradise Island in 1915. Since men are not welcome on Paradise Island, Evans did not get out of Abigail's body this time, and only controlled Abigail's activities on Paradise Island. Abigail appears on the shores of Paradise Island. There was a flash of light on her lower abdomen, and Diana emerged from the light and appeared next to Abigail. I never thought I would have the chance to return to my old hometown. Diana looked at the familiar environment around her, a little lost in thought. The Paradise Island at night was very quiet and beautiful. Standing on the coast, you can still vaguely hear the singing of mermaids. Evans controlled Abigail to turn around, looked in the direction of the singing, and saw 3 mermaids resting on a reef a few kilometers away. If you ignore the sharp fangs in their mouths, they're still very beautiful. With such good teeth, these mermaids are probably carnivores, and they may have even eaten humans. Are mermaids common here on your Paradise Island? Evans asked Diana through Abigail's mouth. No, they are not common at all. I have never seen them a few times since I was a child. I can only occasionally hear their singing. But as long as you follow the singing, you will find that they have left long ago, as if they are hiding on purpose. Just like the people on the shore. Diana shook her head. I'm going to see my mother and ask her about her story back then. Well, don't worry about me. You go ahead and I'll look around on my own. For the next week, Evan stayed in the space inside Abigail's body and did not go out. He spent most of his time practicing here, and only a small amount of time controlled Abigail's activities in Shemiskala City on Paradise Island, and met Diana in this time period. And by the way, she performed a mechanical version of the transformation technique, completing the time-closed loop. Abigail stayed on Paradise Island on the grounds that she accidentally ended up here in a shipwreck. Only Diana and Hippolyta in the future knew Abigail's true origin, and even Hippolyta knew Abigail's identity. There's a man in her body. She learned this from the future Diana's mouth. But since the man is Diana's friend and has not appeared to destroy the trajectory of Paradise Island, then as long as the man does not get out of Abigail's body, come out, Hippolyta pretended not to know. It wasn't until a week later that they left this era and returned to the normal timeline. The time was still that time, and to the people here, it was as if Evans and Diana had never left. After coming back, Abigail went back to the game world to do her own research. Although she was a robot, she also had her own Pursuit 02, which was evolution. Maybe one day in the future, Abigail can evolve to the level of a mechanical empress and create a digital kingdom similar to the game world. Superman flew all the way to Gotham, the brother city next door, and found Bruce Wayne here. However, due to the Kryptonian invasion of Earth last year, Bruce Wayne has always been wary of Superman, believing that he is a source of unrest. When Superman appeared in front of Bruce Wayne transformed into Batman on the spot, holding a kryptonite weapon that was developed at an unknown time, and fired a fierce attack on Superman, which almost made Superman doubt his life. Superman, who was so powerful that he was almost defeated by Batman, was very dramatic. But I have to say that Superman's majestic and upright face can still give people a sense of affinity that I am a good person. Although Superman was a little unhappy after being beaten, Superman finally used the method of brushing his face to let Batman stop his attack and told Batman about Lex Luthor's plot. When Batman learned that Lex Luthor was using Kryptonian corpses for research and was about to create a monster, he temporarily let Superman go and said he would continue to keep an eye on Superman. After that, Batman began to borrow Superman's supervision to help him observe the Luthor Group's labs and make a plan. With Batman acting as a strategist, it would be easy for Superman to become a super god. Nowadays, the relatively immature villain Lex Luthor is still unable to target the Justice League on his own. With the full cooperation of Superman and Batman's CP combination, he really can't make many waves. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, the Luthor Group's laboratory suddenly lost power. Lack of power supply disrupted Doomsday's cultivation process. When Lex Luthor hurried to the laboratory to check the situation, Batman quietly appeared behind Luthor in an elusive manner and knocked him unconscious with a knife. Superman used super speed invisible to ordinary people to destroy all research materials in Luthor's laboratory and took away Doomsday's embryo. When Lex Luthor woke up again, he found himself in the detention room of the local police station. After asking, he learned that he had been sued by an unknown mysterious person with a lot of evidence, most of which was illegal. There is evidence of human experimentation, and the evidence is conclusive. Even Lex Luthor will not be able to escape guilt for a while. Fortunately, he has only been charged and detained, and has not yet been tried in court. Before that, he still has time to find a scapegoat. Exonerate yourself. In the name of contacting a lawyer, he called the police officer responsible for guarding him, and called his sister Lena Luthor to ask for help. With the abilities of the Luthor family, although Lex Luthor will definitely be able to get away with it, this incident is enough to keep Lex Luthor busy for a while. In this way, the Doomsday incident was strangled in the cradle, and they also indirectly destroyed Steppenwolf's conspiracy. Doomsday's embryo was destroyed by Superman and Batman. After this cooperation, although Batman is still wary of Superman, he is no longer hostile. At this time, the two of them were on a hilltop in the suburbs. Regarding Lex Luthor, I'd like to know where your information comes from. Batman asked Superman. My cousin came to see me this morning, and she discovered Lex Luthor's plot. I was worried that Luthor would take action against my mother, so I asked her to protect my mother. Later, my cousin's husband also came. He suggested that I find you and cooperate with you to deal with Lex Luthor. Superman is an honest person, and honest people don't lie. Superman didn't see Batman's true nature and thought he was a good person, so he told Batman about his cousin Kara and her husband Evans. No, unexpectedly, Batman wrote down Kara and Evans in a notebook. Is your cousin also a Kryptonian? To read exciting novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Well, her father is my father's brother, and she was also sent to Earth before Krypton exploded. What about Evans? He's from Earth, and I don't know much about him. In the game world, The public area of Malibu Beach is very lively tonight. Many players are here. They seem to be planning to organize a collective otherworld exploration activity. There are many 227 people who are going to participate in this activity, and basically most of the players are participated, including Wanda and Gwen. Evans came back at an unfortunate time. If he had come back a few minutes earlier, he might have been able to catch the event. But when he came back, they had already set off. Evans saw the resident phantom left by Wanda at home and learned about it through the eloquence of the resident phantom. Since most players teamed up to download the dungeon together, this made the game world became deserted. Seeing that there was no one here, Evans was too lazy to stay here. He returned to DC Earth Zero again and contacted Kara, who was still here. Kara already knew that her cousin had solved the problem and there was no need for her to stay here. Kansas protected Martha Kent and flew back to Metropolis to meet with Evans. Most of the players teamed up to explore the dungeon. There was no one in the game world, and there was no point in going back. Let's go on a date, Evans suggested. Where to go on a date? Kara expressed her expectation. I haven't thought about it yet. What do you think? Just go explore the dungeon. Maybe you can go to a nice world. Okay. The two returned to the game world, entered team mode, and clicked to explore the dungeon. As players, they traveled to an unknown world. This is an apartment suite that is not too spacious, but very cozy. Evans and Kara appeared here and checked their new identities in this world through the game panel. They are husband and wife and live in an apartment building in the West Hollywood area of Los Angeles, California, the lighthouse of the world. The system not only assigned them identities here, but also assigned them a job. A non-famous bit player in Hollywood. That's what it says on the identity information. It's better not to give up this job. As long as you don't apply for a job on the set, you can pretend that this career doesn't exist. Players who have come to the new world have a habit, which is to look at the time. Evans and Kara looked at the time flow rate displayed on the game panel at the same time. Immediately, both of them were surprised. Time passes so fast in this world. One day in the Marvel world, this world can last 100 years. Kara, have you thought about it with me? Well, since time here flows so fast and we don't grow old here, let's stay here for a while longer and extend our time together. Kara looked forward to it. Good. Evans agreed. Anyway, Evans also needs to practice the immortal art, so he just took advantage of the fast flow of time here practice for a while. And by the way, he and Kara spent some time together. But there before that, they still need to understand the background of this world. Evans took out a laptop from his dark pocket, sat on the sofa, put the laptop on the coffee table in front of him, turned it on, connected to the Wi-Fi network of his new home, and searched online for the basic situation of the world. Kara came over, sat next to Evans, and looked at the screen together. She was also curious about the situation of the world. Evans checked online. The time of this world is in 2006. Except other than that, there is nothing special about it. There is no supernatural power and no special events happen. At first glance, it is not much different from the world of Evans's previous life. If it were not for the difference in time and some details, Evans would be the same. I almost thought I had returned to my hometown in my previous life. It looks very ordinary here, but that's okay. Let's just live as ordinary people for a while. Kara began to look forward to living an ordinary life with Evans. She seemed extremely looking forward to the thought of going to work every day and spending time with Evans after get off work. I always feel that the world is not as simple as it seems. Evans said, that doesn't matter. What matters is the life together. Kara Dow, yes. I promise to fulfill my duties as a husband and try to let you take maternity leave again. I don't want to have children. Kara rolled her eyes. Laura is enough for children and whatnot. She didn't want to have another one, so she changed the topic. Since you want to live an ordinary life, you need to find a job to make money first. Then start by looking for a job. Although Evans said this, he had no intention of working for others. Even if he wanted to work, he would start his own business. Kara searched in this new home, and she found her academic certificate, which showed that she was graduated from the acting department of the California Institute of the Arts. This is obviously the identity that the system has arranged for her in this world. Seeing her diploma, Kara's pretty face suddenly fell. Her acting skills have always been poor, and she's asked to work in the film and television industry, it is too difficult for her to become an actress. And her dream is not to become a big star. Putting aside whether she can be popular or not, even if she does become a big star, she will still have the trouble of being famous and having troubles. Instead of becoming a public figure, she preferred to be an inconspicuous, ordinary person. So Kara decided to change careers. She took Evans's laptop and went online to find a job and submit her resume. Evans hugged her and sat aside, but his thoughts were not there. Above, he observes the world through quantum observation skills, trying to find the special features of this world. To read Bao Shuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. But quantum observation is not a God's perspective, although there is no limit to the observation distance. But the area that can be observed at the same time is not large. Without knowing anything, using this method to find anomalies in the world is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Evans observed for a long time and found no anomalies at all. It's like this world is really ordinary. But his intuition told Evans that this world is not ordinary at all. The reason why he didn't find it was just because he didn't look in the right place. Evans decided not to observe it yet. He planned to first set up a practice room at home. You should take your time to find a job first. I'll set up a practice room at home. Go. This apartment is not big. It has a layout of 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, about 110 square meters. 2 of the bedrooms are large and small bedrooms, and the other is a study room. Evans came to the study room and used magic to expand the space of the study room. He used secondary creation skills to add bricks and tiles here and separated a room as a training room. He used Feng Ho Chiman combined with the 5th magic to set up a time distortion array in this room. The array distorted the time inside the room, dilates the time in the area, that is, speeds up the flow of time in the room. People who are in an area where time is accelerated cannot feel that time is accelerated. Only by looking out from the inside will they see that the time outside is slowing down. This is a relative effect. This formation can give Evans more time to practice. 1 day on Earth can be spent in the formation for a month. In addition, the flow of time in this plane is very fast, which forms a double time dilation effect. After finishing the practice room, Evans returned to the living room. Kara had found a job online and was now going to interview. "Dear, I went for an interview. I'll be back later." "What is the job?" Evans asked her. "I have a clerical job in a film and television company, the kind where I sit in an office." "Anyway, I'm leaving first," Lee does. After she finished speaking, she was ready to leave. "Are you going to pass by like this?" Evans pointed to the clothes on Kara. Kara looked down and saw that they were casual clothes. If she wore this to the interview, it would definitely leave a bad impression on the interviewer. So Kara asked Evans for help. The clothes on his body turned into formal clothes. Evans also created a resume for Kara and asked her to take it. After Kara left, Evans went to the practice room, pulled a wire from the bolt here, and connected it on his own body. The feeling of electric shock came. If ordinary people dare to play like this, they will definitely be electrocuted to death. But Evans needs external energy supplement to transform it into his own cultivation. Because the immortal art he practices is a modified version of the system demon, which can transform all forms of energy in the world into his own cultivation. In modern society, there is no energy better than electricity. As electrical energy continues to pour into Evans' body, the sea of suffering in his dantian is being opened up. In the process, his energy needs grew. A large amount of electrical energy poured into his body along the wires connected to his body. This feeling is like recharging myself. The time outside gradually came to 4 p.m., but Evans had been practicing in this time-distorted practice room for 7 or 8 days. As if he was cheating, he had perfected the sea of suffering in his dantian. It has to be said that the skills that have been magically modified by the system are cheating when practiced. Ordinary monks, when practicing this system, even if they drink Baichao liquid that can assist their practice every day, they will not be able to achieve perfection in the sea of suffering within a few years. But Evans only used a mere 7 or 8 days in the time distortion zone to cultivate the sea of suffering to the great perfection, and could break through the life spring at any time. The method of covering the sky mainly focuses on the secret realm and excavates the secrets of the human body. There are 4 stages in the realm of the wheel and sea, namely the sea of suffering, the spring of life, the divine bridge, and the other shore. When you reach the other shore through cultivation, the secret realm of the wheel and sea will be considered Dzogchen. Evans estimated that if he practiced like this, he would be able to complete the cultivation of the secret realm of the wheel and sea in just 1 month in the outside world. After walking out of the practice room, Evans looked at his electricity meter and found that his practice just used a total of 3,400 kilowatt hours of electricity at home. If calculated at 5 cents per kilowatt hour, his practice cost a total of $1,700. Sure enough, practicing this kind of thing, no matter how cheating you are, still costs money. Evans complained, "It is not safe to continue to consume electricity like this. A very ordinary family consumes a lot of electricity every day, which is abnormal no matter how you look at it. It may not be a problem in the short term, but it will definitely become worse over time." Attracting attention from outside. Evans is not afraid of trouble, but it will definitely disturb his and Kara's peaceful life. Evans decided to first use the arc reactor technology hack from Tony Stark to make a reactor as it is used for daily practice. The arc reactor requires metal palladium and some special metal materials. Evans tried to use the secondary creation technique to create a small arc reactor out of thin air, but failed as expected. The secondary creation technique, the miraculous effect of. The required materials were created one by one. This time he succeeded. Then he used alchemy, which is known as the most powerful productivity in a magic world, on these materials to change the form of these materials, and then assembled them into a small arc reactor. Not long after, the small arc reactor was lit. The electricity generated by this palm-sized thing was enough to power the entire Los Angeles for a week. The total amount of electricity was exaggerated. At this time, Kara came back, looking at her face with anger. If she failed in the interview, she might have encountered something that would make her angry. Damn it, it pissed me off to death. The guy who interviewed me was a pervert, and he even hinted that as long as I slept with him, he would let me pass the interview. Kara said angrily, "When facing a guy like that, you should beat him up hard." I didn't beat him up, but I loudly and publicly exposed the fact that he wanted to impose unspoken rules on me in that company. Even if he wasn't fired, he would definitely die, Kara said in relief. Evans immediately gave Kara a thumbs up. "Nice job. Although it was a relief, my interview still failed. Don't be discouraged. You have a long time to come. You can just slowly find a job after that." The next day, Kara continued to look for a job and send in resumes. While Evans was practicing, while watching TV, a piece of news attracted his attention. This was a news story about the former Minister of Defense of the Lighthouse Country. News related to Frederick Taylor. Was the news content? Evans did not pay attention to app. He mainly paid attention to the other party's name. Frederick Taylor. Isn't this the wall facer in the 3-body story? What? Could it be that Carla and I came to the 3-body plane? Evans thought. In order to verify this, Evans took out his laptop and turned on the internet. He searched for the names of many related characters to see if they existed. Dr. Ding E exists. Dr. Wang Miao exists. Dang scientist Bill Hines exists. As the character information in the 3-body stories was searched out one after another, Evans finally determined that this is the 3-body plane. Evans closed his laptop and couldn't help but fell in a deep thought. 3-body position, although the surface is dangerous, as long as you don't wander around in the universe, there will be basically no problem, at least in the last few hundred years. Remember that the Trisolar and Sophins arrived on Earth in 2005. It is now 2006. At this point in time, Dr. Yang Dong has not committed suicide yet. Next year will be when the 3-body story officially begins. Today, the Trisolarians rely on Sophins to monitor human civilization on Earth, but there are not many Sophins launched to the Earth by them, at least not yet. Not many. Those Sophins can move at a speed close to light, monitor the more important players in human civilization, as well as scientists, and interfere with human particle collision experiments. The Sophins adopt an ignoring attitude towards ordinary people and will not go there. Monitor ordinary people. Otherwise, there are so many humans on the Earth. Even if Sophins can move at a speed close to light, a few Sophins will definitely not be able to monitor them. As long as Evans and Kara don't do anything eye-catching, they will be noticed by Tomoko. To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. But on the other hand, once they are paid attention to by Tomoko, there will be some trouble. Evans is not sure whether his magic can block the observation of Tomoko. After all, the way protons observe the material world is from a higher dimension. Faced with such a small thing, even if Evans can observe it with supervision, I am afraid there is no good way to target it. Maybe you could try to use Magneto's the ability to create a magnetic field to capture Sophins. But whether it can succeed, Evans is not sure. But even if he cannot capture or shield Sophins, it does not mean that Evans cannot avoid Sophins. If he is really targeted by Sophins, he could take Kara and teleport to another place, change his face, and become a new person. It would not be easy for Tomoko to find them at that time. There was a lot to say above, but these thoughts were finished by Evans in just a moment. He came to the conclusion that there was no need to be cautious because of the existence of Sophins. Anyway, both he and Kara, who had been strengthened by him, could sense and see the existence of Sophins with supervision. If there were really Sophins monitoring them, they would definitely can detect it immediately. Kara's journey of submitting resumes and finding jobs finally came to an end on the 8th day. She found a job as a reporter at a media company. Kara, who has a job, and Evans, who has been squatting at home without a job, form a sharp contrast. It's as if Evans is being supported by his wife's money. Although the real situation is not like this, outsiders will definitely not think so. If someone asks Kara what your husband does in the future, how should Kara answer? If she said this, others would probably regard her husband as a soft-boiled guy. Rumors are not very harmful, but they are extremely insulting. In order to avoid rumors, Evans reenacted his own path to fortune in the Marvel world. He summoned Abigail and asked her to help him buy and sell in the stock market to earn startup capital for himself. Then he opened a film and television company outside and left all the work in front of the CEO, who acted like a hands-off boss. Abigail, the tool man. Abigail knew about Evans's process of making a fortune and thought it was a great reference. As a human simulation robot, Abigail worked as a literary porter, personally copied film and television scripts from other worlds, spent money to form a crew, recruited directors and actors, and started filming movies. Evans only needs to be named CEO of this film and television company. In this way, when others introduce himself to the outside world, when others hear that he is the CEO of a certain film and television company, they will immediately look up to him. When Kara introduced her husband to the public, she was not so embarrassed that she was speechless. Perfect. A month passed like this. Evans' cultivation has successfully broken through to the great perfection stage of the Wheel and Sea realm, and he can break through the secret realm of the Tao Palace at any time. If the secret realm of the Wheel and Sea is about cultivating the Dantian, then the secret realm of the Tao Palace is about cultivating the 5 internal organs of the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, giving birth to the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and the gods of the Tao Palace, and cultivating wonderful magical powers. Today, Evans did not continue practicing. He had an idea. He plans to use his system to create a new game in the 3-body plane to change the fate of people in the 3-body plane and earn redemption points. He is not going to copy the formula of the Marvel superheroes game and plans to change his style. Later, we will open up the barriers between the 2 games so that players of the 2 games can visit each other. Evans clicked on the Portable Systems game editor and started designing the game. The first is the core gameplay of the game. Only when the gameplay is determined can we add bricks and tiles to the skeleton called gameplay. Evans created the first scene in the new game based on the style of Super Seminary. This scene is named Crimson Magic Academy. The purpose of this academy's existence is to popularize magic to humans on Earth in the 3-body plane. Of course, The magic mentioned here is based on the premise that Evans lends magic power to the world. Let players use this magic power to learn magic knowledge first, and then spread magic to all mankind in reality. Evans can produce his own magic power. As long as his vitality is not exhausted, the magic power will be endless. Even if he lends his magic power to all mankind, it will definitely be enough. When all human beings in the three-body plane are using Evans' magic power, Evans can become the magic creditor of all human beings. At that time, he can easily control the fate of human civilization by extorting the price and free human beings from the original time and space. Dilemma, and gain a better future. As for spreading magic, what if Trisolarans steal it? Just learn secretly. If the Trisolaran civilization collectively relies on meditation to communicate with Evans and borrow magic power, that would be even better. At that time, the Trisolaran civilization will be captured by Evans without bloodshed, and all their technologies can be browsed by Evans at will. Evans is very greedy for the various high-tech technologies of the Trisolaran civilization. The more he thought about it, the more likely he felt that this plan was possible. Crimson Magic Academy has been generated. The style of this college is very similar to that of Super Seminary, but the two are not the same thing. For now, the new game only has this one scene, but it's enough. If necessary in the future, you can add it at any time due to version updates. The name of this new game was named by Evans, Crimson Magic World. The name Scarlet came from the fact that Evans happened to think of Wanda when he was creating this game, and simply borrowed the word Scarlet from Scarlet Witch. Evans entered the Magic Academy of the Crimson Magic World game. There is currently no one here, not even an NPC. After arriving here, Evans generated an NPC based on the appearance of Lenera, the full moon queen of Ria Lucalia Kingdom in Elden Circle, and asked her to act as a magic lecturer here and transfer her knowledge to her. A small part of the less powerful magic is shared with the NPC Lenera, letting her be responsible for teaching the older students who are about to enter here. 0 if you want flowers and read exciting novels, go to Falun Novel Network. NPC Lenera expressed understanding. Evans explained some precautions to the NPC. Just like that, the closed beta version of this new game is freshly released. Although it is said to be a game, players who come here will not realize that this is a game world because this game does not have a player panel, and the environment here is extremely real. When players come here, they will at most think that they have traveled through time. Now, it's just a matter of bringing new players here. Evans quit the game and returned home. He used Resident Phantom plus Life Essence to create a real Phantom with a collision volume in front of him. The Phantom didn't use Evans' own image, but instead borrowed Wanda's image. Evans was multitasking. He sat down and continued to practice. While practicing, he controlled this real Phantom to activate the random door and teleported to the Rabbit Country. Yang Dong is Yi Wenjia's daughter. She is a scientist in theoretical physics and studies mostly cutting-edge things. In recent days, Yang Dong has been confused and has thoughts of committing suicide. Yang Dong originally had a basic belief. Life and the world may be ugly, but at the micro and macro levels they are harmonious and perfect. The everyday world is just froth floating on this ocean of perfection. But now it seems that the daily world has become a beautiful appearance, and the micro and macro it contains may be more chaotic and ugly. This is terrible. The results of that experiment told her that physics may have never existed. In fact, she can live without physics. She can choose an industry that has nothing to do with theoretical physics, get married and have children, and live her life peacefully like every woman. But such a life, for someone like her, maybe he only has half his life left. In fact, not everyone has the opportunity to pursue their ideals. The vast majority of people in the world actually live a half-life. But what really made Yang Dong have suicidal thoughts was another thing.